And looks like we are streaming, we are live, and we are recording. Awesome. Welcome, everyone, to the Reinvent Yourself Summit. This has been a long time coming. I'm so excited. We have got 4 days and about 35 interviews with thought leaders, with legends, with people from all over the world that are going to be sharing ideas, inspiration, tactics, advice, and stories on today connection, family, love. It's called Grow in Love in Every Direction. You're going to be hearing from people who are talking about their children, their significant others, their parents, best practices on how to cultivate deeper love, how to move even deeper into love and relationships, which, and you'll see throughout the summit, have been shown to be the most important aspect of human life. So when it comes to actually being fulfilled and happy, the relationships in life are the most important thing. We're going to quote a lot of interesting statistics throughout the summit about that. And our summit today is being hosted by none other than Marissa Peer, who's going to come up in just a minute. So today is all about connection, love, family, and relationships. Tomorrow is going to be all about health. The following day is going to be all about abundance and finance and wealth in life. And then Thursday is going to be all about confidence, worthiness, success, and being enough for everything that you want in life. And so I'm really excited about today. We've got an incredible lineup of speakers. I'll give you a little preview of who is coming on in no particular order, although we will be starting with an episode on true love from Stefanos Sifandos. Moving on to Dr. Shefali, the legend, into Mark Groves, Garrain Jones, Jason Goldberg, Tara Nichole-Kirk, Ajit Nawalkha, Amrit Sandhu, and Louie Schwartzberg. There's so many incredible people with so much incredible work and information and inspiration to share with you. But before we get into all of that, I want to introduce you to the host, the person who has helped us put all of this together. She's personally changed my life in so many ways. And I know she's going to help you all throughout this week. She's got her own interview that'll be premiering, and she's going to be delivering incredible experiences to help you open yourself up to grow and transform in incredible ways. And we want to start today out with Marissa Peer. And we're going to be talking about how to open yourself up to change, how to open yourself up to true transformation through this entire week. Marissa, what are the biggest determining factors of when we hear new information or when we have new ideas of who we want to become? What is the thing that gives us the fuel to be able to do that well? And what's the thing that stops us?
Let's start with what's fear. Fear of change stops you. You know, we all fear change in case we're worse off. The only way you can feel good about change is to make sure that all the change in your life is change for the better. So, you know, they get upset when their kids leave home, they get freaked out and they get about to get married, they go into panic when they just have a baby because their feeling is, oh my God, this is a change. And what if it's change for the worse? What if it's the worst possible thing? So you have to control the direction of change in your life and always make sure this is change for the better. This is a change for the better, because you always want to be changing and evolving. You don't want to be stagnant. But we just fear change because we don't think that we're in control of it. I've got to move house. You know, when we're a kid, if you imagine your parents moving or divorcing, or mum's got a new a new baby, you didn't have any control of that change. Change happened. I was working with someone just last week in Amsterdam who was telling me that they moved 15 times. She was what you call an army brat. And she never had any say in that change, left with a fear of change. And also we change in three ways. And here's the three ways we change. Immediately, we all want that. Oh my God, I went to see that Marissa Peer, she did that, and I never ate sugar again. It was amazing. We all want that. But there's a second change, which is called cumulative change, which means that bit by bit we change. And we don't really know. We go, oh, you know, I'm drinking less and I've got more energy and I'm feeling better and I'm shouting at my kids less, and that sort of creeps upwards. Then there's the third change called retroactive, meaning I didn't even know I changed. I looked back and thought, wow, when did I last have a migraine? When did I last lose my temper? I don't even know. I can't remember. I guess I must have changed. You have to allow lag time into change. People say, you know, I went to the gym and I couldn't see any difference. I gave up. I gave up sugar, so I had headaches. I stopped smoking, got a terrible cough. Therefore, why bother? So you must recognize that when you're changing on the inside, it's not always visible. So we fear change because we think it's hard work. But here's the truth. You get to change twice. You get the chance to change twice every single day. The first change is if you change how you think. The second change is you change every. Imagine you start thinking, my kid's a nightmare, and you go, actually, you know what? My kid's just age appropriate. All 10-month-old keep their parents up at night, and in 15 years, I don't even know where that kid is. They'll be in someone else's bed, keeping them up all night, I imagine. And so when you change a thought, it changes how you act. My husband isn't difficult and unreasonable. He's just not me. And who wants to marry myself anyway? So we change every day. And every day you get the chance to change twice by changing a thought and a behavior. And how long does change take? 21 days? It can take 21 seconds. You can change like that. There are many ways we change. We should be thrilled about change. Let me do one thing. If you think you fear change, close your eyes right now and imagine you live in a tribe. I'm not going to badmouth anyone. Imagine you live in a tribe where nothing ever changes. You eat the same food your grandparents ate. You can look at your daughter and predict her life because it's going to be exactly the same as your grandparents. If you can look at your son and predict his life, the weather never changes, food never changes, nothing changes. And, we fight for change because of that. Now let's do something else. Just imagine today, whatever you're wearing, you're going to wear that every day now for the rest of your life. Whatever you're eating, you're going to eat that every day for the rest of your life, at every meal. Can you give me some water, darling? Whatever you're watching on television, watch that every day for the rest of your life. And whatever the weather is going to be like that every day for the rest of your life. Whatever you're reading, you're going to have to read that every day for the rest of your life. So the same food, the same clothes, the same weather, the same people, the same everything for the rest of your life. And then we get to think, oh, actually, no, wish I'd want something a little different today. Wish I'd had a really varied lunch. Because that's not exciting. Change is exciting. We should welcome change and be thrilled about change. Because when you keep changing, you're always growing. And I love that expression, when hope dies, old age runs to meet you. But if you keep changing, hope never dies, and you can even delay aging. So we've all got to be super excited about change. Well, be grateful we live in a world where we can actually have a change. There are places where there is no change. You have no say in it. In the Western world, we can move, we can relocate, we can change jobs, we can change it. Like that Bruce Springsteen, I want to change my clothes, my hair, my face. Well, if you live in the West, you can do all of that. And that's a great thing. So now when you can imagine a world without change, everything is the same, you think, oh, no, that doesn't appeal to me at all. Now you can realize that change is exciting.
So if I want to open up to change today, and I've got these three ways that I change, how do I choose what to change first? So let's say people walk away with 10, 15, 20 big takeaways and aha moments. How would you recommend we go about choosing which ones to really lean into?
You can change up to 3, but no more than 3. And you should be looking at a relationship change, a career change, a personal change. I'm going to stop having sugar. I'm going to stop drinking coffee. I'm going to work out of it. So you can have 3, but they've got to be one from each category: love, relationship, career, and something just for you. You don't have to, you can just have one. So just pick one. And you just said the magic word. You said, how do we choose? This expression will change your entire life if you use it. I am choosing to change and choosing to feel excited about it. I'm choosing to change and choosing to be thrilled about it. You see, when you go, oh, I don't really want to go there. I don't know anybody. And what if I don't like it? We're moving and I'm so worried. What if my kids don't do well in school? You're telling your brain, I don't want to change. If you say, well, this is a new opportunity, I can reinvent myself. I can be anything and do anything. It becomes exciting. So the word choose says to your brain, I've got a choice and I'm making a choice. When you say, oh, I've got to take this new on, I've got to go to a new job, I've got to meet my new person's family. What if I don't like them? Just keep saying, I'm choosing to change and choosing to feel excited and thrilled about it. Signals to your brain, hey, you have a choice. You made a choice and you're really happy with the choice. Even Asian people say, well, how do you feel about Asia? Go, well, you know what? Better than the alternative, don't you think? I mean, my best friend died exactly a year ago today, and she never got the joy of getting older. So even that, you can reframe anything. What's it like to have 4 kids and sleepless nights? Well, other people I know spend all their money on IVF to have 4 kids and sleepless nights. So whatever you're looking at, if you can find something good about the change, even getting older is better than not getting older. Some people never have that joy. There's always something exciting about any change. Or your kids are leaving home. People say to me, oh, I've got empty nest syndrome. That's not true. There are people whose kids will never leave home because they're unwell. And you've done the fact that your kid is leaving home means you've done a great job. You did your job. They're leaving home. They're getting married. They're having a baby. You're going up in the ladder of importance or down. But that's also good. Now it's your time to do something completely different with your life. So always see how you can reframe change. Always put in that word choose and never say, I have to go, I get to. I get to move house. I get to move jobs. I get to be promoted. I get to retire. I get to live on my own. I get to be free. Never say I have to, say I get to. I get to is a bit like choosing to, not quite as powerful, but I get to do this. It's very different to, I've got to do this and I don't want to.
Amazing, Marissa. So I wonder for everybody today, in the topic of love and relationships, and especially for those of you that are in the VIP here in the Zoom room with us out in the world, what do you want to transform today? What are some things you'd like to dig into when it comes to family, when it comes to growing in love? What are the things that you'd really like to lean into today? And if there's any speaker in particular that you'd really be excited to hear about, who is that? And then as we're really thinking about those intentions, thinking about our goals coming into the day and where we'd like to be at the end of the day today, Marissa, could you bring us through a very small experience to help us open up to change, to open up to growth, to open up to transformation, to help us take like maybe what might be nervousness and transform it into excitement?
Yeah, and I just want to say one quick thing. My daughter's having a baby any minute. We're saying people come to go, oh my God, make most of this last week. You're never getting a night's sleep again. Oh, you don't know what's about to hit you. You can't even go to the but no one says, wow, you're about to meet the love of your life. This is going to be a love like you have never experienced. I tell her all the time, darling, this is the best thing ever. But she say when people come up and say, oh, just you wait and see. No more lions for you. You're going to be exhausted. You're going to be knackered. You're going to be frazzled. And it's so weird how she's going through something so beautiful. People are giving her this negative change. You're going to be so tired. You can't even take a shower, which is nonsense. Babies sleep for up to 18 hours a day, not all at the same time, obviously. But of course, you get to have a shower and sleep. You sleep when they sleep. But that's the thing that we do. We often, when people get ready, they go, oh, you're nailed, and they make all these jokes about, oh, you're being, you've lost your freedom now. And we have to stop doing that and say, this is exciting. This is wonderful. So let's do a little 10-minute exercise now to make you really feel lucky and thrilled that you not only have change, but you can choose to change. So what I want you to do, just look at my eyes. You're going to just roll your eyes up like that and close them down. Nothing more than that. So just don't look at me anymore. Look up as if you're trying to look into your very own eyebrows. Breathe in, breathe out. Take another deep breath. Breathe in, breathe out, and just one more time, breathe in, keep your eyeballs up, but as you exhale, keeping your eyeballs up, just close your eyelids right down, all the way down, and just allow a drifting, floating feeling to develop in your body. Just drop your chin just a fraction so you have that same looking down feeling that you might get as you look over a balcony or down a flight of stairs. You're looking down 10 steps. You're moving right now into step 10 and 9 as each muscle, every nerve turns loose, lets loose, and you go deeper. You're taking step 8 and 7. You can see your feet, hear your feet, feel your feet treading each step. As you move down, drift down, travel down to an even deeper level. You're taking steps 7 and 6, going deeper with every number I count. You're taking step 5 and 4 as each muscle, every nerve turns loose, lets loose, and you go deeper. You're taking step 3 and 2 and 1. Just go deeper. Drift deeper, sink deeper. Just go deeper, deeper, deeper. As you go deeper, I want you to imagine that you're in a time tunnel. And in this time tunnel, you are moving backwards. As you move backwards and are pulled backwards, drawn backwards, and taken backwards in time, years, months, weeks, days are peeling away from your body. You're in a time tunnel being taken backwards, backwards, backwards. Years, months, weeks, days are peeling away from your body as you go backwards, 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 even further back, even further back. You're going right back. Look at the life of your great-grandparents. And all of a sudden, there you are back in time. And I want you to look around with fascination. You know, I love fascination. I want you to imagine you're looking at a community where there are no cars, no planes, no internet. I think, well, that's wonderful. Well, it can be. No telephones, no fridge freezers, no washing machines. And life is slower, which is good. Can be good, but I want you to look at all the things you don't have that you love so much. Some simple things like dropping your stuff onto the dry cleaner, having a dryer, having a dishwasher, having a phone, having a hairdryer, silly things. But I want you to look at a life where all the things you take for granted, having a television, hailing an Uber, coming home, taking a nice cold drink out of your fridge, putting a ready meal, getting Uber Eats to deliver, and then watching a great movie just doesn't exist because your life is about sheer manual, getting up early, going to bed late, no electricity, by the way, working 6, even 7 days a week with no labor-saving devices. And imagine if you went back in time and had that world where things didn't change up until 1920. Things really didn't change, and they changed so fast with the invention of a telephone and a car. And in the last 20 years, things have changed so fast again with mobile phones and computers and Wi-Fi. But imagine you can go back to when there was none of that. And I want you to imagine how long you'd really enjoy that for. And imagine as you go back that every day you wear the same clothes, every day you wear the same, you look the same, you eat the same food, you wear the same, you hang out with the same people. There's certainly no foreign travel. Takes you 3 hours just to get somewhere in a buggy or on foot. So imagine a life where there's no new clothes, no shopping trips, no different food, no foreign holidays, no events, no movie night. You eat the same food, you wear the same clothes. Your life is very much the life of your grandparents. And so is any children you have, their life will be that too. And you have a shorter life because there's no clean water, not much medicine. And now imagine leaving that time tunnel and coming back to your life with all the variety. You have access to medicine and healthcare, and you can go anywhere in the world. You can go on your screen and talk to someone all over the world. You can travel. Every day is a different. Every day you get to wake up and think, hey, I can change. I can change my look, my clothes, my hair, my face, my job, my friends, my relatives. I can change. And the thing you can change all the time is your attitude. When you change your attitude, it absolutely changes everything. So I want you to now think, wow, every time I think I don't like change, I just go back to imagining that life without change, that life where I have no opportunity to change. But today, you get to change. And my husband and I moved to LA 5.5 years ago. And then in January, we moved to Dubai. I say, wow, you're always changing. But that's because it's exciting to think, wow, most people my age are retiring. And here am I moving to a new country, a brand new home, lots of friends, a brand new career opportunity. Because when you embrace change and think, wow, how lucky am I? More and more good changes come your way. So I want you to imagine you now get to say every day this word. I get to do that. I'm privileged to do that. I'm lucky to do that. I am fortunate to do that. Let's do that again. Repeat after me. I get to do that. I'm so lucky to do that. I am fortunate to do that. I am privileged to do that. And I want you now to just do that one more time. Look at something, being asked to stay late, to do a project, to have to work extra hours. I want you again to say, I get to do that. I get to do that. I'm lucky to do that. I am privileged to do that. Even having a child that keeps you up all night, or a kid who's not doing well in school, or a partner who's got some issues, or a partner's family that are not your family of choice. Again, you can say, but I get to do this. I get to have extra people in my life. I'm lucky to have a partner that loves me, and I accept all the stuff that comes with it. I'm privileged. I'm fortunate. And let's end this with one of my favorite expressions in the whole world, which changed my entire life when I chose to start saying it. I am choosing to do this and choosing to feel great about it. I'm choosing to get up early in the morning. I'm choosing to adopt a new habit. I'm choosing to go to the gym, to drink water, take sugar out of my tea. I'm choosing to learn something new. I'm choosing to go for that promotion. I'm choosing to start my own business. I'm choosing to let love find me. But I want you to add to that, and I'm choosing to feel great about it. I want you to take a few minutes of silence and say 5 times in 5 different areas if you want to, or not. I am choosing to, you're going to fill in the blanks, and choosing to feel great about it. So start right now, repeat after me. I am choosing to, complete that sentence, then add, and choosing to feel great about it. And now do it 5 more times. And now for the last one, you can add, I'm choosing to, and choosing to feel amazing about it, choosing to be thrilled about it, choosing to be delighted. You get to even choose the word you use. So one more time, but this one I want you to big it up. I am choosing to, and choosing to be thrilled, delighted, elated, amazed, euphoric. Just big it up, make it even more exciting. And finally, I want you still with your eyes closed to imagine that it really doesn't matter how long it takes you to change. You may be an instant changer. Hey, I stopped drinking coffee. Within days, I felt better. Or hey, I went to the gym and I saw a change very quickly. But you may be a cumulative changer who only notices incremental changes. Or maybe you're a retroactive changer who looks back to see how they've changed. But I want you to see that each of those is a benefit. Each of those is an asset. You're lucky to live in a free world where you can change so many things. And today you're learning to be excited about change, grateful about change. And finally, the very last thing for today. I started with this sentence. Let me finish with it. We fear change in case it is change for the worst, in case the worst of. But when you can control the outcome and say, hey, this is going to be change for the better. When you can control the outcome of change and always say, this is a change for the better, there's something good about this change in doing that, you can't fear the worst possible outcome because your brain is already looking at the best possible outcome. So you only fear change in case that change makes you worse off. But when you can use your brilliant brain to see every change as a benefit, every change, even getting older, as something to be grateful for, you won't fear change anymore. And you'll be like me, grateful that you have a life where you can constantly change. Change is exciting. You're going to make the direction of change in your life change for the better by being grateful about change, excited about change, even thrilled about change. So knowing it, feeling it, living it, experiencing it right now. I want you to just think of something you are so excited about changing. And by the way, change is not hard work. Staying the same is much harder work than changing. You're wired to change, motivated to change, wired, born, designed to change. And you're excited about change. So feeling excited about the change in your relationships, in your career, in your body, in your attitude, knowing But the one thing you can change in a world that can seem quite scary, the one thing you can change is you. Don't have to change your community or your family or your office. You only have to change one thing, yourself. And when you change your attitude and have what I call an attitude to gratitude, your life will change in the most wonderful way. And you'll get to keep that change forever. So feeling excited about changing and keeping the change, feeling excited about changing and keeping the change, just slowly, calmly, easily, effortlessly come back into the room excited about change, committed to using that word. I'm choosing this and choosing to feel great about it, elated about it. I am now in control of the direction of change in my life. It's all change for the better, because you are now fully in control of the direction of change in your life, and it is all change for the better. You can change your career, you can change your habits. It takes 21 days to change a habit maximum. You can change your body, you can change your life, you can change your thoughts, you can change anything. And you feel very lucky knowing that. So feeling excited, feeling thrilled, feeling wonderful. Just open up your eyes, fill up your lungs, take a deep breath, just come back into the room.
Wow. Thank you for that amazing experience, Marissa. I hope everyone's really feeling inspired, feeling ready to get into all of this incredible education and inspiration today. Let's make sure Marissa knows how much you loved that in the chat. What did you take away? What are you ready for now? For those of you that are here in the VIP Zoom room with us on this live stream, make sure to take notes, make sure to ask questions in the chat, because we may or may not have some various speakers coming in throughout the day that might be able to answer some of these questions and engage with you. So would love to see those things popping in the chat. For those of you that want to join on Zoom, I'll make sure the team is dropping links on different places around so that you can upgrade to VIP if you want to join the Zoom room. That was amazing, Marissa. I'm so excited to get into this and so excited to learn today. If you want to stick around in the chat and you want to keep engaging with people, I know they're all going to be around and very excited. You can see the Zoom chat starting to really share the love, and really excited about the day. Any parting words for us to really lean into love and relationships today, Marissa?
Well, be the change you want to see. We want to change the world, and changing the world is a big ask. You know how to change the world? You change yourself. And maybe one other person. If you can change one person or change yourself, that's how you change the world. And I love that someone's saying, I'm changing to opening up and attracting a special someone else that I'm excited about having people in my life. I'm changing my hoarding tendency. So I would change that to I'm choosing to let go of stuff that's controlling me. But I love the fact that I'm choosing to experience love. I get to change careers. How lucky we are, because our grandparents, my grandfather was a fireman all his life. My other grandfather had a shop, but they didn't really choose that. So our great-grandparents, my great-grandmother was in service, and she always said she was a maid for people who were much less intelligent than her, but that was her life. She was a maid. She lived in service. And my grandmother was also a maid. My other grandmother was born in a workhouse in absolute poverty. And then she could get out of that was when she was 18 to marry someone that she didn't love. But she didn't have the opportunities we have. My grandmother would think my life was extraordinary. So in just a generation or two, we have change that other people never had. And we've got to choose to feel grateful about it. So I love the fact that you're getting it, feeling excited, changing careers. Change is a natural part of life. Don't fight it, but be excited about it. Don't think, oh, I'm getting older, I'm getting tired. I love the expression, when hope dies, old age runs to meet you. But if hope never dies, old age can never run to meet you. So there we are. Exciting. And I'll see you soon next time. But have a great day, and keep remembering you get to choose how you feel about change. And that means you get to control the direction of change in life, and always make that direction change. That when you make the direction of change in life a good change, you are winning and winning and winning. And my life's about to change so fast because another little baby's coming into our life any minute now. And that's going to change everything. I've always been so important to my daughter. I know immediately that baby's born, I go down a rung, but I'm excited about that because that's how it should be. So I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great day. And remember, be the change you want to see and make your life extraordinary. I'll see you tomorrow. Lots of love. Bye.
Thank you, Marissa. Okay, everybody. So we've got our first interview upcoming. Just want to give you a little preview of what's happening. Tomorrow at the same time, at the start of the day, Marissa is going to be starting us off with this week's Dilemma. Dilemma is a new show that Marissa's been hosting where it's a call-in show, sort of like an advice column. And we have different topics every time. Tomorrow's going to be about self-love and self-care, and you're going to love it. It's very real people that'll be coming on. They'll be talking with Marissa about various challenges in their life, and she'll be working with them for 5 to 10 minutes at a time. You can see on this YouTube channel for the Marissa Peer YouTube that there's one big episode that was published just a few weeks ago now, so you can kind of see the format, but I'm very excited for all of you to experience it tomorrow before we get into interviews. And now I'm going to kick us off. Here we go. Make sure to populate all of your questions in the chat as we go through this. Stay engaged. I do hear that potentially this speaker is going to be coming on with us. So I'm really excited for all of you to get to meet this guy. And there's just going to be so many lessons learned in this interview. So please enjoy the very first interview of the Reinvent Yourself Summit. Welcome, everybody, to the Reinvent Yourself Summit. I am so excited to introduce you to today's guest. We're going to be covering true love. Does it exist? Is it real? Is it not real? How does it work? Can you be independent and in love? What does doing the work in a relationship really mean? If you have great chemistry with someone versus bad chemistry with someone, does that really determine whether or not you're going to be a good fit for each other? We're going to talk about all this today with Stefanos Sifandos. Welcome to the table, brother.
Thank you for having me, my friend.
So let's get into it. Does true love exist?
Nope.
Talk to me about that.
It's a yes and no. I think it depends how you define love, right? It depends how you define truth and true love as well. And so, if we look at the map of consciousness developed by Dr. Hawkins, you look at love vibrating or operating at a level of 500 as a numerical value attached to various states of expression and conditioning, right?
So just to break that down for people, the David Hawkins scale essentially says there's 14 or 15 human emotions. And if you were to measure a human or things around the human at these emotional states, they would be vibrating at a lower speed or at a higher speed. And so things that are feeling better and you're enlightened or in love or in joy, you're vibrating much faster and you're putting off a higher frequency. And if you're in fear or shame or guilt, you're vibrating much slower or at a lower frequency.
So love, or unconditional love rather, operates at that 500 to 600 mark, right? Which is very, very high, meaning that according to this scale, very few people across the globe either have access to that or can access that. And those that have are really those that stand out in the world. Think Nelson Mandela, think Mother Teresa, I think she operates at 700 or somewhere there. And so these are very rare qualities. And so when we're talking about that unconditional love, that love that of course has healthy boundaries and is bathed in self-reverence and respect, but is devoid of judgment, is devoid of criticism, is devoid of, not to fast track or fast forward here, but it involves that individual doing their inner work, clearing the clutter of their past, really addressing their traumas that cause contraction in their body and in their mind that have them in those lower states. And they've moved beyond that at a very fundamental core level. Now, love, appreciation, care, because there's synonymous words that describe how we feel in the states that we enter, genuine care and consideration for someone. But there's layers and depth to this, right? There's stages to this. So does true love exist? Absolutely it does. And it doesn't.
And if we define that, what is that?
It's really difficult to define. That's the issue. I think one of the issues that we have is it's easier to define apophatically. In other words, what it isn't. It's easier to define what it is not than what it is. I know that sounds paradoxical, but Life is full of paradoxes, and we also want to put everything in a box. We need an answer for everything. Think about why the scientific model is rampant in our world. Nothing against the scientific model. I love it, and I'm in science big time. But it's also representative of the materialist culture that we live in. In other words, we need certainty. We need known. And the paradox with love specifically, because love is mysterious. Love is the embodiment of a feminine energetic, right? And it is the void. It is the mystery. It is the unknown. By definition, love is mysterious. Love is unknown. Yet we're trying to make love known. Whether we're putting it in a circle, a triangle, a square, it doesn't matter. We're trying to make it known. That's the issue. The more we try and make it known, the less we're in the moment of experiencing love. And that's how you'll know what love is, true love.
I love it. I love it. So what you're saying is maybe much like health. I'll give you an example. I was with some friends, some really great friends, and they were describing to me some of the health challenges that they were facing. And these are incredibly healthy people. And these are people who are young, they're vibrant. And I come from a health and wellness background. I worked with Olympic athletes. That was my whole world for a long time. And I just have this embodiment after being in that world for so many years at the highest levels. And I just said, you're always going to have something going on. There will never be a time where your body is 100% perfect. As a matter of fact, maybe just say that 70% is what we might consider good. Like you are in great health if you feel mostly good some of the time. And it's absolutely okay to be tired. That doesn't mean you're not healthy. It's okay to have mold toxicity. That doesn't mean that you're unhealthy. Mold is everywhere, literally everywhere on Earth. Yeah. You're not going to, maybe top of Mount Everest, maybe you're going to get away from it, you know? Yeah. But outside of that, these things, while you can be doing things to help them, maybe looking at optimal health is the awareness and moving towards better health at all times. And so are you saying with love, the optimal might be being aware of love and moving towards more love at all times?
Yeah, and moving away from contraction, moving away from deep-seated fear, moving away from anger, guilt, shame, jealousy, envy, moving away from those states that we often embody for too long a period of time that then becomes the norm. It's moving away from that to create spaciousness for what love could be. And David Hawkins also speaks to addiction. This is really interesting because it's when we take these external substances such as ecstasy as a drug, as a substance, as an example, it suppresses that guilt, that anger, that sadness, that depressed state of being, the rage that we have within us. And when we're not feeling that, guess what we have access to? Literally love and ecstasy and deep care and consideration for others and forgiveness. But that's not sustainable. That messes with our physiology. It messes with our biochemistry. It messes with our psychology. We can't constantly be in and on ecstasy, as an example. You would die. You would break. Your body would physiologically break down. That chemical interaction won't last. But again, I don't want to mean to fast forward. I know we'll get there in our good time. But doing that inner work, it gives us an opportunity to more genuinely, sustainably access those deeper states of being. I'm not saying that anger and rage. See, anger is an interesting one. It's both destructive and constructive, right? It helps us move towards courage, which helps us move towards neutrality at 250. Courage is at 200, which helps us break free of those contractions and constrictions. So anger is a very interesting one. But the point is that if we remain in that state and we're not willing to look at ourselves and wish for a different life, we're only going to stay in where the vast majority of humanity is.
I'm going to throw out something that's combative, knowing that we're going to find an answer here. Does that mean that I can be in a successful relationship with anyone if we're both open to getting better, no matter where we start from?
That's a really interesting question. I don't know, because I'm going to say yes and again. We're going to live in the gray for a little bit, purposely, because I know it's going to upset some people. And I'm just so everyone knows, I love living in the gray, but I also love having standards and definition as well. So maybe you would call that overall being in the gray. But one thing I want to say to the love piece, when we're really observing and looking at true love, we can't even begin to embody or access or touch what love is if we are not clearing actively the junk that is in our system, the tightness that's in our nervous system, the overactivated sympathetic nervous system, the junk that's in our psychology, the low self-worth, the low self-interest, the demeaning nature of self, the self-critic, the rage that lives inside us because we're still angry that dad left when we were 3 years old, or that mum didn't nurture us and care for us and was an alcoholic. We have to move all of that stuff out of our system, and we can get into that later, what those details are, before we can even contemplate love. So I almost want to say a big F you to all those people saying, oh, I want love. What you may want that and you deserve that and you are that, but what you need is to clear the clutter of the past first to truly access that, not in a synthetic way.
And are you saying if you're in a relationship with someone who has not cleared the clutter of the past, that they must do that before?
No, definitely not. However, I believe we all have to reach our own personal base level of inner work or maturity, spiritual maturity, emotional and relational maturity to be in relationship in a healthy way. It's more about willingness though. This is the key. If that individual is unwilling to look at themselves, to make changes in their lives, to truly listen to you as a partner, they're unable and or unwilling, the relationship won't last. You may, though, be mature at your level and you meet someone else and you love the qualities that they have. It's such a subjective thing. You love some of the qualities that they bring. Yet they're not at your level of, call it coherence or competence or maturity, spiritual maturity, emotional, relational maturity. That doesn't mean you can't be together. You've got to make that personal decision though. Terry Real asks an amazing question. And he's an old school relationship therapist. He says, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but he basically says, is what I'm not getting from the relationship, the grief that I'm feeling from what I'm not getting from the relationship, does that outweigh what I am getting from the relationship? Because if it does, you'll struggle to stay together. But if you're that person that is, let's just say, more mature, forget about it being on a scale per se. It's more cyclical than hierarchical, but let's just say you're more mature and you see that your partner is not there, but they're willing to go there and you're willing to meet each other, and the grief of what you're not getting doesn't outweigh the things that you are getting from the relationship, then you'll more than likely stay.
Really and how subjective. Would you weigh that? Because they're emotions, and emotions in one moment can feel...
I don't think there's a quantitative measurement for it. I think it's really a value call. It's you sitting back, looking at your life, observing and saying,
if you were to design the perfect 1 day or 3 day experience for someone watching this right now or listening to this, to do this check-in process with themselves, what would be that process?
It would be, I couldn't tell you exactly what the process would be, but what I would tell you is this. It would be a combination of deep somatic practice, deep inner child work, deep relational reflective praxis. So in other words, I would want them to see themselves in other people and vice versa. So if it was a group setting per se, and if, at the very least, we would bring people in specifically.
And without their partner around?
Both, with and without. Yeah, absolutely.
So what I heard is body. So like you've been saying, you got to reset the body, get it to a calm state, parasympathetic, rest and digest, in peace. Yeah. In order to make changes and transformations in your life, you're absolutely right. You can't affect or impact the way your body and mind has interpreted trauma and make changes in your life without first living, understanding it, like feeling, saying, oh, this is what it feels like to be in a regulated state. That's when you can then make change and impact in your own life. Until then, you're living from a dysregulated place. And that's why I actually explained why we still use hypnosis so much in RTT, is because it's a very fast way within minutes to get someone to that extremely calm state.
Yeah, and that can then have an effect on the physiology, right? That can actually literally relax the physiology. Now you can access in safer ways these parts that you've been neglecting, these aspects of you that you've been avoiding for so long, and that clears the clutter, right? And so that 2 or 3 day experience is going to really combine various modalities, including hypnosis, including potentially NLP. I mean, it depends. It depends on honestly what I feel like in that time, and what I'm reading from the room as well as a practitioner, right, and as a teacher. But it's going to be somatic, it's going to be psychological, it's going to be relational, there's going to be sexual practices as well. Self-imposed. And when I'm talking about sexual practice, I'm not talking about the act of sex or anything that's a derivative of that. I'm talking about creative practices. I'm talking about full expression of self. I'm talking about the personality coming through, the character of self coming through.
What does that look like for you in practice? If you were to do something like that, what does that look like?
It varies, but for me, if it's in relationship, it is radical honesty and transparency that may or may not involve the act of sex or physical intimacy. It may very well just be truth sharing and vulnerability. It may be sharing deepest fantasies. It may be asking questions. It may be asking for permission around what changes in the relational container, right? When I say permission, it's more blessing rather than permission, but open, honest, confronting dialogue. So that sexual expression can be a number of things. It can be sharing shame, right? It can be diffusing shame through physical intimacy. And again, physical intimacy isn't limited to sexual penetration. It can be far more than that. It can be a transfiguration, eye gazing, it can be holding each other. It can be dancing. Life is intentional. Well, life is unintentional until it's intentional. Mm-hmm. And when we make it intentional, that's where we see the most rapid growth. That's where we really grow. But even with RTT as an example, people have they've come across a web page or an ad or something, or a Facebook page or a social media page, and they've said, oh, that's interesting to me. They read through it. Oh, that really aligns. Oh, that where I'm at in my life. I think I could use that. Click, let me purchase that. Click, let me attend that. Click. They're being intentional and deliberate. They're taking themselves to a place where they know transformation is going to occur. Now, some people, a decent percentage, are going to not go because fear comes in and contraction comes in. The ego says, well, I don't really want to change. I like things how they are. I don't really care if they're good or bad. They're familiar and familiar is safe. So let me stay in that. I've got other things to do. I'm not going to go to this weekend retreat. I'm not going to go to this 1 week long RTT, whatever. But those people that are there, they're open. They come, they're open. They're receptive. So that change is going to happen deeper. It's going to happen faster. Of course, the modality carries great value. I'm not discrediting the modality in any capacity. I can use my stuff as an example. Every month there's breathwork for the feminine. Those women that come, they're there because they're open, they're ready. The modality's great, absolutely. Sure, I didn't invent the modality. And I'm sure that the space that I hold is in integrity. I know it is, and all of those good things, but that person's ready. That person's there, they're receptive, they're doing it. By simply placing yourself in there, you're winning.
Absolutely. So let's talk about this. As a summary of that, you said somatics, so getting the physical body into a good state where you feel at peace. Doesn't mean all the pain is gone. Doesn't mean that. Just means you feel calm and at peace. The second part was the emotional reflection. So maybe this is journaling, reflecting on the relationship or the relationship that
Partner
you want.
work, dialogue work, triad work. Yeah, and definitely part of that is inner child work as well. And parts work as well as to me, that's an integral portion of the healing journey. Yeah, family systems work as well.
Yeah, and then there's the psychological piece or the intellectual piece, the actual understanding what's going on. And then there's the sexual piece, which could have been all of those different intimacy things that you mentioned. And so those would be the 4 components of that weekend, if you will.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Amazing. So let's move on to chemistry. I'm curious, in your perspective of all these years helping people, what are the eras or the phases of true love? If we can call it that, the gray version of true love. So I know everyone knows the honeymoon phase, and then there's what other phases would you say you've experienced as a pattern across most people?
Yeah. So just something came to me about true love this is very relative to this and relative to attraction and the first phase of relating, which is the honeymoon period or the limerence phase of relating. There are various expressions of that. You may meet someone and it can be profoundly explosive. Like the sexual and the physical chemistry can be profoundly explosive. In my experience in working with people, most of the time, that is two trauma trains colliding really hard, and it's a massive trauma bond.
Trauma trains.
Yeah. Just they're on the same track, brother, and they are going at 200 miles an hour each. They are just racing.
Anyone here experience that?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Like, to ask everyone. So if the relationships that you've been in that have been highly physically explosive, how have they gone for you? But here's the interesting thing on that, another paradox. It's not for me to say, or anyone to say, this relationship should stay together or that relationship should not stay together. It's really impossible to mark that. You can look for signs that it's unlikely that relationship should be together. However, there's always caveats to that because it's such a subjective thing, meaning that those trauma-trained collisions, they potentially have a potential to be together long-term in a really healthy dynamic that can evolve out of the trauma bonding. See, the reason why they come together is they wouldn't, if they didn't have the explosive physical connection, they wouldn't come together because their trauma trains wouldn't be hidden and they'd repel each other. But there's value in those trauma trains because they're usually representative of unresolved, unprocessed pain, experiences that we've had generally as children. So we have an opportunity with this person to have a redo in a really meaningful way, but it's often too intense and we split up too early. Sometimes we have to. We're not meant to be together. We're not meant to work through it. It's just the way it is. You're just not meant to work through it with that person. And if you're wise enough, you can leave that relationship with some new tools and some new awareness, and you bring it into the next relationship. And the trauma train is not going 200 miles an hour. It's going maybe 150 miles an hour now. You can learn and grow. Most people don't. We just keep repeating the same things over and over again until we die. And so the piece around attraction is know that if you're colliding in that way, meaning, if you're attracting at great intensity, there's usually going to be something, more than likely something underneath that. So the opportunity you have is to look at yourself. Now, to answer to your question about what's after the honeymoon phase is what I call the real phase. Now things get real. Now we're not just putting our best foot forward. We're not just polarized in the way that we see the other person, the blinkers are on. Now we start opening up. Well, they weren't so impatient when we first got together. Well, what's going on? Well, I'm noticing myself not being as physically attracted to the person. That didn't happen 18 months ago when we first met. What's going on? This person's changed, because it's always easier to project and blame someone else, right? So now we start being more of ourselves and we start seeing more of that person. Well, this is where the work really commences. This is where you have to realize that you're exiting the honeymoon phase. That's okay. That happens in cycles too, right? But you're exiting the phase and you're seeing more of this person. What are you seeing that you don't like in this person? Can you love that part within yourself? Can you own that part within yourself? Or maybe you're upset at yourself, or you're not settling into what this person is showing you about yourself. Therefore, you're judging that part of you as well. It's all a reflection to us, man. And again, I don't buy into the new age spirituality. Oh, you spot it, you got it. I mean, there's truth to that. But it's not all, relationships they're an interactive process.
I had a really funny joke with the if you spot it, you got it yesterday.
Yeah.
Where I was like, oh, wow. So when there's like a crazy person walking down the street yelling everywhere, like I spotted it. Yeah. Oh, no.
No, I'm crazy now as well. It's a great illustration.
But
yes.
I'm just saying maybe not in that way.
Correct. And that's my point, right? Like there's a thing in the Western world where we're over individualistic and we take over responsibility, and to me, that's just the opposite of empowerment. It's disempowerment actually, because it's completely off track. So we get into that.
Whoa, let's wait. Can we
Sure.
steer this train in that direction?
Change the tracks, baby. Change it.
Yeah. Talk to me about that. Talk to me about this idea of responsibility and maybe disempowerment.
Yeah. So when we take over responsibility, we're coming from a place of generally low self-worth, and or it's just a pattern that's been entrenched within us, and that's not empowering. We're not breaking free. Firstly, we're enabling that person, and that's not doing anything good for them.
So you mean the Taylor Swift song? Maybe we shouldn't just sing along to it all the time. I'm the problem. It's me.
Oh, that one, I don't know it. My daughter loves Taylor Swift, by the way. Loves.
Wait. Here we go. Here we go.
I know this song. Well, I mean, in context to that, you know, she's scheming. She's obviously being manipulative or being dishonest in the relationship. So yes, it is her in that sense. However, we can take over responsibility where we now are pedestalizing our partners or the person in our lives, and we're not seeing how they are not doing, they're not in integrity in the relationship with us. And so we're taking responsibility for them. I'm all for you taking responsibility for you, but if you're taking over responsibility, you're disempowering yourself in the sense that you're not giving yourself an opportunity to actually grow through the pattern that you need to break, and you're enabling that other person, and you're idolizing them. So you're in infatuation, and you're people pleasing. Now you're maximizing their needs and minimizing your own. That's not healthy. The continuation of that is not healthy for you as an individual.
So what you're saying is, in relationship, whether that's significant other, coworker, friendship, business partner, by saying they're always the problem, that's not healthy, and saying I'm always the problem, that's not healthy. And so you're giving me that middle ground answer of harmony and balance.
Yeah, and one of the ways we access, very, very well put, and one of the ways we access that is through curiosity and compassion for ourselves, curiosity towards what we're experiencing internally and feeling, and also curiosity towards the other person, and then applying compassion. So meeting them with asking questions. Okay, so what did you mean by that exactly? Can you elaborate on that? Or what I'm, active listening, like what I'm hearing you say is, so you're really listening to that person, and then getting curious about what you're feeling internally, and not blaming that person. Oh, you made me feel this way. No, they didn't make you feel this way. They behaved a particular way that activated something within you, because what activates within me may not activate within you. So if we see something happening here that, and let's just say I don't like it, right? Let's just use an example of, I see a parent. I'm a parent, you're not a parent yet, but let's just use this example. You have been a parent in your past. Maybe you're not a good example. Hold on.
We can do a different person.
We can do a different person. Anyway, let's just say someone that's a parent, someone that's not a parent. Not that someone that's not a parent doesn't have compassion. Absolutely they do. Often deeper than people that are parents. In fact, that's not definitely, it's not on that. But let's just say I specifically see a father being a particular way with his child. And let's just say that affects me in a particular way because, oh man, that's, I'm a father, and if I did that, and also just my own constitution, how I am personally, and I know myself in that way, I would think to myself, oh man, if I did that to my daughter, I couldn't. And let's say you're looking at that and you're still not liking that, what you're seeing, you don't align with that behavior. But how it lands in you is, firstly, because we're different people, is going to be different. We have different set of historical perspectives. But then with that identity as well, it's going to be completely different. So my point is in saying, oh, you made me feel this way. No, you behaved a particular way. And what happened was I had a feeling about that. And when I trace back that feeling, the core of it, I can really connect it to an experience or experiences I used to have when I was younger that reminds me of this. And so my need is to do some more work around that. But my request of you is to not behave in that way if you're willing to, so it doesn't activate me. These are mature conversations. Mm-hmm. But what do? We usually project. We usually get angry. We shame the other person. We shut down. We walk away. We get aggressive to protect ourselves, to control. These just keep playing. And this is what happens in that phase of the real relationship now starts to come to fruition. We just start to project. We get angry at the other person. We get frustrated with the other person. If only they would change. If only they would do this differently. If only they were like they were when we first met them. So now instead of polarizing them and seeing them like they can do no wrong, now you're seeing yourself, oh, I can do no wrong, but they're doing all the wrong. That's what generally happens in those, we'll call them unhealthy paradigms or immature relationships. And they just keep going and going and going until they either break up. And to me, that's a premature breakup if you haven't grown and learnt from that relationship, or they'll actually go get some support, external support, because we're relational beings and we need help. And then they may work through that, and that can let them go to the next phase of relating, and I'll get to that in a moment. Or they actually break up, and that's cool. Like, not all relationships are meant to stay together forever. It's not about that. Like, that's an unrealistic expectation to have, actually. Any relationship, any friendship, any intimate romantic partnership, at the very least, people physically die. And so that form and expression of relationship is over at some point. It may not be over here. Like, my grandparents passed away a few years ago, but they're always here. They're always here, and they're with me. Like, they're in my consciousness, they're in my awareness. But the relationship is different. I can't touch them like I did. It's different. So things will always change. So that third stage of relating, if they can get through that, if they can get through that real stage, is what I call that settled stage. And this is where you're not only deepened in your maturity, but you're deepened in your relational nature, meaning that you're in deeper acceptance, you're in deeper love, you're in deeper curiosity, you're in deeper consideration of your partner. You're less triggered because throughout that whole process, you've done a substantial amount of inner work. You know your partner at a greater depth. You have now accepted more of their parts and they have accepted more of you. Now you see that little boy or that little girl in them when they're activated or reactive in their posture, and you don't need to react. You're able, in this stage, in this settled stage, you're able to be, in the previous 2 stages, and the honeymoon stage doesn't happen too much, but when you get into that real stage, when your partner gets triggered, you're going to get triggered, and vice versa. In this settled stage, there's commitments, there's agreements in place. You're more cognizant of each other, of the relationship. Now, when they get, one of the agreements could be, if you're reactive or if you're in a tough spot, I'm going to do my best to stay regulated for you. I'm going to listen more. I'm going to be there for you in the ways that you need. You have these preset agreements, even how you argue, how you do conflict is agreed upon. So I would say those are the first 3 stages of relating.
Yeah, so it's honeymoon, friction, settled.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. So walk me through what you think the key principles would be, and hopefully there's not more than 3, but maybe there are, maybe there's less, of either, and I'm going to throw an assumption out there that may not be true, to be ready for incredible love in an incredible relationship, or to go deeper in love and in the relationship that I'm in.
Yeah.
And I presume that they might be the same principles.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's explore that. I'll say one more thing to the relating phases. One more phase. If you're still together and you get to that point, it's that the relationship exists now, not only for you or for the relationship itself, or the third entity of the relationship, but it exists for all of those around you that you come into contact with. It exists for the world. And some of this work comes from David Data's assessment of relating, of intimate relating as well. And I've sort of just really looked at that and looked at the value of relationships, how they impact the immediate circles that surround them, say the children, if there's children in that relationship, family, close friends, the concentric circles that just go out now, and to the people that are unknown in your life, like the strangers per se. Now, how does the quality of your relationship and interaction, affect implicitly, explicitly the hearts and minds of those that come into contact with you and those that will never meet you? I think and you won't be able to start to really ask that question until you move through those phases of relating. Especially you have to get to that settled phase.
Of course, and you and Christine are such a good example of that, because of course, being who you both are, everyone's going to say, "I wonder how Steph and Christine would handle that situation," or
sometimes poorly. Is the answer,
and that's okay. This is the whole point of true love, is it is gray. So let's go to the principles, and then I've got a question about that.
Yeah, cool. Ask me the question again if you don't mind.
So assuming that the principles are the same for whether or not I want to be completely ready for amazing love in my life, and I want to go even deeper in the love that I am already a participant in.
Do your inner work. It's got to be a principle. You've got to be committed to growth. Call it committed to growth.
If we double click on that alone, what would be within inner work? So for you and Christine, what is inner work? Like, what are the principles of doing that?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna speed us through this a little bit. I'm gonna chug the train a little bit faster, which is, I know you're gonna say somatics, emotional, cognitive or intellectual, and the sexual. Yeah. If we go past that, principles of what are some daily practices or beliefs that you consistently work on?
Yeah, so take responsibility for your side of the road. Keep it clean. Keep your side of the road clean.
And only your side.
Yeah. That's interesting, actually. Hold on a second. That's
yes.
And only your side. Yes, and this is an agreement. And for me personally, an expectation in relationship that if I see, you and I again, well, Christine, doesn't really matter. In any meaningful relationship that carries value in life, if I see you behaving in a way that I think is, I don't want to say beneath you, but is out of character, or that is hurting you or hurting others, I have a duty and responsibility to let you know. Now, can I clean it up for you? No, I can't. I believe I have, hey, your side of the road there is getting dirty. This is our road. Two wings of the same bird here. Your wing's not working. Or you're in a boat and we're rowing. You're not rowing. You got to row more. Or you got to tell me so I can slow down and we can work this out together. But I have a responsibility to point that out to you. I think for both me and for you and for the greater good, if you like. So it was interesting. That's why I paused when I said, and I don't know if you probably did it on purpose, but it was a good question. So that take care of your own side of the road. You need personal space away from the partnership, away from that relationship. You do your thing, your own hobbies, your own friends, whatever it is. Your own interests, your own hiking, your own disappearing. Men and women will have different practices. Or the masculine and feminine will have different practices. You need that. You need time together. You need time together. You have to allocate. A friend of mine says they allocate making love, having sex 2 times a month. And he says, like, yeah, and I get it, we'll put it in the calendar, but it works for them. And it's really beautiful. And they are very connected when that happens. Because life gets busy. They got children. So you've got to schedule time together, irrespective of what that looks like. In other words, what underpins all of that is effort. If you don't put effort into a relationship, if you don't put effort into your role as a CEO, if you don't put effort into the beautiful creative work you do with a camera, you're not going to get a result that you're going to be deeply connected to. It's the same with intimate relationships. We have to put effort in. Want to grow our business? Got to put effort in. So effort's a big one under that particular principle, yeah.
And so to hit a summary of these 3 principles, what I heard you say there is, number 1, the 4 things we talked about earlier, make sure your nervous system is regulated. You'll never be able to really gauge a relationship, significant other or otherwise, if you're in a fight or flight state. So make it a practice to regulate the nervous system. That's going to be huge. I also heard you say time apart and time together. And then on this last one here, can we dig into this and get some details into effort? So growth, continuous growth in anything, when you think about your relationship and you think about effort, can you just give us some examples or categories to be thinking about that you use?
Yeah. We both, Christine and I, need to be advocates. And if one isn't being, for whatever reason, because they're consumed with something else, one of us needs to take that lead, so to speak, to be advocates for us spending time together and blocking out that time. And that may tangibly look like, okay, I need to organize a babysitter, or I need to organize, which could be Christine's mama or whatever it may be, so that we can go and have some lunch and work out together and do a golf lesson. I've just started golf, by the way. I've bagged golf all my life. So, it's not a sport. I love it.
You love it now?
I love it.
Pickleball?
Have you ever played before? No, golf.
But have you done
I love
pickleball?
pickleball.
Okay.
Yeah, pickleball's great.
Yeah, no, I love golf too.
I wish you play. I've never played. So golf, I haven't played yet. Probably I'm just getting lessons, but I love
Perfect.
it. Yeah, learning.
Perfect.
Learning,
We can go to
learning.
Topgolf.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. It's so much fun. I love it.
Perfect.
So, and I'll tell you why, side note on this. I've lived most of my life just force and power, like, and I don't necessarily mean in an oppressive, coercive way, but just power through, I'll do whatever I've got to do. I'm a generator. Like I've got infinite batteries. I'll just go. I'm like, I heard Jung say, well, I didn't hear him say it. I read Jung share. If you do, he was specifically referring to your first half of life and your second half of life, but I don't look at it that way because I feel I'm going to live a lot longer than 80 years, a lot longer. So it's the first part. But he says, if you're doing the second half of your life like you've done the first half of your life, you're making a grave mistake, you've missed something. And I really thought about that. I sat with that for a long time. And I thought to myself, I want to do life differently. I want to be more patient. I want to have more finesse. I want to be more accurate. And so golf really represents that. And so I'll do the next phase of my life a little differently. So I'm growing and learning, right? So
I also am forming these like really beautiful, I think I'll have someone cook up some imagery for this interview, where the first principle you give us is the road. So clean up your side, but allow communication to the other side of like, hey, I think there might be an issue. The second one is, time on your side of the road and time in the middle of the road together. And then the third one is like this time together that's intentionally spent to do new things and to grow together. And so this golf for you is this big transformation of who you've always been into a refined version, an even more refined version
Absolutely,
of you.
man. Yeah.
And I'm sure the same for her as well, where she's
Yeah.
trying new things.
Yeah, for sure, man. And it's fun. And the novelty and the variety and the fun and the play is it's paramount. It's so necessary. And if we would look at those principles again in intimate relating, you have to have fun and play. You have to have fun and play in your relationship.
How do you do that?
How do I personally do that?
With Christine?
With Christine. So an example of that is playing golf and learning new things. Travel is big for us as well. Like, we love traveling, especially me. Joy, fun and play with our daughter. So that family time, watching her grow and just, talking about her, helping her develop, being interested in her life and what she's interested in. That shared interest is really beautiful. Obviously physical intimacy as well, like fun and play and like deepening that. That's fun and playful, obviously. But it's creating novelty and variety and shared interests that is in alignment with our values as a coupledom, right? Because there's lots of, like, for example, I could go do a whole bunch of like high risk, high adrenaline sports, and that's novelty and variety. And there's part of me that would definitely want to do that. And now being a father, there's part of me is like, I'm a little more cautious. But knowing how I know Christine, that wouldn't work for her because she's just a different person, how she sees the world. That would be very scary for her. So while I'm in novelty and variety, that would cause friction.
And that's the time apart. So if there's certain things that you need, you can go and do that.
Yeah. And within, and in relationship, it is within reason per se. Like, this is why you forge agreements in relationship and you settle into those agreements. And sometimes you're not going to agree. And sometimes you're going to have to agree to disagree. And sometimes that disagreement becomes a non-negotiable. And this is all a personal practice, it's a personal journey in the relationship because everyone's different. Not everyone's going to be like Christine, not everyone's going to be like me. I could divorce tomorrow and find another person and they will be completely different to Christine. Does it make it better or worse? No, it's just
the
different.
agreements will be completely different with a different person.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I've fully experienced the pendulum that you've described throughout this entire conversation of been sort of the Buddha enlightened, nothing bothers me. Like, I'm on my side of the road and that's all. And, if you have problems with my side, don't talk to me about the problems with my side. And then I've been on the flip side of your side's all messed up and you need to fix all of the things and don't talk about mine. Or if you do, like, I'll fix it, but like, you need to fix yours, you know? And I've now had the experience you're discussing of this interplay of like, come over to my side, let me know. Actually, it would be nice if you told me what could be better. And I'm going to come over to your side and learning how to communicate that.
Mutual respect
With your sides of the road and how you've learned to caretake.
Oh yeah, this is deep, man. So but there's maturity to that. So there's a self-worth level that you've reached that you can say, welcome to my side of the road. Tell me what you don't like. I may or may not change it, but I'm actually able to listen. I'm not going to feel humiliated or rejected. I'm not going to move into my adaptive or wounded inner child and become reactive and shut down or oppress you or tease you or humiliate you. I'm going to actively listen. I'm going to respect what you're seeing. I'm going to value it. And then I'm going to make an informed choice of, does it serve me to change that? That, my friend, is maturity. That is doing the inner work. We can go to all the different places and I appreciate your simplicity and not that you take a reductionist approach, but you want to make it accessible to people. I love that. And if there's one principle, do your inner effing work. Just do your inner effing because everything comes from that.
I'm gonna attempt a simplification on that as well in the vocabulary of it, of do the inner work. And I want to massage this with you and find what we can agree on here. As an agreement, everyone's watching this happen. And we've been watching this the whole time, actually. If you go back and listen to it, this is all we've been doing, is doing the inner work, building a life for yourself and together that really represents your own values. And as an example, and I think a lot of people are going to have similar values. Most people have them. They use different words. But let's say I want to live a beautiful life. Like, I really would love to go to bed at night thinking, I'm in progress, and I'm happy with what I did today and how I spent my time. And I made some mistakes. I'm going to get better. That's the goal at the end of the night, just to have that gratitude that, like, I'm on the right path. No matter how hard the day was, okay, I'm moving forward. So that's a value that I think everyone has. Another value is I'm taking care of myself, my physical, emotional, intellectual well-being, spiritual well-being. That's another value that everyone's going to have in different forms. And then, of course, the relationships in my life, whether that's connection and community, significant other, children, parents, grandparents, wider community. And those are sort of the values of all of humanity. Different words, different placements, maybe. Doing the inner work is moving towards even more of satisfaction and fulfillment in those three areas.
Yeah, growth, love, freedom. Yep. I agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. So, final question for you, Steph.
Yeah.
If all of our goal is to live an even more beautiful life, after watching this interview, what is one thing you would leave us with that if this was the last thing you were ever going to teach, what would be the knowledge, the wisdom you'd leave us with?
Yeah. Don't be afraid to go to the places within yourself that feel really scary. There's so much growth, wisdom, love, and freedom in those places. There's so much relief and reprieve and access to more of yourself, to more of a whole version of yourself that has always been there, but you believe and think it's fractured. And you'll actually find it in those places that you've been avoiding. So if you can be willing to really look at those parts, touch those parts, and be with those parts, you will fundamentally feel safer in your body. You will feel more fulfilled in relationships, and you will have access to dreams and visions that will become a tangible reality for you. Not that the material world is the be all and end all, but even if they didn't, you won't care because you feel so fulfilled intrinsically within. And it is in accessing those places that are dark for you, that are deep and painful for you. And it's not because I want you to suffer and I want you to be free. I want you to be free, and it's convenient to be attracted to what's convenient. The joy, hey, here's $10 million, skip tax-free, take it. Yeah, you're going to smile. Hey, but here's that thing that lives within you that's been there for 20 years that you're not looking at. Well, I don't need to look at that. But that thing is what's actually going to give you freedom. The places that we avoid within ourselves are the places that give us the things that we actually desire and deeply deserve.
Mm. You don't have to answer this question. Could you give me a personal example of just one of those things to really paint the picture?
Give you several, yeah. So I spent a lot of my life in love compulsion and sex addiction, and I used sex and love and validation from the feminine, from women, and novelty and variety and peak experience such as orgasm as a way to deflect and avoid looking at that pain that I was running from. And that pain that I was running from was feeling that I wasn't loved when I was younger, that I wasn't cared for. I was in an unsafe, volatile, uncertain environment, and I didn't want to feel that again. And the greater the pain, my brother, the greater the pleasure is required to mitigate that pain. And my drug of choice, or my act of choice, was sex, was love, was chasing and pursuing that, was external validation. That was what gave me the high that distracted me from that pain that was really governing my life. And the masks that I was wearing, the false bravado and the muscles that I was building and the tattoos and all of those things. And so nothing wrong with building muscles, nothing wrong with tattoos, but your come from matters. And what I realized was that my come from was coming from a place of compensation. And so that's an example. I'll give you many more. Amazing.
Steph, when people fall in love with you at this interview and they want to learn so much more about you, where do they go? What do they do?
Social media is at Stefanos Sifandos, whether you're a TikToker or a Grammer or whatever you are. At Stefanos Sifandos, my website, stefanossifandos.com. And every month, ladies, breathwork for the feminine. So it's stefanossifandos.com/feminine. It's a 3-hour powerful immersive. It's somatics, it's life coaching, it's integration work, it's body work, it's breath work, obviously, breath work for the feminine. The beautiful thing is it transcends cultural barriers. We have, generally every month over 1,000 women from over 50 or 55 countries come and attend this. And it's because it's live in person, live streamed, and it's recorded. So we have that access to the live stream. It's a pay what you can model. It's very accessible for the virtual model. And it's a beautiful practice to, even at the very least, release, create some space in your body for the month. Come and be together in community and breathe and give something to yourself. And if you're working through something or actively something is bothering you in your life, maybe you've just had a breakup or you just lost your job or some tensions coming up with your parents, it's a great place to come and really unload and release that.
And it sounds like you've constructed it exactly to deliver that somatic relaxation that we've been discussing this whole time.
Yeah, yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for coming on,
Appreciate you,
Stefanos.
brother. Yeah.
Hello, hello, everybody. How was that? What did we think? Did you enjoy it? What were your favorite parts? What were your big takeaways? What did we think, everybody? Just looking at the chat, lots of good questions. A lot of people really loving it. Oh, here we go. Well, this is interesting. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, we've got the man here live. So
Yes,
Stefanos,
I'm on my way to an appointment.
we had some questions come up in the Zoom chat. You mind if I ask you a couple?
Please, I've got about 10 minutes, so I'd love to be able to provide as much value as possible.
Awesome. So the first one here is, what about times of change? How would a couple go through a time of change? What if one of them is having a problem with their own side of the road? Are they to be given the time to sort it out, or how do we decide how long that should take?
Yeah, it's very subjective. And so, I was having a conversation yesterday with a friend, and he was speaking about choosing his forever partner. And we were talking about the one. And I said, there is no one. There is no forever partner because we're in constant change. And so as people, we need to, if we're in intimate relationship, it becomes so important that we constantly and consistently choose the relationship, choose our partners, and choose who we are as a result of being in that relationship. And so to answer your question in that sense is it really depends on where the couple is. It's their level of willingness, their level of effort and commitment to the relationship, what it means to them, why they're really in it. And that becomes a self-reflective daily practice of, am I really choosing this relationship and being really honest? And so from that place, if there's integrity in the relationship and there's deep communication, you figure it out together with respect to the change that person's going through. And it can be scary because, 6 months ago, everything was okay. Everything was great. Everything was whatever, however you want to describe it. And then all of a sudden things change. And as things change, we need to adapt, but we have to constantly reevaluate how it's serving me, how it's serving the relationship, how am I serving the relationship. So our values come into play as well. And so it's an honest, open conversation, and they're difficult conversations, but they're important ones to have.
Amazing. And I've got one more question here for you, if we can get the time. This is amazing. Thanks for coming on, Stefanos. And this is another one from the
Sure.
VIP Zoom room for those of you that are here in the Zoom with us. It is, so I've done a lot of inner work, yet there is always another layer and a deeper level. As a couple, do we need to identify areas of growth either as individuals and a couple? And how do you recommend we go about doing that?
Both.
Oh, I think we might have lost him there. So for those of you that are in the VIP Zoom room, I know we were talking about it in the chat a little bit. The app looks something like that black icon right there. Here, I'll try to have it. There we go. It's that black icon. And when you click it, you go into something called Mighty Networks. And in Mighty Networks, you can go to the VIP link right there. And it looks something like that. Yep. And you can see the Zoom room and a VIP chat in there. And that'll give you the links to go onto the actual Zoom link and be talking with us and engaging in here. And that's the questions I'll ask the speakers when they come on. So Stefanos, what do you recommend when it comes to setting goals for growth individually and together as a couple?
Both, because the individuals feed into the coupledom and feed into the relationship. And so it's important for each couple to know each other's goals and dreams, fantasies, fears, to really understand the constitution, the entire constitution of the individual, and then how those goals, those ambitions, those dreams, how they feed into the coupledom. And that's how you then create ways of looking for, of being more involved in the relationship. So when you have a sense of fulfillment as an individual, because, you know, when we come together, most of the time we have a preconceived notion of how we like our life to be, especially for self-aware and self-reflective. And so we're already bringing dreams and ambitions in. Like, as an example, I'll give you a very simple example. When I met Christine, and I didn't actually meet this goal, but when in my early 20s, by the age of 30, I wanted to climb Mount Everest. Now, I haven't done that yet, and I'm 42. But I came in with that dream for me, and it's a very masculine thing to climb a mountain and get to the summit, right? But it's something that is dear to me, and it still is. Now, interestingly enough, the passion for Mount Everest per se is less than what it used to be, but I would love to be in the Nepalese and the Tibetan and the Northern Indian mountains. And I have been, by the way, in Northern Indian mountains. But that's a dream that I came with, right? As an example, before I even knew Christine's existence. So it's important because our dreams and our vision for ourselves, they're really signposts about who we are. They're signposts of our character, of our virtue, of the things that we value. And then that feeds into the relationship. And from that place together, you'll create dreams and a vision for what your communication looks like, for what fun and adventure looks like, for what intimacy looks like, for what family values looks like. You can go as deep as creating a family crest and family values and an operatus memorandum of your whole family, what that looks like. You can go as deep as you want. And it's you as an individual that feeds into that, what you value most.
Yeah. Amazing, Stefanos. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day. Just as one curiosity that you could share
Sure.
behind the scenes with everybody, where are you going right now?
I'm going to get a full panel blood work. I work with an amazing longevity doc here. I think you know him, Dr. Dan Stickler in Austin, Texas. And I've been with him for 3 years, good friend as well. And he's a longevity specialist. And I'm just getting my weekly panel, not my weekly, sorry, my quarterly full panel done. And yeah. And I
Amazing,
think I'm getting another
amazing.
test as well. I can't remember what it is.
The only reason I ask that is for all the
Yeah.
people that are inspired
Yeah.
by this interview and you and are aspirational and want to, take on aspects of you that they really recognize in themselves and they want to grow. To also just get a little peek at what your day-to-day life is like and like quarterly blood work. That sounds pretty intense. I don't think most people do that. So thanks for sharing that and thanks for coming on
Of
here,
course.
Stefanos. And
Of
everybody,
course.
thanks for all the great questions. Let's keep them coming as we move on to the next interviews. Thank you so much, Stefanos.
Appreciate you, Skip. See you. Blessings, my friend. Blessings to all of you. Bye-bye.
So, to clarify, right before we get into the next interview here, there are two levels of VIP. There is a VIP Lite, where you'll get all of the recordings in perpetuity, so you can watch them forever. So, if you want to come back and reference anything, there will also be key insights, audio notes on each of the interviews. So, we've gone and taken the best principles and the most important lessons from each interview, and you'll get those at either level of VIP. There is a higher level of VIP, and that is the one where you can join this Zoom room. So for those of you asking the questions in the chat, I just wanted to cover that. And I'm really excited to get into this next interview. This is going to be Dr. Shefali, interviewed by Marissa Peer herself. So I'm really excited about this one. I know you're all going to love it. Shefali is such an amazing person with so much wisdom to offer the world. Who's excited about Shefali? And also, as we get into the beginning of this, I'd love to see your main takeaways from Stefanos and true love. Really excited. And here we go with Dr. Shefali. And we might actually have an issue with that. Let me double check this real quick. Might have to share this in a different way. Let me try to figure it out for you guys. Let's go here. Yeah, this should work. Let's find out. And just in the chat as this begins, let me know if this is working well for all of you.
So this is Marissa Peer, and I am so excited today because I've been a fangirl of Dr. Shefali. First time I heard her speak, I was utterly captivated. She is a 3 times New York best-selling author. She's a speaker. I've spoken with her at events all over the world. She's a doctor of psychology, and she is, I think, revolutionary. You're in for a treat if you want to know how to raise happy, balanced, healthy kids. So what led you into this line? Because I find you revolutionary in your approach.
When I was in my early 20s, I was exposed to Vipassana meditation and Buddhist teachings and spiritual practices. And through my own meditation at a very is the moment of epiphany, and I still have gooseflesh. So at 21, when I realized the big lie where I had been believing all my thoughts and believing all that had been told to me, and no one told me that that was something we need to debunk and demystify and dissolve. I was just in shock, like I felt so betrayed. So when I realized that epiphany, and I still belief systems, and so at 21, something we've indoctrinated since childhood, where that makes up all my conditioned mind, all that had been told to me, like a young spiritual warrior, something we need to debunk and begin to disintegrate my toxic belief systems. A huge part of me awakened at an early age, and I began dissolving the ego as much as I could at that age. And then was also studying psychology. Then I became a mother. And then it all kind of coalesced and integrated because I realized, oh, this is done in early childhood, and it's done because of the unconsciousness of the parent, not because the parent is unloving or unkind, but they are not exposed to the fact that they are conditioned beings by culture, by their own childhood. And if I could teach parents to be more conscious, if I could stop the wound before it was going to become too big at the start, then I would have a meaningful life. And then I saw in my own mothering, despite all my meditation and work, how unconscious I still was. I just realized that this had to be a mission of mine. It's not because, I love children so much necessarily. It's because I see that the pain in this world comes from the unconsciousness of the parent. So if I could help the parent, I could help make a difference at the source. So that's why I've been devoting my life to writing these books on conscious parenting. And I call it conscious parenting, and it's now a movement out there. But when I started, it wasn't, because it focused on the raising of the parental consciousness and not fixing the child like most traditional parenting gurus or experts focus on.
Yeah, I've just been working a lot with autistic children. It's actually the same thing. To fix an autistic child, you have to fix the autistic child's parent. If the parents aren't on board, it's not really going to work. But when you're doing even a form of healing, the parent has to believe it's going to work as much as the child. I mean, I worked years ago with a little boy who had eczema all around his mouth. And children are very easy to work with. You imagine they're playing their favorite movie, and let's say Mickey Mouse has come out and put magic cream around the mouth, and we go on a little movie together, and lo and behold, it's all fixed. And at the end, the mother went, "Oh, that's all very silly, isn't it?" And I thought, oh, so frustrating, because this kid was so into Mickey Mouse. We went on a journey together, and he's cured. He called it my sensible skin. He had sensitive skin. He said, he's fixed my sensible. And the mother said, this is all silly. How silly? I don't know why she turned up and spent all this time on his session to just afterwards kind of laugh about it, because the parent has to believe it too, for the child to believe it. When the parent's on board, I often find you don't need to work with children, you need to work with the parents. Can I ask you something else? You said at the beginning, your toxic beliefs. I'd love to know, if I may, what were the toxic beliefs that you were able to dismantle?
Oh my goodness, I don't think we have enough time. And I think it's prevalent for most women and then most parents. So what are our toxic beliefs, right? That we should follow culture's prescription in order to feel worthy, that our sense of worth comes from external things, validation from others, our careers, the zip codes, our achievements, how we are as women, how we need to compromise, how we need to give in and forsake and divorce our voice so that the others in our lives can be upheld as worthy, how we need to step back and play small so that everyone around us is comfortable. Ideas around sexuality, how many taboos, especially as an Indian woman. My mother and I used to laugh because my mother is a pretty modern woman, but we used to laugh. Oh my goodness, no Indian girl is allowed to date because she's too young, but she's certainly not too young to get married. Just these archaic belief systems that then seep into our psyche. And notwithstanding all the belief systems around how we as women should look and present ourselves out into the world. And these belief systems begin to contaminate our minds, but then they begin to choke our spirits. And we wonder then why we're anxious, or we wonder why we're driving our children to insanity with one scheduled activity after the other. Why we have the most amount of possessions in history, and we are really well functioning in terms of the material wealth of our cultures, but we are just so emotionally deprived and depraved, right? It makes us wonder how it is we are just so unhappy as a culture. And it comes from, as you well know more than anyone, our parental unconsciousness, right? How our parents raised us. And in those early years, just toxified our belief systems with, how to be. And if we weren't that, then we were not worthy. And so that's it. By the time you're 10, you're toast. And now you spend the rest of your life, and you teach this so beautifully. We spend the rest of our lives undoing the damage of the early years. So I help parents get in as early as possible to become mindful of their belief systems. For parents in particular, I talk about 6 or 7 very toxic belief systems. And they are these, and I'll just briefly go through them. Parents believe that children should be successful. Parents believe that children should be happy. Parents believe that if they are loving, then that's good enough. Parents believe that it is their role to control their children. And if they're not in control, then their children will not turn out okay. Parents believe that parenting is about the child. Let's fix the child. Let's produce the child. When we center our ideas around these 5 or 6 belief systems, then as a parent, we're highly anxious. And then we feel lesser than if our children are not happy, successful, if we're not in control, if we're not fixing or producing a child. And then another belief system is that we believe that just because we gave birth to them, then good parenting is natural. Parents feel offended when we tell them that they need to learn how to be a conscious parent. And parents often tell me, of course I'm conscious. And I always tell them, no, you are just sentient. You have 5 senses, but that has nothing to do with your consciousness. So we can deconstruct these belief systems, but I think that's where parents trip up, in the delusion, because they gave birth to these children, that they own these children, that they possess these children, and that they know what to do.
Yeah, I've been working in the school system here in Dubai, and it was so fascinating. I teach children how to believe they have an inner cheerleader, and the cheerleader believes in them, And they were just beautiful children. But I was in a class with some 8-year-olds, and I was so shocked because one of them said, I need this cheerleader for my anger issues. I have anger issues. I need a cheerleader. And I was thinking, gosh, in my days, that was just called a tantrum. But now apparently it's anger issues. A little boy of 7 said, I need it for my depression. And another one said, I need it for my anxiety. I'm like, wow, how have we got kids of 7 who've got a label? Anger issues, depression, anxiety. And then I was asking them, what do you want to be? And it was so shocking. Or maybe it shouldn't have been an influencer, a YouTuber, a dancer, a singer. Not one said an architect, a fireman, a policeman, a doctor, YouTubers, TikTokers, influencers. They all knew what that was. And I thought, gosh, it's such an issue. And then a third thing came up because I was asking them questions. And one of them said, I don't feel safe to make friends. He said, every friend, because Dubai is obviously an expat place, people leave. And he said, I've said goodbye so many times. I don't want friends anymore because I don't like it when they leave. And I can't trust having a friend. And he was 8 years old. And I was thinking, gosh, but the wisdom that comes out of their mouths, because he was saying, I can't trust making a friend. I don't like saying goodbye. So really, I've chosen not to say hello. But these kids were so interesting. But I wanted to ask you a question. Seeing these kind of children, I saw them then, you probably see them a lot more than me. What do you think makes a great parent? We all want to be great parents. I wanted to be an amazing parent. And of course, if love did it, we'd all be amazing parents because I loved my daughter so much. I can see now how many, many mistakes I made because there really isn't a manual. We have people like you now with a manual, luckily. What do you need to do or know or learn or believe to be a great parent?
Yeah, and I made so many mistakes as well. And I just want to talk about that for a second, because part of being a great parent is honoring that you will make mistakes. And that is part of being human and to have great compassion for yourself. But the greatness in a great parent is that they can take those mistakes and allow it to grow them up and allow it to evolve them. And I think the mistake parents make is when they make a mistake, they're in denial of it, they are in ignorance of it, and they do not look at it as an impetus for self-growth. So the first thing that makes a great parent or a great human, a great partner, is a seeker, right? You have to be willing to look beneath the surface of your own self and culture. And if you're not a seeker, and it's almost a privilege, to be a seeker, but I've seen really, destitute people in India be seekers, right? So it's not to do with wealth. That's the excuse people make. Oh, I have no time, or I have no money to be a seeker. Who has time to go and meditate? It's really a luxury of a mental set. It's a mind shift. So to have the mindset of a seeker is the number one prerequisite of a great parent, because now you're looking at yourself constantly. You have the gaze of your self-awareness on your behaviors. And wow, so now you're constantly asking, how am I co-creating this? How am I contributing to this? Number one. Number two is a parent who begins to really debunk their big lack, their inner scarcity, their inner insecurities, because as parents, we use our children to fill that void, right? So each time my daughter says she burst out in acne, it was as if I had burst out in acne, because I remembered all the times that I was so insecure. And the other day, my daughter actually told me, because she does have some acne, she's like, Mom, isn't it the most important thing that I'm alive, not the dots on my face? And I was like, checkmate, you're right, because your mother is a bumbling, insecure fool. Sorry, So I owned it right away. And she's like, Mom, you're too much. I was like, you're right. I'm so insecure, and look at you. So to know your insecurities, to know your lack, to know your scarcity, and to know that culture has, filled you up with garbage, and to check yourself, in the moment, and work on coming from a state of abundance, so that when your child comes to you and says, no one invited me to the birthday party, you don't project on your child all your lack from your childhood of not being with the cool crowd. Or if your child comes to you with a C grade, you check yourself. And before you go down the spiral of lack and insecurity and project it onto your children, you enter an abundance But for that to happen is number 3, which very few people want to do, is to really quieten your own mind and enter a meditation practice. Because from a quietened mind, you have self-regulation, you have self-awareness, and you have some healthy detachment, and you don't identify yourself as the parent. Now, let me explain that a second. Most of us, especially mothers, wear our motherhood as a mantle, as a badge, as a trophy. Like, do you see? Do you see my child? And we use our children to fill our lack of worth. So that, I think, is the most dangerous thing of all. We take our motherhood, the label, the title so seriously that we make our children our trophies. I wanted to be a trophy mother. I wanted to be the mother with the child with the trophies. And my child hated competitions. And I was like, no, that's not acceptable, because I want to post your trophies on Facebook. And I remember having a whole conflict with myself and laughing at myself, how utterly disgusting my ego was, because I wasn't listening to who my child was. She was telling me, Mom, I'm not a ham. You're a ham. I don't like competitions. You do. I don't like the spotlight. You do. And you're not listening to me. And she was right. I was not listening to her. I was trying to force her to be the child that I wanted, not the one she wanted to be. So then this all leads to, how do we listen to our children? How do we attune to our children and see them for their essence and not our ego? And this latest book of mine, I know I'm plugging my book, but it's called The Parenting Map. And I give 20 steps on how to get out of your ego and into deep connection with your children. And when you connect with your child and they feel seen, oh my goodness, then that connection between the two of you is just unstoppable. And that's the foundation of a secure, resilient, and successful child. That foundation.
I love that. I love that. So you really listen to your child. And of course, I say to all my clients, look, you don't give birth to yourself. I have so many people who come in going, I can't make my kid play the piano. I'm like, I've never met a kid who liked it yet. They don't want to, you want them to play the piano. They don't want to play the piano. You're a musician. Your child has got no interest in the piano or the violin. And they're like, but they must be musical. It's like, why? Why? I mean, I couldn't imagine my daughter being a therapist. That's the last thing she'd ever want to do, because I love Khalil Gibran, who said, your children are not like you. You should try to be like them, not try to make them like you. That poem is so wonderful. But so many people feel that, this is my child, and, we're vegan, or we're artistic, or we're cerebral, or we're all accountants. I see many people in their 40s who say, I always wanted to be a tennis coach. I went into the family law firm, really didn't have a choice. And at 45, I just had a breakdown because I didn't actually want to go into the family law firm. And, I wanted to be an artist, but my father was very keen that I would be a teacher, rather like him. And I sort of went along that path, really, because that's what he wanted. Only when I got to college, as I was just about to leave, I thought, you know what, I don't want any of this. And I just left, and he was so horrified. But I remember saying to him, do you know when you left my mum, you had to do that? Well, that's how and I was so glad that my father was flawed, because I said, that's how I feel. You left my mother, not for me, but for you. And I'm leaving college, not for you, but for me. And I remember thinking, it's so great to have flawed parents, because it allows you to be flawed.
We want to see our humanity, our children,
Yeah.
But just to own our humanity, you see?
Yeah.
When we're human, as in flawed, we blame them. And that's the poison. Get the divorce, drink your wine, curse and scream. Please don't act sanctimonious, and then don't blame me when you're not clearer than that.
What I found amazing is apologizing to your kids. I found that going up at night and saying, darling, Mummy was very cranky today, or Mummy wasn't very, or even Mummy lost it today. I found my daughter said, Mummy, have you got your pyramid today? I said, I have. She said, I knew it, because I'd always say, darling, Mummy had a period today, and she just wasn't very attentive. One day she said, Mummy, I think my teacher's got her period, because she was so cross with everyone. In fact, the teacher was menopausal. But I think if you can apologize to your kids and own it, I was irritable, I was unfair, I was cranky, just saying I'm flawed, and it allows them to be flawed.
Don't allow those feelings and to allow them to be treated with equanimity and almost, neutrality, that, hey, yeah, I get upset. I can be a total, really bitchy person sometimes. That frees your children from number one, trying to live up to an unrealistic standard. But number two, when they are cranky and bitchy and nasty and acting like psycho lunatics, they can accept that. Exactly. It's part of the human spirit. So this ideal of perfectionism is such a farce. But sadly, that's what we thought we needed to be when we were young,
People who try to be perfect are the loneliest, unhappiest people in the world, because it's a race that has no finishing line ever. I've often seen the children of celebrities having a lot of issues because people say, oh, your mum is so beautiful, or your dad is so amazing. And it must be so hard when they try to follow in those footsteps because, again, they're trying to be perfect. So what is the best habit? If you were teaching the audience, which of course you are teaching our audience, I think being a great parent is probably the best gift you can bestow on anyone. Sometimes when people sometimes think it's just luck. We say, well, look, this amazing parent had a crazy kid. This crazy parent had a normal kid. It's just luck. But of course, it's not luck. What's the best habit you would say to better your life? If you had to pick one habit, what would you say it would be?
Well, the best habit, I think, is to accept yourself fully in the moment. Because when you are living with this alignment within yourself, where you have compassion for yourself, you adore yourself, you love yourself truly, then you look at the outside world with that gaze. When you make mistakes and you forgive yourself, then when somebody else has made a mistake, like your child will do 1,000 times a day, you're looking at them with the gaze of this self-acceptance, this ease. When you've gotten off the bandwagon of the matrix, where you feel you need to be perfect and look gorgeous and be so wealthy and be with the right people, when you've taken yourself off the matrix, then you're not really flustered, and that's where wisdom comes in, where you see through the illusions of this mad world we live in, and you don't participate. Although you can, play along, right? I sent my kid to a public school and I played along as if it was very important, but I also winked and told her, this is all just, what we just do to spend our time. Don't take it too seriously, and don't take your grades too seriously. And this is all about play and learning. And even though your teacher tells you that you all need to get an A grade, relax. I would wink at her when she would do homework and, curse the homework myself and go, this is such a load of bullshit. So I allowed her to poke through the illusion that the matrix was perfect. Because if you believe in what culture tells you as perfect, you're going to be in big trouble as a person, as a parent, and your children are going to think that the matrix is what the ideal is. So I think when you evolve as a human being and you see through culture's bullshit, I mean, there's really no other better way to put it, then you begin to release yourself from the expectations of culture, and you have self-acceptance even more. And then you accept your children. And so if they're collecting garbage or they're the next Picasso, you're equally impressed and not impressed. You're not buying into this idea that you or your children need to be something fantastic in order to be content. You've broken that belief system forever. And that's freedom.
Do your children meditate? You're saying that your epiphany came from meditating. How many children do you have?
Yes, I only have one. And look how I even say it, right? I say, oh, I only have one. Like I always feel I have to make an excuse. That's my garbage that I've inherited from culture, because I feel apologetic, Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a parenting expert. I should have at least 17 children to be an authority, right? So I'm always like, I only have one. So I have one child. And then I had the ego of the meditating parent. So I was like, my child needs to be a meditator. So I used to take her to meditate, and she did meditate and she learned. But now she tells me that her most horrific nightmares were from having to sit there and pretend to meditate. And she's like, you destroyed my life. I was like, at least I didn't take you to church, synagogue, temple every weekend, and I only made you meditate. So we laugh how, because my ego of being a meditator, you see, so that ego sneaks in everywhere. And so I laugh now because I tried to make my child a meditator because I was so advanced spiritually that I didn't make her religious, but I made her a meditator. But the ego sneaks in, and I was able to see it right away. And so I tried to push her to meditate. So she did it like 5 or 6 times. And she was like, Mom, you meditate. It's not for me. But I do know that I put in the seeds of it. And, and what was I doing? I was just teaching her how to breathe. So I don't feel like I sinned too much. But I paid attention to the belief systems I put in her mind, her identifications. She would ask me, Mommy, am I Indian? Am I Israeli? Am I American? And I said, from a young age, I said, you can choose who you are on any day. And even then, you're none of these things, So I tried to make her realize that these identifications are illusions, and we don't need to. Yeah, and we don't need to cling to them.
How old is your daughter?
She's 21 now.
So my daughter, I called her the name Phaedra. I love Phaedra. One day she goes, Mummy, why have you given me such a stupid name as Phaedra? I don't like that name. I want to be called something normal, like Dolphin or Star. I said, well, you can call yourself Dolphin if you want to be called Dolphin. If you want to be called Star, we'll call you Star. Actually, she's an artist now, and she loves being called Phaedra because when she signs all her paintings, Phaedra appear, and she's quite known. She now loves that name. But rather like you, when she said that, I didn't say it was a lovely name. I said, darling, you can call yourself whatever you want. If you want to be called Dolphin, we'll call you Dolphin. It's entirely up to you, because they love that free. I sometimes think they just rebel for the sake of it. But I think it's very important to say, well, we can do that if that's what you want. So, but then she decided she rather liked her name.
Exactly. When you give them the freedom to explore without anxiety and lack, or good and bad, then they can play with it. It's also the same when our children come to us say, Mom, I don't like that I'm so fat, right? And the trap that parents fall into is to think that they should say, oh, you're not fat. Oh, you're so skinny. I wish I was like you, or some ridiculous thing, which
because they know it.
Right, which implies a judgment that she's fat. And I used to always tell my daughter, so if you're fat, you're fat. If you're short, you're short. If you have pimples, you have pimples. I'm not going to tell you, oh, you're not, because that will give you a sense that you should not be that. I'm going to tell you to accept whatever you are. Today you're fat, tomorrow you're skinny, who cares? Accept who you are. And I think that's the fundamental best practice, is self-acceptance,
I've always been quite an alternative parent, and I talk to my daughter about everything. And I'd rather, you say, no, darling, homework's not that important. You should be able to play, and you learn the most by playing. But of course, I had the whole school system saying, you've got to work hard. And my daughter was very into Disney. They go, no Disney. We don't want fantasy here. And why is she into all this Disney? But she loved Disney. But I found that the school system, even though she went to Montessori and then a school I thought was fairly progressive. And then one day she came home and told me, Mummy, we're not allowed to play on the grass in case we spoil it. I'm like, is that true? I asked her, she said, oh, yes, they can't go on the grass. I'm like, but you're making raising grass more important than raising children. I picked this school because it had grounds, only to find they can't play. And they couldn't drink water at lunch in case they ruined these beautiful parquet floors in the dining room. So it was like, wow. And this was a progressive school. I think in 10 years, we'll have a whole different education system, because it's just so much about achievement. What you want to achieve is happy children. My dad used to always say the role of a school is to raise children with high self-esteem, but you wouldn't think so, because all they seem to care about is achievement and high academic. How have you coped with the school systems?
The way I cope with it is the understanding that I am here, and it is a cesspool of unconsciousness, and this is the form-based world, but I can choose to interact with it based on what I choose. So I can play with it. I can take what I like, and I can discard what I don't. So as long as I can see through the illusions of the ego and how the ego in the culture is identified to nonsense, and I can laugh at it, then I can play here. Otherwise, I would shoot myself in the head. So I better just relax and see the humor here and love my life, but choose what I, decide to play with and not. I get to decide, So when I went through my divorce, for example, I could sense that people were in a panic for me, even though I was not so much in a panic for myself because I was following my authentic, very deep inner knowing. But I saw how much people were caught up in culture because they thought that they should do something in a marriage. And that's what made a good wife, because they were caught up. But I wasn't caught up. So I had freedom. And I could just, sail through it with such abundance and joy and celebration, which people couldn't even believe. So we get to decide how we interact with culture. Culture doesn't get to decide who you are, how you should behave, who you marry, what you believe in. You get that autonomy. And I think most of us did not have that autonomy growing up. So we don't know how to execute that free will. So when we get a nasty comment on Facebook, we fall apart because we have so betrothed ourselves and we're so beholden by the other that we can't survive without the other. But that's my mission in this world, is to help people realize the illusions of culture and to set yourself free. And then you set your children free.
What advice would you give someone who says, I can't get my partner on the same page as me?
Yeah, that is an undeniable truth. It's irrefutable. This is why our eyes need to be wide open when we get into a relationship, because who said the partner is going to be on your page? And we all know when our partners become parents, they are completely different animals. And we need to tell all our young people to beware. You think you know who you're marrying until you have a child. And we're all different human beings. Yeah, so your partner is not on the same page. Yep. We would love them to be on the same page, but most people are not on our page. And how do we cope? I often tell parents that you have the power to do an amazing job just by you. And yes, everything may be undone by the bully at school, by your child's future partner, by your ex-partner, by your current partner. It doesn't matter. You don't bother about what other people are doing. You have to execute your highest consciousness and do the best. And of course, if your child is being abused, you have to protect your child. And then the marriage comes second, and your sacred task as a parent comes first. But yes, we would love our partners to follow and mimic us, but that's not the case in most households. But we have the power within us. How are we going to take charge of our children's minds and show up in a powerful way? Because children ultimately, at least need one conscious caregiver. So if that parent can take that power and become the most conscious, that's better than zero, right? I often tell parents, at least one conscious parent is better than zero. So do the best you can and shine the light, the highest and the most radiant. It is difficult when your partner doesn't agree and they're not on the same page. So you have a choice. You stay with them, you change them, or you leave them.
But even if you stay with them, change them, or leave them, it's like I got letters from people saying, I'm divorced from a narcissist or leaving a narcissist. But of course, we have shared custody of the children. And how do I help my children cope with the vast differences? They have a relaxed home with me, a totally different home with a narcissist father who the court says they have to see. What advice would you give to someone who said, I'm dealing with a really difficult parent who doesn't have my child's interests at heart and doesn't actually like me? Do you have any advice you could give those kind of parents at all?
Of course, it's very hard, especially when kids are young and you have to share custody with a real jerk. For a parent, it's so hard because you see the damage to your children. I mean, I have heard horrific stories of children coming home from the other side with sexual abuse marks on them, and parents going to court and fighting, and you have a 3-year-old and you're torturing the 3-year-old. So what can we do, right? We always have to go to the common denominator, which is you and your consciousness. And yes, if you have the luxury to get the help and the good legal help and the advice, you do that. But at the end of the day, at least be sane. Take care of your mind, right? Be a wellspring of power and confidence and empowerment. At least be the refuge when your child is with you. and, take them to a therapist if you can, help them talk about their feelings, create a sense of safety. But man, it is so hard. And I also tell mothers, or, typically it's the mother who comes to me, then you have to fight. Sorry, you have to activate your tiger, parent, and you have to fight your mama bear. And don't be afraid of the judges, and don't be afraid of the school system. And it's hard. And I coach parents to become strong and fight, but not fight as in your ego is fighting, but fight the good fight, right? Fight the right fight, not the ego fight. Fight for the empowerment of your child, and advocate, and be an advocate and a warrior, but always keeping your ego in check, right? This is not about being, getting the extra $500 from your partner. This is not about money. This is about protecting your child.
Looking back, I can see that my childhood was very unusual, but I had one thing. I had a grandmother who loved me and believed in me. And I was thinking if I hadn't had her, I probably would have been some kind of juvenile delinquent, because although it seems so normal, I can see now how really dysfunctional my parents were. They were so unhappily married and totally unsuited. Because I had one person, I've always believed if you have one person who believes in you, one person who's your strength, your stay, is always there, has always got your back. And I've trained a lot of therapists and say, look, sometimes we're that one person. I've had many kids in my office of 17 who go, no one believes in me. No one loves me. I go, well, that's not really true, because I believe in you. And if you believe, well, now I've got two people already, two people, there was none, and now there's two. You believe in you. I believe in you. And the person who sent you here and paid for your session probably believes in you too. So now we've got three. But I've always felt if a child has one person, just one who believes in them and has their back, and there's always the soft place to land, and there's always a pair of comforting arms, that they'll be okay. Do you think that's true?
100%. I always say it takes one conscious human or parent.
Yeah, just one.
To change the world. And of course, with realistic expectations that you will have a lot ahead of you. But man, that's what we have to do. Each one of us has to be that light. We cannot wait for permission from the government, from the community, from our partners, from our parents. No, we have the power to activate that light within us.
Yeah, and then we've seen people like Marva Collins and indeed Maria Montessori have already done that. They've stepped outside the box and said, well, I'm going to do it a different way. I think even Steiner did that too. There are some interesting teachers and people in the field of child development who've done it differently. And I love that. And of course, you're absolutely one of them. So thank you so much for coming on. Before we close, because I know you've got another interview to go to now, is there anything else you'd like to add or say or ask? I could listen to you all day.
Oh my goodness. I'm so happy to have been here with you, and thank you and your community for allowing my teachings to be heard and received. I have a podcast now. It's called Parenting and You. It's by the time this gets aired, I'm sure it would have launched. And on the podcast, I do real life interventions with real life parents with real stuff. So I think everyone will enjoy that. And of course, my book, The Parenting Map, this is my latest book. I love it. It's a simple step-by-step guide on how to be a better parent. And they can find more courses on my website.
Quickly tell us about your other books too, because I know they're bestsellers.
I wrote The Conscious Parent in 2010, then I wrote Out of Control, which is all about how to do discipline in a different way. Then I wrote The Awakened Family. That was New York Times. Conscious Parent was New York Times. Then I wrote this amazing book, which is my favorite book. It's called A Radical Awakening. This is for every woman out there. And then I wrote The Parenting Map. And then I wrote another book with another author called Superpowered. So they're all on my website. They can go and look through all of them. But the latest ones, are the more up to date and up to my latest consciousness.
Oh, I'm going to be listening to your podcast. I love the idea of watching interventions with parents rather than children. So thank you so much for coming on. It's been so interesting and fascinating. And I've always been a huge fan. And I hope I see you live very soon.
Yes, thank you so much, Marissa.
And hello, everybody. Make sure. Hello. Can everybody hear me? Just checking in. How did we love that Shefali interview? Yeah, amazing, right? What were our biggest takeaways? I'm seeing the chat in the Zoom room. Really, really loving that one. I was following along myself and taking lots of notes for myself. You know, it was interesting. I was kind of reflecting personally on how this is all of these things are so true of children, but they're also so true for us interacting with our siblings. They're very true for us interacting with our friends, and they're very true with us interacting with the people that we work with. Additional to all of that, you know, a lot of these lessons were more universal truths about how to interact in relationship, which I thought was really interesting. You know, these ideas and these concepts of letting others be who they are and understanding that we can all do things differently and that, we really have to have our own journey to full understanding. So when she referenced the story about having her daughter become a meditator instead of taking her to maybe temple or church like she was as a youth, um, it's still this idea of having them do it our way versus maybe, there's someone that goes on long walks versus meditating, or someone that uses hypnosis instead of meditating, or, they find their mindfulness in another way. So I thought that was really interesting. I'm seeing some different comments in the chat of people saying, being a safe space for our kids. And again, I'd say being a safe space for all of the people in our lives, especially our children, but for everybody that we can be a safe space for to the best of our ability. And like Shefali said, we're going to make mistakes and we're going to mess that up, and you can forgive that and you can get better. And like anything in life, you'll never be perfect. So I think the quick forgiveness of ourselves will also show that to the people around us and our children, that if we can forgive ourselves quickly, so they can as well. So there's just a bunch of really beautiful takeaways from that. I'm looking at the Zoom VIP chat here and just seeing what people are saying. Yeah, absolutely. Conscious parenting and resolving the issues at the source from Stevie. Radical acceptance of the child. Absolutely. And, if we want to do a little callback to Stefanos's episode, we can start to blend these ideas between Stefanos and true love and what he said about we have our side of the road, we have their side of the road, but we're on the same road. So we do share that. And so you have to find your own harmony. And with kids, it changes a lot. But with anyone in your life, there are seasons of life and eras where those things are different. Of course, when your child is between 0 and 5 years old, you have to be on their side of the road a lot. You have to actively go and support the building and the cleaning of that side of the road, if you will. So of course, they'll have temper tantrums. You have to be more involved in that versus a child who's maybe 14 years old. When they get really angry, it might be better to, walk away. It might be better to just sit in the room with them. So I think, we can start to blend these ideas and say, we want to have radical acceptance of who they are, and we also want to support them. There's three methods of supporting someone. There's support, there's encouragement, and there's challenge. And you have to understand for that person in that situation, so much nuance to this. Do they need support right now? Just unconditional love? Do they need encouragement to do more or be better or step into more of something? Or do they need challenge? And everyone's a little bit different with that. I know I've thrived, generally speaking, on more challenge than other people, and everyone is a little bit different. And again, it's seasons of life as well. Where is that person in this moment? So love all of that. For the people in the Zoom room with us right now, if you're in the Zoom room, that means you are VIP and you will be getting the recordings of all of this. So you'll be able to keep these recordings for life. So you're going to get all of that, and we'll make sure to communicate that really well as we go through the next 4 days together. So who's excited for Mark Groves coming up in just a minute? Mark Groves podcast. We've got an interview here with him and Marissa Peer. Really excited about this one. I know you're all going to love it. So now we've gotten Shefali's perspective and this feminine, very empowered perspective on parenting. Now we're going to go over to Mark Groves and get a little different perspective on how we look at relationships and connection in our life. Also, such an amazing thought leader, such an amazing speaker. And I'm really excited for all of you to enjoy this. So, drum roll, please. And let's get ready for Mark Groves. He's a human connection specialist, founder of Create the Love, host of the Mark Groves podcast, co-author of Liberated Love. He bridges the academic and the human, inviting people to explore the good, the bad, the downright ugly, and the beautiful sides of connection. Here we go. And let me know in the chat if the audio is working.
Hi, this is Marissa. I'm excited to introduce you to Mark Groves, who is known as the Human Connection Specialist. That's a great title. He's the founder of Create the Love. He's the host of the Mark Groves podcast and co-author of Liberated Love. And Mark's work bridges the academic and the human. His passion, his interest is all about love, mostly love between two people, but also the love we may have for our friends and family. And he talks about the good, the bad, and the ugly of love and the beautiful side of connection. You know, I always tell everyone, we're born, we are super coded to find connection, avoid rejection. So Mark, welcome. I'm excited you're here and I can't wait to pick your brains on the good, the bad, and the ugly of connection. I'd love your take on when people say, isn't it hard work being married? It's so hard. How do you respond to that? That idea that it's all hard work?
Yeah, I think even the misconception that it's hard, I think probably comes from the experience of being with people that are hard to be with, or the experience of childhood where relationships are hard, but I agree with you. Humans are better together. We need each other. We need to be able to depend on one another. There's no human that's more powerful on their own. And I don't mean that from like a hierarchical sense of power, but just through the reflections that your partner provides you of the blind spots that you don't see on your own. It's through relationship that you see the limitations you have in your communication, in your ability to actually be vulnerable and open. So I think relationships require effort, but I think the idea that they're hard it's defeating in some ways.
Yeah, for me, I know whenever I've been on a trip, it's just so nice to come home to someone who loves you, being collected at the airport, coming home and having someone waiting for you. I know a lot of people say, well, I have my cat or my dog or my pet. But I think having someone to wake up to, someone to come home to, someone who's got your back and is rooting for you is like the best thing in the whole world.
Yeah, someone who can love you into your fullest potential. Like if our relationships, instead of being the place that we go to turn down our voice, turn down our capacity, become less of who we are. So many of us, when we enter a relationship or just the way we operate in them, is we play small. We get smaller for the relationship. And any relationship that requires you to be less than who you fully are is not the relationship for you. A relationship should ask more of you. It should invite more of you. It should encourage more of you. Like my love for my partner has me have the capacity to look at things I wouldn't be able to look at without her, in service of the relationship. Now, of course, that's in service of myself, because if I learn how to become a much better communicator with her and step more fully into my passions and my purpose, then I'm going to be a better partner, but I'm also going to myself experience more success in my life, more well-being, more happiness, all of those things.
Tell me about your journey from being a single man to suddenly, well, not suddenly, but now being a married man with a 13-month-old son. How has that been for you? What have you had to adapt to? What's been the easiest bit and what's been the not easiest bit? We're not going to ever use the word hard, but tell me about your journey from being a kind of love guru, if you like, to someone who's got what everybody wants. You found the partner, you've made this perfect child. What's that been like for you?
When I first started teaching relationships, I was in my early 30s and I was single at the time. And I remember people would say to me, well, why would we listen to you about relationships since you're single? And I said, well, that operates under the misconception that being in a relationship means you're good at them. And, I said, and the other thing is you don't have to listen to me. That's the beauty of discernment. But the experience of being single and studying relationship and really studying my own patterns, all of those things was absolutely necessary. And I think it gave me a large window into so many people's experiences, because when I think about all the BS that we do relationally, I did a lot of it. I used to be in sales. I was a pharmaceutical rep actually for many years, 14 years. And so I studied the human experience on a very deep level, but more on how to change human behavior was more from a manipulation perspective at that time. And it was when I went through a heartbreak in my late 20s that I started to study relationships on a romantic level. I wanted to understand, why when I made a choice to end something, and I felt more connected to myself than ever, did I feel disconnected or judged by the people in society, by people in my community, that my relationship had quote unquote ended. I was told that I was afraid of commitment, and it was just as simple as that there couldn't be something more going on. My journey through relating from that sense and then entering a partnership with my now wife, we've been together for almost 9 years. We actually were together for 4 years and then broke up for a year and then came back together. And when you go from being single to being in a relationship, I mean, now your life is not just oriented around yourself. So there is a death that happens, the death of the life just being about you. And then the transition from couple to family is another transition. You're no longer just the two of you. So there's always these transitions that occur that have to be acknowledged. But then there's what is also born is all the possibilities of the new transition. So our relationship of having a son now, being able to witness his view of the world, to see the world through his eyes. What I love about witnessing him is he has no judgments. He has no preconceived notions. Everything, he is open to the mystery of everything. He doesn't know how it works, and I was playing this game with him where he was taking little shapes, like farm shapes, and putting them in the side of a box that had the silhouettes of them. And he was putting the quote unquote wrong one in the wrong place. And I could sense myself wanting to be like, no, the cow goes over here and the farmer goes over here. But I actually, as I was witnessing myself wanting him to get it right, I realized that he was actually playing the game properly, that there wasn't a right way to do it, that he was just with the world. And that has consistently been something that I've been reminded of, that to just be with the world, to like, what are all the ways that I look at quote unquote right and wrong? And if I just live from that space of curiosity again, that space of adventure, it's been quite a beautiful transition. And also, I will add that the extra tiredness has you recognize, it had me recognize like, man, I was a really good communicator before we had a kid. And then I was like, I still have some work to do in the communication department. So that's been, which I didn't see as a failure. I saw as an opportunity. Like, okay, there's still more here, and that's great. Let's go.
One of the great things about watching children is you realize that all of the fears we must have got. No babies, as I'm terrified of flying, I'm scared of elevators, I don't like enclosed spaces. After all, they spend 9 months in a very enclosed space. They're not scared of being looked at. They don't have any fears. They only have 2 fears, the fear of loud noises and the fear of being dropped. And then you think, gosh, so all the fears that we'll go to a therapist with were acquired. Babies don't say, oh, don't look at me, I haven't got any hair. Just they are kind of fearless. But when people say, I've got this genetic shyness, or I've got this gene, or I was born like this, we're not even born biting our nails because we don't have any teeth. So I always find it very interesting that when you have a child or you're around children, you realize that almost all the fears we have as adults we're not born with, we acquired. Do you notice that now, being a father, that your child is pretty fearless, really?
Oh my gosh, yes. And he walks up to literally everybody, especially if they're on a phone, and he says hi to everybody. He just walks up and he goes, hi. And if they're on a device, that actually, I can see him really wanting them to disengage from the device and look at him.
Here's a great question for you, because you've just led me straight into it. Why do we have so many problems with connection in the modern world? We're in a modern world with all these devices. Why do we now have so many problems connecting, not just to our ideally, I never hate that word other half, because it says, well, you're half, and when you find your other half, you behold, and no one's a half. The person we want, the one, let's call it the one. Why do we have so many problems connecting in the modern world with the one, but also with friends and all kinds of people? Why do you think this connection has become a modern issue for so many people?
Well, I think for a lot of us, I think of my age and up, we are the last generation to know life pre-smartphone. So we're the last ones to really have an understanding of what was possible as children, what was, you'd go on your bikes and go on adventures. I was talking to a friend the other day he's a professional snowboarder, and he said that his parents would drop him off at the lift at 8 years old at the bottom of the hill, and they'd say, we'll see you at 4 p.m. And no communication, no, just like, I guess we'll just see you. The type of world seems to have gone. And I'm not saying there obviously isn't a benefit to being able to check in and have communication, but there's also something about adventure where you're not being tethered constantly to supervision. You know, there are parents now who have apps that can track their teenage kids and everything they're doing. To me, there's not an element of trust that exists in that. It actually eradicates that. And if people don't develop self-trust, they don't develop a self, they don't develop discernment. You know, and I think a lot of the reasons we have a lot of challenges communication wise is because we're so flooded with a volume of connections that are superficial that it actually takes up the space for any depth. I'd also say that because of platforms like social media, there's twofold. One, there are literally thousands of behavioral scientists whose whole job is to keep you on your phone and to keep you on those devices. And it's no mystery that we're losing that battle because our brains are not developed to be able to be around such stimulus constantly. Same with TV for little kids, all of that kind of stuff. So you have that aspect of it. Then you also have short form content, which has just continued to reduce our attention spans. You know, in the research, when two people have their phones on them and they're on a date and they're in their pocket or even just on the table face down, it actually reduces the amount of vulnerability experienced in the conversation. They are less vulnerable because they're constantly being pulled at the possibility of their device, that there's something else going on outside of the present moment. So I think there's one, a skill set issue. You know, we just are lacking the skill set to be able to connect deeply because we're so captured by each fleeting second of stimulus technology. Short form content makes it so we don't observe long form conversation. You know, the way that a child learns empathy is by witnessing people communicating, especially their parents to one another. So if their parents' face is down in their phone, they're also not connecting with their parent individually either. And so I do have a concern about that, about the future, that these children are not developing great senses of communication, of all the physical aspects of communication. Add to that social media platforms feed wanting to create a mask, self-image, managing your image, and feeding narcissism in so many ways.
And also, what I see social media do is every time you go on, you are overexposed to fake images of perfection. Everyone else got a better body, a better home, a better kid, a better relationship. And you look at that and it makes you feel inadequate. I think social media does a big job of making you feel bad. There are sites where you're not able to rate you. Hey, rate me. And they go, well, you're a 2 or a 3 or maybe a 4. And I think that overexposing to images of fake perfection make people feel inadequate and dissatisfied. And we already have a big enough problem thinking we're not good enough, worthy enough, lovable enough anyway. But I think social media has made that dramatically worse for everyone because, you know, if you go to tribes, they don't know what other people look like. They just know what they look like. And they don't have this, oh, I need to be more, I need to be thinner, taller, wear nicer clothes, be more interesting, because social media makes you feel not enough. And that's the common denominator of most of our issues, that we just don't feel good enough. And social media makes it so much worse. I also think it also makes it hard to get over someone, because I work with girls who say, you know, this guy broke up with me, and I go on Facebook and I'm looking at him on Insta, I'm following him, I know what he's doing. When I was a kid and you got dumped, you just had to get over it. You didn't know what anybody was doing. You just had to get over it, get on with your life. And now you don't get over it because you know what they're doing. There's so many different ways of looking at them. And everyone looks like they're having a better life than you. It's very sad.
Yeah, you really need to be able to engage in some serious discipline about what we're exposing and choosing to direct our attention towards. You know, and I would argue that the currency of the future is actually being able to manage your own attention, because the currency of today is your attention. It is, they really, you know, and when I say they, I mean social media companies, and which would ultimately mean shareholders, is that they would take every second of your life if they can. And so there has to be this choice now that we're making. And I think humans are really kind of at a crossroads where, you know, some people will go deeper into technology and what they might call the singularity, and other people will return more to land, more to an analog type of life. I think people are craving it though. And as someone who creates on social media, I'm leaving Instagram because of that. I can sense the nervous system is not meant to be constantly evaluated, not just by your followers and likes and all that stuff, but there's actually an algorithm that is constantly surveying you. And so while that's not quote unquote a human doing that, we are always vigilant about the surveillance. Did it work? Did it not? How many likes did it get? Does the algorithm like me today? Does it not? And what that does is we don't get to get into a state of rest and digest the ability to actually connect. Because when we're in that vigilance, our vision narrows, our ability to breathe shuts down, we have more shallow breath, we're not able to trust as well. Everything is impacted by that. And I think, the impact of that is that also social media is not like that algorithm isn't relational. If you're in a relationship with someone and you're feeling constantly evaluated, you can communicate about that. And the relationship it would shift for that request or that feedback, but there is no feedback loop. This is just a one-way direction. And I think our nervous systems are starting to feel that, and they probably have felt that for a large amount of time. And that's why you see mental health issues skyrocketing, especially in young people.
And we talked last time, we were talking about your little baby, because he wasn't even one then, was already getting addicted to the phone, that the colors were so addictive to him, and that you took that very important step of saying he will not be on the phone. Because I see people, I saw some friends recently who came over, they had 2 small children, and they were like that, on the phone, just on the phone. A couple of days later, I was having lunch and there was a guy next to me with 2 little girls drawing. And I said, "Oh, I'm so impressed you don't have a phone." He said, "I don't allow it." And I watched these girls go, "Daddy, Daddy, look at my drawing. Look at the color. Look at the picture." And it was so nice. They were interacting. Whereas the kids on the phone, when just lost, they were gone into that phone and they didn't interact at all. So tell me about how you made that decision to not allow your baby to be on the screen, to not use it to educate him or babysit him. Tell me what you noticed that made you think, no.
I mean, before we ever had him, my wife and I had an agreement that our children will not have technology until, we haven't decided that age, but it's going to be well past being 3, 4, 5, and it's because, if he catches a glimpse of a picture or something like that, he can't handle the level of vibrancy of it. It's so stimulating for him, as you were mentioning. And so we made that decision very early on. I remember being at a restaurant in New York and sitting at a table having breakfast with a friend, and a family was sitting beside me, and they had a 9-month-old who was on their phone. And I'm like, this is, again, I was mentioning earlier that this is how children actually learn communication and empathy, is by being with people, I have a friend whose 4-year-old sits down at a table and gets out drawings and engages with you, gets into storytelling. Like, kids could play for hours with twigs and rocks and in the grass, right? Like, that's the miracle of the world. That's the mystery. That's the iPad, and I'm not saying that there aren't times, of course, and circumstances in people's lives where they need something like that, in order to, survive and keep their children's attention so they can actually get stuff done. I understand that. But we did it before technology. So it's like, how do we do that again? I think we're not recognizing how this is impacting their brains, how it's impacting their connections. And I'd say a lot of it is because the parents have not done the work. They haven't done the work to explore their own addictions to technology and their own inability to sit with boredom, right? Because really what humans do is we try to save other people from feelings we don't know the value of. We try to save other people from spaces that we don't know how to sit in. Like, we don't know the value of grief, like you were talking about breakups. We'll try to save other people from being with grief. But if you know that grief was one of the most potent transformational moments of your life, you will invite someone to get curious in those spaces. And for my wife and I, we really wanted our son and any children we have after this to really just be with the world, to experience the magic that this is. It's so magical. And at the end of the day, no phone, no technology, no cartoon will ever replace the value of sitting with a family and having dinner and just sharing that level of connection that the body knows the difference. And that's why we crave true connection so deeply. And don't we want to model for our children that ability to be with each other and actually sit with one another and be curious and open and really share love?
Yeah, and be connected, like you say. I mean, I say to all my clients, look, your feelings are the most real thing you will ever have. And you got to feel your feelings until they no longer require to be felt. And when you drink your feelings, eat your feelings, shop your feelings, they go on the screen to not feel your feelings. They don't really go away. They just regroup and come back later on. But here's a question. What is the one belief that you think would benefit everyone who has a loving connection? What's the one belief that would benefit their life? Tell us something, a belief that we could really acquire.
I'd say one is that you don't actually fully know your partner ever. So your partner is always a mystery and you're always a mystery. And I think when we operate from, we always have more to learn about ourselves, more possibility and potential to tap into. We get to see our partner through the same lens. A lot of the times we're afraid of our partners growing because we're afraid they're going to grow away from us. And so just operating from that belief, if you're already in a partnership, operating from that belief, like there is always more to learn, that my partner is always changing, that I'm always falling in love with some more of somebody. And I think we assume we already know everything about them. And because of that, we stop getting curious and we stop asking questions. And that really removes the mystery that is in a person that we're choosing. And because we think the familiarity, and then if there's familiarity and there's no mystery, then we're like, well, this isn't that interesting anymore. You know, I can already finish their sentences, but you can't if you ask different questions.
What is a habit you think we could all embrace or learn that would benefit our loving connections?
I think being able to, we've been talking a lot about attention. And I think for our loving connections is to recognize where our attention is. Maybe we're leaving the present moment to not be present with people. You know, the ability to be with our own selves is really the gateway to be with other people. And so the habit that, a really helpful habit that we could do that maybe is a daily practice is actually just in the morning to prepare ourselves for connection. I remember reading a book from Stephen Covey, I think it was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, where he said that before he got home, he would park on his driveway and sit there for 5 minutes before he went in and greeted his family. And he said, I would prepare myself because it was the 5 most important minutes of my life. I think about that. Yeah, if we did that in the mornings, that we looked at our partner and said, thank you. You know, I think one thing that we don't realize is that, and it's a truth anyways, but it's a hard truth to be with, is that your partner can leave you in any moment. And I don't say that to cause fear or anything for anyone, but rather to say,
too.
Exactly. So if they could leave you and you could leave them, then that means they're choosing to be with you. You know, we often think that commitment means that they can never go anywhere. And so then we stop trying. So I think when we can recognize that to be in one another's company and to share moments is a choice, and they could be anywhere in the world in any other moment, and to be with you is such a gift, and you to be with them is such a gift. So I think the habit of really practicing that intentional presence to just put a little more deposits into our relationships in our lives.
I must admit, with my husband, who, you know, I have an amazing husband. I'm very lucky. But in the rare moments when he annoys me or does something that I find super annoying, I just imagine my life without him. And it's so much less than my life with him. That always helps me. I think, oh, look, he's done that again, or that's so frustrating. He's taken my phone or taken the charger or some silly thing. But if ever I feel irritated with him, I always just imagine my life without him. And I don't like that. And then I think, oh, it doesn't matter, you know, a charge is not important. And I think what helps me and what helps all my clients is to understand that you're never going to find a perfect person. They don't exist. I'm flawed. I think it's very disappointing. I would say without skipping a beat that all of the unhappiest clients I've ever come across in my life are the ones who try to be perfect. Not only are they the unhappiest, they're also the loneliest, because the basis of all friendship is we choose people who share our vulnerabilities. We like people who are like us. Like my best friends in the world are very like me. They have some issues, some insecurities, some foibles. And we like people who share our vulnerabilities. When we try to be perfect, it makes us very lonely. And I think if we could all say, look, I'm flawed, you're flawed, let's have a great flawed relationship together. Instead of all the fairy tales, he met her, they kissed, and then they lived happily ever after, because it doesn't begin like that. Like you say, you're always learning something more. What do you think the future has for connection with all AI and all the different apps and things that are coming out? And when you look into the future now and see more and more devices, and 20 years ago we couldn't even imagine what our life would be like now, but how do you see the next 5 or 10 years with technology, and what do you see that doing?
Well, I think on one level you have the broadened ability to be able to meet people, right? Like I met my wife through Instagram, so it's like, yeah, it's being able to hold the paradox that something can have good but also have a dark shadow side to it, or an impact in another way. It's not so binary that it's either all good or all bad. So that, I think for me, when I think about long-term connection, yes, you have the opportunity to be able to meet more people. However, what is our ability to go deep with those people? So like any tool, we have to decide how we use it. I could use a hammer to build a house, or I could use a hammer to hurt somebody. So it's like, what am I going to do with these tools? Do I let the tool use me, which I think is a possible pathway that this is all going to go? I know for people who are single, there's often a lot of fear about things like AI writing people's bios, or AI chatting with people. Like they use AI in the text exchange. At the end of the day, the best skill we need to build is discernment and trust within ourselves. So, even worrying about the future of what technology might do, what I really think about is like, what am I going to do? At the end of the day, like, how am I going to show up? The future could go wherever it goes, but what do I desire? And I think for us, we need to make that choice. We need to say, what kind of connections do I want to create? To me, the experience of being in relationship is one that gets to invite you to heal. It gets to invite you to step into your fullest potential. And when we actually say connection is going to matter for me, and this is what that means, and this is what my partnership is, this is what my wife and I want to create, that's what you and your husband want to create, we end up hanging out with communities of people who do that. I think the ultimate healing of the world is the healing of ourselves, and then that transcends to all of the relationships that we touch in our lives. So as I think we've always been afraid of what the future might bring. I think, we were afraid of what the fax machine might do. So I'm sure there's a lot of really wonderful things that will come through technology. I now recognize, like when I was young and someone who was older would express a terrifying fear of the younger generation. And I think we turned out pretty good. So, I'm sure that will be true at some point. The only thing I will say is our human systems have never experienced technology intertwined in them. They've never experienced, there's been a lot of outsourcing of our thinking, of all of that, which I can understand the benefit of that on some level. But I bring it back to that nervous system thing that we were talking about. It's like everybody is demonstrating symptoms of being completely dysregulated. You look at the increase in autoimmune, you look at the increase in all of these things are connected to our connections. Highly inflammatory connections cause inflammation in the body. So, I think us individually, we have to really monitor what role technology is going to play in our lives, and that it doesn't become our lives. And then everyone gets to decide what that future is and what they want to create with it.
I love that. How did you know that your wife was the one? What was it that happened, or that she did, or what is it that made you know?
Well, in our first relationship, which we call relationship 1.0, when I picked her up at the airport when she came to visit for the first time, I remember sitting beside her in the car and just thinking, wow, she's really incredible. Like, we had spent a lot of time talking about a month before that. And what I recognized in her, which I valued in a future partner, was just a deep sense of curiosity and humility. And she was beautiful and really valued health. Like, those were all things that were really important to me. When we broke up after 4 years, we actually did a closing ceremony for our relationship. There was so much love in our ending. And in that closing ceremony, we answered 3 questions. And the first question was, what was the thing you're most appreciative about the other person? and why? And that was so hard to answer, because here you are ending your relationship consciously, but yet experiencing such a depth of gratitude. And then the second question was, what was our favorite memory? And then the last one was, what did we hope for the other person, for the future? And when I left that experience with her, that was probably it was the most profound experience I've had in my life relationally, because it rejected all of the things we're told about relational endings, that love has to stop, that we're supposed to hate them, that the people in our community should exile them, that the church should exile us for our relational ending, or families, or whatever it might be. And so we actually experienced this deep sense of love and reverence for one another. And then when we were apart, our relationship was over. Like, it was over. I had no interest in going back. I'd played out my wound enough. I was done. We had chosen to leave each other. And when she came back into my life, about 10 months later, and we call now our breakup the sacred pause, because you get to call it that when you get back together. But when she came back, there was a level of certainty in her choosing. I could feel that she was much more grounded than she had previously been. And for me, I was not worried about finding someone in that time apart. And this is, I want to bring it back to your question. I actually had no doubt. There wasn't a single cell in my body that doubted whether I would find somebody. And that's because all I knew I needed from a partner was someone who was open to grow, who had curiosity, who had humility, and we were aligned in our values. When she came back into my life, she had all those things, except she also had a level of choice that I'd never seen her access, where she had said to me, because in our first relationship, I'd felt like she really couldn't fully choose the relationship. And that was my experience. That was true. But I also kept choosing to stay in that dynamic. So there we go. And when we finally came back together, I remember saying, how do I know that, like, you've told me before that you chose a relationship? Like, what's different now? And her answer was, you're right. I get why you're uncertain, but I'm not going anywhere. And I choose you. And I hear you. And I was like, oof, that was like everything I ever wanted to hear from her. But there was an embodied nature to it. So the way I knew she was the one, well, one is that I never give anyone that title. I encourage people to allow someone to become the one, to recognize that you have curiosity and you're interested in learning more. That was the question I always asked myself in our first relationship. Is there more to learn here? And when the answer was no, that's when we departed. But we keep living that question now. One of the principles of our relationship is that we honor each other's path as our own. But the relationship itself is used as a vehicle to give birth to our dreams individually and then together. And so because we departed with such love, there's no fear now. There's no fear at all. And so I think for me, that recognition has been one that has been created by learning to trust myself more, that if in some way this relationship doesn't serve me or doesn't serve her, that we have access to choice. And because we have access to choice, we can choose each other fully without there being small print.
And you get to choose each other over and over again, which is so lovely too. You get to go on choosing each other. It isn't just the beginning, it's a constant choosing. You said something that I really liked, which is you didn't have a doubt, even a flicker of a doubt, that you wouldn't find someone. You knew with unshakable conviction, with unwavering certainty, that you would find someone. And I love that, because when you know that you're going to find someone, you know you're lovable. And, I tell all my clients, look, if you want love, if you want a loving, connected relationship, there's only one thing you have to do. And that one thing is to really know that you are worthy of love and deserving of love. Love is not to be bought or chased or earned or worked for. Nothing has to be taken away or added on. It's not about the numbers on the scales or in your bank account or anything like that. It's not the numbers on your birth certificate or the labels of the clothes you wear. It's about one thing, your ability to know you're lovable. Because when you know that you're deeply lovable, just the way you are, very important. Other people pick it up too, because of course we have a vibration. We vibrate out to the world what we think we are. When we know we're lovable, we have that energy that goes out and comes back, and other people pick that up. Sadly, when you think you're not lovable, they pick that up too. So I love that you said you knew, even when you broke up, there wasn't a question in your mind that you would find love, and that also, of course, love would find you. And to everyone out there, if you want love, don't chase it, don't buy it, don't work for it, don't think I've got to lose weight or get into shape or get a better job or a better wardrobe or something's got to be taken out or I've got to change myself. You have to change one thing, and that is knowing you're lovable, saying, I deserve love, I'm worthy of love, I'm deserving of love, worthy of love. Say it, state it, affirm it, embody it. Do it over and over. What you do, you might think, oh, I feel silly when I do that, or I feel angry when I do that, or I feel sad when I do that. But you know what that means? It means that you haven't yet accepted it's true. So if it was true, you wouldn't feel silly or sad or angry. So if you feel any of those things, it's okay. Keep doing it. The mind learns by repetition. Keep saying, I'm lovable, I'm worthy of love, I'm deserving of love. And as you do that over and over again until it isn't what you do, it's who you are. Not only will you find love, but love will find you. So I love that. I thought that was an amazing thing that you said, that you knew that you would find love. And of course you did, you already had.
Yeah, for me, that was the recognition that all I needed was another human who wanted to create something similar. What I knew was that I just needed to find someone who was interested in creating something similar. Not the same, because, we're two humans with two different experiences, but something similar, something we could negotiate on, that we could agree upon, because relationships all require agreements and understanding, like, what is the purpose of our relationship? And I knew that if I just found someone else who was open to learning and growing together, we could create anything we wanted.
So here's my final question for you. There's so many people watching this who would love to have what you have, what I have with my amazing husband, who'd love to have a beautiful, loving relationship where you never say, if you do that, I'm off, or I'll leave you if you do that, where you're utterly secure that this relationship is forever, and you don't even think about people leaving. It wouldn't occur to me to look at my husband's phone because I'm so secure. He wouldn't look at my phone. I mean, he's welcome to, but we're very secure with each other. What advice would you give to someone who says, I want this beautiful connection, this beautiful relationship where I'm loved and I love the other person, we love it, we believe in each other, we're growing a lovely relationship every day. That's what I want, but how? What would you say to them? What advice could you give someone who wants a relationship but is really a little confused about how or where to find it or what they should do to get it?
Well, I'd say the first thing is come fully alive. Like for me, when someone has gone through a breakup, I'm like, all right, this is the fuel. Like step into your fullest possibility and potential. Use the grief, use the anger, use the betrayal, use the opportunity. Don't waste a good divorce. Don't waste a good breakup. And if you're single and maybe you're not processing a breakup, but maybe you're frustrated about dating and relating, it's like, do everything you can to get so aligned with who you are, because most of us are leaving stuff on the table. We're like, oh, I know I could be doing this. I should be doing this, which of course creates shame and then creates us. We start to carry our shoulders a little down. It's like actually get so aligned with yourself, because what happens inevitably when you do that is you walk through the world differently. You have a swagger to you, get access to boundaries, because what do people love most? They love people who know themselves and honor themselves. That's some of the hottest stuff in the world. The hottest in the world is someone who has access to their no. The reason access to a no is so attractive is because it means that a yes is authentic. So when someone says to me, like, how will I know when my person shows up? I'm like, well, you got to get good at saying no to who's not your person, because when your person shows up, you won't know how to say yes to that person yet, because you yet haven't learned how to access no. And so for people to really step into that, that's one. It's like, don't leave any of your potential on the table. That's just a waste of your life and a waste of your time. Secondly is go to what feels great for you. So if someone says, oh, you got to get on a dating app, or you got to do whatever you want. Because what I know to be true is when you're making a decision on a Wednesday night that is not aligned, you're giving up the opportunity to be somewhere else if you were aligned. We all know that if you were to make one choice that's different, you end up in a different place. Well, let's say that Wednesday night's your booty call night with your situationship, which is not aligned for you. And you can feel yourself compromising what you truly desire. You say, I want this loving, amazing relationship, yet you find yourself in relational circumstances that don't match that. So you're sending a confusing message to yourself, whether you deserve that, whether you can get that. You don't trust. So if you all of a sudden say, you know what, I'm going to trust. I'm going to get fully in alignment. I watched this event. Now I feel good. I'm going to do that. Wednesday night, you find yourself in a different place, and that's all it takes. That's the moment where you meet the person because you actually showed up for yourself, and then they showed up alongside you showing up for yourself. So by following that, like that level of alignment, trusting what feels light, easy. I also think a beautiful thing to do every day in the morning and before you go to sleep is to just say, I believe in miracles. I believe in miracles. That's just how my life works. It shows up for me.
I see a lot of people saying, I'm looking for love. I'm looking, where are you looking, darling? They go, well, I go to yoga. I go, and then this is a heterosexual person. Okay, how many men are in the yoga class? 3. How many women? 38. Okay, well, where else are you looking for love? Well, I go out with my girlfriends to a book club, and we go shopping together, and we go to a bar together. I'm like, you know, if you were looking for a job, you would go, I'm looking for a job, but I'm not really looking for a job. You'd go exactly where the job you wanted was. So if you're really looking for love and you're a woman and you're looking for a heterosexual guy, you have to go with her. You have to forget about yoga and go to the weights room. You have to play poker or golf or really be more objective. Same thing with men who say, I'm looking for love. I go to the pub or the bar with all my friends. You have to, maybe you should get out of the weights room and go to the yoga class. But I found a lot of people are not objective. They, you know, if I was looking for a house, I'd be getting magazines, I'd be going to see realtors, I'd be looking for the houses till I found the one I wanted. If I was looking for a job, I'd be really busy looking for a job. I wouldn't be going where the jobs are not to look for a job or where the homes are not to look for a home. So I think, just as my belief, if you really work on believing you're deeply, deeply lovable, then go to where the person, the kind of person you want, maybe you'll end up with them. It isn't like I'm going searching. It's like, okay, I love running. I'm joining a running club. I love animals. I'm going to walk dogs for a dog shelter. If you know you're lovable and do something that sparks you, you'll find someone. I knew someone who was heartbroken by her marriage ending, and she went to a place where she was rescuing animals. And of course, she met someone there, and they're wildly in love and so happy. But she wasn't actually looking for someone to mend her broken heart. She wasn't looking for another person. She just went to this refuge to give something of herself. And in that is a great lesson. If you believe you're lovable and follow your heart's desire and put yourself around people that are like-minded, you'll definitely end up with one. Thank you so much, Mark. It's been an amazing, amazing talk. I think you've given us so many wonderful hints. And I love your story about your love story with your wife and your beautiful son. Thank you so much. It's been amazing. Time has flown. Thank you. And I wish everyone in the world could find the kind of love that you have, the kind I have. And of course you can, if you just can know you're worth it.
Thanks for having me.
Whoa, that was amazing, everybody. In the chat, if you can hear me, if that's loud and clear, whoa, there were some incredible takeaways. I love how each interview seems to be adding context to each other. So this one, the things that I took away personally were how, as Stefanos said, we've got our own goals, we've got our together goals, and then our partner's goals, and how those things can really kind of intersect and go away from each other and together and away from each other and together. I loved the idea of like the sacred pause and what he said about that, and how there's really no right or wrong way to do a relationship. There's just the way that you do that relationship, and every relationship has its own context and chemistry and sort of best practice. There's so many beautiful things about that, and like how growing independently contributes to that growth together. What is everybody else saying here? I'm coming into the chat. That was just amazing. Here we go. Oh, congratulations, Tara. Said, got married 23 years ago. That's amazing. Yeah, believe you're lovable and with passion. Believing that you're lovable is step one, the most important step, in partnership in general. The same way for both partners. Don't leave your potential on the table. That person will be activating more of your potential rather than limiting that potential, which, as we spoke about in the previous interviews, is a little bit about, the togetherness and a lot about what you feel inside. And so really allowing yourself to step into more of yourself and then allowing your partner to amplify that. So that worthiness and really making sure that you're doing your own personal work to allow the best of you to come out is going to be really important. Everybody, I am so excited about this next interview. This is going to be a very different energy, a very different vibe. The next speaker is so charismatic and so energetic and so persuasive that I think you're going to feel a very different energy in this next one. He can be very loud at times and very quiet at times, so make sure to keep the volume up, but be prepared to step away from your speakers because he is a very powerful, powerful speaker. He's probably the most energetically intense speaker I've ever spoken with personally and interviewed. So very, very powerful person. His name is Garrain Jones. I'm so excited for you to get to know him today, to get to meet him, which will be followed by Jason Goldberg, who's just an incredible person as well. So these next two are going to be rapid fire. I know you're going to love them both so much. And so, without any further ado, let me pull up Garrain Jones for all of you to love and enjoy. And here we go. Your creative genius. Garrain Jones is a coach, an international speaker, podcaster, best-selling author of Change Your Mindset, Change Your Life. I actually have that book on the bookshelf just behind me. It's very, very tiny. I love those books, and it is truly powerful. At one point, he was living in his car, he was in prison, he was in debt, and he's become a multimillionaire now with so many different avenues of work, and he currently runs something called Artist Power. His greatest belief is that when we tap into our truest creative essence, we open up magical doors of possibility, of abundance and transformation to flow into our lives. So you're just going to love this so much, and I'm really excited for you. Here we go. Today, we're going to focus on growing in love in every direction as our primary concept. However, this person has deep experience in every category of life, and there are so many reasons that you should turn everything off, pay complete attention to this interview because we are going to get some absolute gold. And this is going to be one of those conversations that you just feel so much better at the end of it. So wherever you're at right now, tune in, listen up, and I'm so excited for you to get to meet Garrain Jones. You've seen so much success in yourself and in others. And I know that you work with a lot of ultra successful people. We were talking about one who's hundreds of millions of dollars. Usually these people, and you dropped a quote on me earlier that I'll let you repeat. I'm going to say it for everyone now. And I love it because it is, I would call it a stereotypical quote that's not always true, but tends to be very true. And I'm sure we're going to get into this. The beliefs that you have are really important. And the quotes that rattle around in your brain set the expectation of your life, and the expectation sets the reality. So I don't want anyone to take this quote on. I'm using it as a starting place for our conversation. And the quote is, spiritual people tend to be broke and business people tend to be broken. It's not an
spiritually
absolute...
broken.
Spiritually broken.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I just want to give a little more context to that. This is not something where I'm punching above my weight class to just share. This is, I run in both circles at a very high level. And so I can clearly see this just through pattern recognition. It's not that the people in the spiritual community is not capable. It's not that they're not geniuses. They're very well capable and geniuses. The thing about it is how to translate what they're sharing to the masses when most of the masses are not even, they're not even on that level. And so a lot of times in the spiritual community, they've got all of this amazing information and they don't know how to translate that to money, because even in the spiritual, they're like, oh, money's not spiritual. Yes, it is. It's energy. So if you disassociate, if you're like, oh my goodness, I love the trees and I love nature. And in most parts of the world where they have money, it's made out of paper, most parts. Paper comes from bark. Bark comes from a tree. And if you love nature and disassociate with money because you say it's not spiritual, but nature is spiritual, then it has nothing to do with nature or the money. But most of the time, there's a worthiness inside of that conversation that might be bypassed for whatever reason. And the language of in the spiritual community and the language of the people and what they're teaching and how they're sharing it is not reaching the masses, because the masses, it's almost like teaching pre-calculus to a baby who's just learning the ABCs. You've got to learn how to take your highly spiritually educated knowledge and then and present the ABC version of that so that it's practical to where most of the people in the world are. Therefore, you're teaching the basics to the masses, and then you graduate them to your level of education. That's why a lot of spiritual people, for those two parts, are broke. Now, in the business community, where I sit in board meetings before an $8 billion company for 10 years, and I sit in these other masterminds, and I hear what they talk about. I never hear them talk about their families. And the moment family gets brought up, for a lot of people, all of a sudden, instant tears. The moment the inner child gets brought up, for a lot of people in the business community, instant tears. Why? Because a lot of times, not everybody, the drive could be overlooked for a child that's trying to prove worthiness to daddy or mom over and over and over and over and over, and they never got it. So they turn into a business and they're like, do you see me now? But if you're not aware, you can't see the picture while you're in the frame. And this is not for every business person, but whenever I bring certain things up about what did you used to love as a child, and all of a sudden you can feel the air sucked out of a room of 400 people, I can tell you right now, it's not something that's thought of or a priority or practiced. So if that, just the mention of childhood joy makes you cry, I can't even begin to talk about emotional traumas and dig even deeper and then go through so much emotional intelligence if just bringing up what you used to love to do as a child has you choked up for 2 days. And that, I can tell you that there's spiritual brokenness inside of that. So my goal is to just bridge the two worlds together and create that harmonized entrepreneur. It's like an embodied, just a hybrid entrepreneur.
Whoa. Okay, I got a lot of questions. So
Yeah.
walk me through this.
Yeah.
If on the spiritual side, if we look at this as a gradient,
Yeah.
and we say over here is the spiritual, educated, very in harmony, very much in that love, but in the room, the spiritual boardroom in a
Yeah.
shamanic circle,
Yeah.
someone brings up business success, money, savings
Same thing
accounts,
happens.
investments. Those people
Yeah.
might start to cry, or they might
Yeah.
start to feel very broken about that area of their life. And then on the flip side, you're expressing the business room where you bring up childhood joy, you bring up mother and father, you bring up their children or their wife or their divorce. They start to break down. Walk me through, what are the principles here on just the spiritual side? If I'm that person where, like, I'm going to give myself a rating right now. On the spiritual side, if you bring up like money, bank accounts, investments, I feel 8.5 out of 10, like happy with that. Personally, I wonder what everyone else is feeling with that.
Yeah.
On the business side, if you bring up love, childhood, mom and dad, I'm like a 9.5. Like I feel pretty, like that makes me even happy just saying those words. So I feel like I'm maybe a more evolved over here. And
Yeah.
again, this is my own perception and everyone's is going to be different, because 10 years from now, you might ask me and I might say a 1 out of 10, depending
sure.
on the season of life that you're in and your perception of yourself. Because you also, the perception of yourself is going to be really important in this thing. But let's just say over here on this side, if if I recognize I have a distaste for money, investments, savings, earning, hard work, devotion, dedication, giving up sleep to go after my dreams, like if that's the thing that's challenging me,
Yeah.
what are some principles to evolve that in myself, or to come closer to this center?
It's important to find one thing, because you just named 15 things. And if you give I just don't want to categorize everybody in spirituality, but if you give the typical spiritual person that's like, oh, the divine chrysalisness and the thing, and it just like all off into the stars, who is not used to discipline and structure and order, if you give them too many things, the system shuts down because the nervous system doesn't feel safe. If you give them one thing that's in the direction of something that they actually want, maybe like finding a divine partner, and you just can't seem to figure it out. I find the one thing that they really want. And if I bring up that one thing and I notice in their body that they start to be like, and they start receiving it, I will not bring up structure, discipline, and all this until the body is open from something that they actually want. And if I know that you want partnership and you want to grow a family, but in that partnership it's going to take structure, discipline, order, focus, dedication, devotion, and I can find all of those characteristics inside of the thing that you want, then I can start baby stepping all these other things, because all I need to do is get them on the train tracks on something that they want, and then be able to pick out and be like, hey, this thing right here, you can easily transfer right there into business, and you already have a result from it. So I need them to get a physical result from something that they actually want, extract the characteristics that I know that are in businesses, that are in certain things that they possibly want, but like you start talking about it and they clam up, all I have to do is just point, like you're already doing that. Like earlier today, I have a client who's a farmer, and he was wanting to figure out, he's like, man, my business, and I'm not really good at structure, and I'm just starting all these new things, and it's very much so who I was like 4 years ago. And it's like, loving marriage, but like just trying to figure everything out. There's no structure. And then also I was like, man, but I was like, do you want it to really work out with your marriage? And he's like, yeah, more than anything, and our kids and everything. And all of a sudden I noticed in his body, I was paying attention. And then all of a sudden, I was like, well, here's what my wife and I do every single Sunday. We have a love meeting. And I went down the love meeting, how we share each other's schedules, how we ask for if either one of us needs support, how it creates safety in both of our nervous system, how we go over date night. How did it work last week? Does it need to change or reschedule? Anything left unsaid, the sex, what do I need more of? Oh, I need more snuggles this week or whatever. And then the last thing is acknowledgement for myself, for myself and for my partner. I went over that whole structure, and then I said, we do this every week. And then every month we go over the 4 weeks that we did it. How did it work? And we assess it, we analyze everything. And then every quarter we do a staycation, not with the baby. We have the nanny with the baby. And then we go with just ourselves. And then we start analyzing the greater of the last 90 days. And then how can we make it better? And then every year we do that same thing, and we call it a visioncation. We'll either go out of the country or we'll go somewhere else other than our normal habitat. And then we'll work, play, work, play, work, play. I went over this whole structure. He's like, man, I'm going to start applying this right away. And he got really excited. I say, you're a farmer, right? You say you don't know anything about structure, and you're one of the best in Mexico. He's like, yeah. I said, if I'm a farmer, who knows? If I want to be a farmer, I know nothing. I said, teach me. What do I do? He was like, oh, first then you create this weekly analysis, and then you go over this thing and, the things that you need, and go over all of the needs. And then every month you go over the 4 weeks that you just did creating analysis. And then every 90 days, I said, how many days are in a quarter? He said, 90 days. He's like, oh. And I was like, and then what do you have to do? And he's like, and then every year. I say, bro, I'm going to stop right now. You already have the recipe for your marriage. You already have the recipe for all the energetic leaks in your marriage and your business with something you're an expert at. All you got to do is translate that, change the words, and you got it. He was like, whoa, I am structured. I said, I know. So now just place that value in the things that's meaningful to you. You are a structured person. And instantly, bam, next level.
Yeah, amazing. And I know we all have those skill sets already in us and those knowledges somewhere in our life that we can bridge the gap. Talk to me about the other side.
Yeah.
So talk to me about the people in the room or someone who the moment you bring up their wife, their partner, love in their life, and it's a fracture.
I was in a high-level business mastermind with a lot of people, all over 7-figure earners, highest several billion. And in the beginning of this 3-day weekend, the CEO that was putting on the mastermind, he asked, what is something that what's an intention that you can share on, that someone would be willing to share on the microphone that would leave the room in awe? And people were sharing. I raised my hand and I said, my intention for this weekend is for the little kid inside of the adult to actually be happy. You would have thought that I keynoted in the 30 seconds I spoke, you would have thought I keynoted the entire conference, because the amount of people, and when the CEO asked me, he's like, oh, can you go a little bit deeper? And I was like, there's, adults are deteriorated children. And then when you forget that child, then there's something about your spirituality that's just left, about your heart. And people tend to overwork and overcompensate and over this and over that and wear the mask of work to hide from what they haven't dealt with in childhood. And a lot of time, it's the abandonment of their own original things that made them happy. I shared that. And all the people that I've been trying to connect with for like 2.5 years that pretty much didn't give me the time of day, next thing you know, one by one, they're like, man, what you said, I used to love. And I was like, I've been trying to get on this dude's radar for 2.5 years. And next thing you know, I'd love to learn more about what you do. And next person, boom, next. It must have been, and I'm not exaggerating, 60 of the most powerful people in one of the most powerful business rooms where there's a lot of analytical thinkers. And I was like, I know what my next book is going to be. It's titled, My Company, Artist Power, Rediscovering the Lost Art of the Little Self. And I know exactly who it's going to make an impact on instantly and who they're going to give it to. So just bringing up something, it's the world that I live in, because it's the world that brought me back to life when I was living in my car, $250,000 in debt. Most people don't make it out of that. So I'm the 1% of the 1% of the 1% that don't even live to tell the story. And I crawled through every phoenix ash, like rising of the phoenix, maybe 15 times over, and lived to tell the story in a way that I can articulate to the most practical person, no matter how young or how old, how rich or how poor. The through line is the heart. And when I'm in those rooms and I share things and I notice energy that feels heavy, and then I'm like, hey, is there any way I can get on the mic? I can instantly shift this energy in less than 2 minutes. And then it happens, and next thing you know, 30 people run up. They're like, how'd you do that? And in my world, in the spiritual world, this is what we do every day. The intentionality, the breathing, feeling in your core, embodying it, becoming a vessel for God, a vessel for the divinity that's living within inside of you. That's my ABCs right now. But in that world, it's planets apart, because their trigonometry is business and stats and Google Sheets and da-da-da, and how many numbers and scaling and all that other stuff. So it's a beautiful two worlds to be in, that I would love those worlds to harmonize, because I feel like we can make much more of an impact as a people, which I feel why a lot of business headstrong people are now seeking out my one-on-one coaching or wanting to be a part of the programs, because it's heart-led, and I understand enough about business, and I understand enough about, building 3 companies that go 7 figures in less than 10 years with no real business knowledge, just a whole bunch of reps and learning from my mistakes, and then getting on the business train, which is where I am now, to be able to hold a foundation that can hold for spiritual people that want to harmonize into that other world, the analytical, and not all business is analytical, but a lot of it is, for the business thinkers, and then also hold space and create a harmonized message that lands on both of them at the same time, because it's transcendent language from a transcendent energy.
So talk to me about that transcendent energy.
Yeah.
When you speak, it's very clear.
Yeah.
Anytime. I mean, when I've been hanging out with you, when we've been interviewing, when I see you on other shows, you show up pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
Where I would say this, people are always saying things, they're using words. And then there's people who are so present in the words. Like, sometimes people are just responding, but they're checked out, and you can see that look. You are the polar opposite of that all the time. And I'm sure everyone here can agree with me on that. What is the one technique? What is the one thing we can all do to be more present on a dime when we want to be, so that other people can really feel what we're saying and not just hearing what we're saying?
For anybody who's parents out there, and baby slips off the bed, why do you almost always catch that baby every single time? Because there was a place that you slipped into that somehow you're like, yo, how did I catch that? You slipped into a deep presence. There's something that happened. You hear a thing in the middle of the night. You're like, what's that? Boom. And all of a sudden you're locked in your full presence and in your body. There's a place inside of your body, once present to it, gives you access to all of your gifts. And in my realm of thinking, they say God is in any and all things. And if God is in any and all things, that means God is inside of myself and you. So to not be able to acknowledge the divinity within myself is to deny myself full access of the spirit that lives inside of me. And my wife says, Garrain, when you're with me and you're not thinking about work, you're not thinking about where you need to go, you're not on your phone or anything, and you're just here, I feel like time stops. I feel like I'm the only person in the world. I would say my wife has taught me how to honor who she really is in the moment that she's right in front of my face, so that she receives all of me. She's not receiving what I need to do tomorrow, what I need to do then, at the time I got this, It's none of those things. It is when your fully embodied self is grounded inside of your body without thinking outside of your head, and you're present to this very moment right here. It's not something you can find in a spreadsheet or anything. It's a felt sense. And all of us have experienced it one time or another. Most of us are scared of it. So that's why we numb and pouring in alcohol and cocaine and all this other stuff, numbing from who you really are deep down inside, because it might be, you might bring up a lot of stuff of feeling, just even feeling. But feeling the felt sense of being grounded in your true self. You don't get lost anywhere, but literally in the moment.
I've got two rapid fire questions from that I've got to ask. Number one, I'm sure you do, because I'm sure everyone has this. What is the voice in your life right now in the back of your head when huge things are happening, when you're in that room with all those really successful entrepreneurs and they all say they want your help? What does the little doubtful voice in your head sound like? And what do you do to assuage or persuade that voice to come along with you on all your crazy, awesome adventures?
Here's the thing. Every single room that I'm in, I know I'm supposed to be there. Now, if you'd have asked me this a couple years ago, I'd have been like, oh man, typically I start feeling unworthy, and then I start questioning myself, and then I'll judge the person that's living out what I know is like me, and then I don't do it. And so I make them feel, in my mind, I make them feel bad about the bigness that I haven't accepted, but I already accepted my bigness. I was 13 years old, and I saw Nelson Mandela and I saw Gandhi, and inside a 13-year-old, I was like, not knowing anything about them, I said, that's me. And instantly I shut it down. I said, those type of people who get assassinated. And 13, shut it down. So my whole life, here's the game I played. I will do just enough to be better than other people around me. And if my just enough was better than other people around me, that's where I hid. Until only 2 years ago, I was in a deep meditation, and I said, what am I missing? The businesses, the marriage, everything is amazing, but there's something that's missing. And a voice inside said, Garrain, who you really are, you gave up on him when you were 13. And then I heard another voice said, Garrain, you were never meant to be the most polarizing person. You were meant to whisper great secrets in the most powerful leaders' ears. They can't kill who they can't see. And the type of impact you're meant to make can't be made through one person. So every time you share things out, it just continues to live on. And that's the type of impact you're supposed to make. And in that moment, I woke up from the meditation and I said, I fully accept. When I fully accepted everything, everyone that I met, I knew. And that's the felt sense. I knew it was en route. And so instead of me being surprised or caving in because I think I'm punching above my weight class, instead of me doing that, I say, I receive this moment. And I allow myself to receive what I already expect because I accepted my bigness. And this is one thing I know for a fact. Even people who are building huge companies, when I share that bigness conversation, all of a sudden you see the little 5-year-old kid go, and they start crying because they know that what that is probably a mirror or a mask of something else. If I talk about bigness and you shell in, so that becomes the conversation. So I expect, like when it happens and when, they called me and they're like, we want you recognized one of the top 25 coaches in the country for a Netflix special that I just shot 3 weeks ago. I wasn't surprised and not vain. I know the work that I put in. I know the spiritual psychology, the 13 years from back to back training, 10 days in the silent, 5 days in the dark, communications training, emotional intelligence training, 7 back-to-back years. Like I know that. I know how to when I didn't have a relationship with my daughter at 15 years old, and how I'm moving her out of her apartment in New York, and how we have this rekindling relationship, and now she's 22. I know what it took for me to be the most undedicated, uncommitted, cheating on all the girlfriends I ever had, to now being a devoted, committed husband. What that took. Oh, when I'm in those rooms, I know that what I'm going to share is very valuable, because I know a lot of people, maybe 95%, who don't share those things because they're not living those things. So a lot of things are overcompensated to shield from the things that they're not living. So there's no aspect of me that's like, I don't belong in. No, I belong in the room. A couple years ago, I didn't. That's probably why I wasn't asked a lot. But I belong in the room, because I know what I represent now. Someone who, just through me being myself, so many women say, I've never felt this safe in the presence of another masculine man in my life. Wow. But you know who trained me up on that? My first daughter, Kylia, my 2-year-old, my wife, because I always said, I am the most powerful representation of who my daughter will marry one day. That does not include leaky energy. Those batteries not included. And so that takes a lot of dedication. That takes a lot of focus. That takes a lot of responsibility. So I know when I step in that room, to see a devoted, dedicated, successful husband in a room full of beautiful women, that is a pillar, while there's rooms full of leaky energy from other men. It's valuable. I didn't realize how valuable it was until everybody started asking me, how do you do that? How did you do that? When did you start? When was so yeah, no, I belong in any room that I get invited to.
There's going to be a lot of people that watch this that are going to be so deeply inspired.
Yep.
You've come so far. You've overcome so much. I'm sure people can Google you and find out so many other stories.
Yeah.
My question is, in these last 2 years, there's some magic sauce in there, something that's changed that you're describing. And the difference is this worthiness has, because I knew you 2 years ago, and you were amazing back then. And you're saying that 2 years ago, it wasn't all there yet, and now it is.
Well, it's still not, it'll never all
of course
be there.
It's always more.
Continuously
It's always
evolving.
more. Yeah. What can people do who are watching this, who feel very far away from where you are right now? Mm-hmm. What's the first step on the journey, and what's the North Star on that journey that you think everyone can get behind?
Well, I can tell you this. Not everybody loves their kids. They love them because you're supposed to, because they have kids. But if you ever want kids, and if you have kids and you really love them, one mantra that just continues to work: I am the most powerful representation of who my daughter will marry one day. Or I am the most powerful representation of who my son will be one day. Because people don't do what you say, they do what they see. And they respond to how you feel, how you feel about yourself. And they take on your own insecurities. You'll know when you have people who have parents, they'll know. They know exactly what I'm talking about. And so I use the kids. So a lot of times to be like, I can't because of my kids. I can't. I like, listen, they can't be your crutch and your carrier. You can't be pitiful. You can be pitiful, you can be powerful. You can't choose both. And so I just choose to use that as a way of, there's no way I'm going to look at Soul and Kylia and say, hey, you're not worth it. You're not worth me being the best version of myself or the best representation of who you're going to marry one day. But you can do that regardless of what gender. You can do that, and you can just use things that you're actually, that are really meaningful for you. Are you in business? Am I the highest representation of who I want my employees to follow? Would you hire yourself? If you really start analyzing yourself, so you can't see the picture while you're in the frame, but if you analyze yourself, how you respond to things, how you talk to people. Things trigger you all. There's always work to do. There's always something there. And I always say, start with when you look in the mirror and the truth shows up and nobody is around. When you look in the mirror, what do you see? And what do you say? If it's anything other than, I am so proud of you. I love you so much. That's where you start. Because here's the thing. You can lie to me. You can lie to your spouse. You can lie to your kids, but you can't lie to yourself. No matter how many times you try to move away and start anew and quit the new job and start anew because of the thing that you've been running away from, you could go to Pluto. You're going to attract the same exact circumstances because everywhere you go, you still got to take yourself with you. And if you realize that you're that powerful of a magnet, use it for your good. Use it for creating a game that you actually like playing. But I don't want to play a game, then you're going to be a part of somebody else's game. That's the game of life, period, whether you like it or not. So create a game that you actually like playing. Well, what does that look like? Do you actually like the way the inside of your car looks? Instead of complaining about it, make it the way that you want it to look. Make it smell the way that you want it to smell. Your room right now is just painted all white, but you really love colors. Okay, and you keep, it's just so boring. Okay, do something about it. Paint it your favorite color. My office is turquoise. My car is turquoise because I love turquoise. I've created a game that I actually like and love to play. And I would start there, starting with something that brings you so much joy. Surround yourself around people that amplify the joy, not suck the life out of you, with a job or a hobby that amplifies the joy, not sucks the life out of you, and listen and read and watch things that amplifies the joy and not sucks the life out of you. And then you'll have some actual data, even after a week, of how you feel. Feeling is the secret. You're not going to measure that data on Google Docs and spreadsheets, but you can measure it in the longevity of your health from the inside out.
That was amazing. I got to let it end on those mic drops. I hope everyone can see how much you just brought to this right now, and everyone can really feel that intention from the beginning that I would remind them of. And we'll go back and watch this again and again because there's so many lessons. I've already got some notes that I'm going to have taken, and I'm going to put those down there. Are there any places, are there any books? What can people do when they're obsessed with Garrain now to get more of Garrain?
Okay. Well, I love Instagram. I love posting. I love posting about my family on Facebook, and I love posting about life and a lot of stuff that I talked about today on my Instagram. At Garrain Jones, Garrain.Jones. But I have a book called Change Your Mindset, Change Your Life.
I have it upstairs.
And the beautiful thing about that is the magic is in the third and fourth read. Some people will read a book one time and they have memorized all these quotes. No, don't read a book for memory, read it for mastery. And what I've done is I've taken the things that I've learned along the way, the things that I've learned and just dissected certain things in business, certain things in spirituality, certain things in going through hard times where you don't feel like you have a way. And I've taken the most simple, practical things like forgiving yourself, letting go of resentment, following the things that you love, and certain examples that if applied, you can put into anything that you do, and you'll produce a higher vibration of yourself. And a higher vibration of yourself radiates at a completely different frequency. If you're rating at a completely different frequency, whatever is on that vibration, whatever is in that realm, you'll get. And a lot of times your libido comes back, love comes back, you'll find your spouse, you find the person you're looking for because you found yourself. And in finding yourself, the universe rewarded you with your outward expression of your mirror.
Pick up the book, everybody. This has been amazing. Garrain, thank you so much for coming on again.
And thank you as well, brother. Appreciate you and your questions. They're always amazing.
Whoa. Welcome back, everybody. How is that experience for all of you? How's that going? Everybody hear me loud and clear? Well, I've got a nice surprise for everybody. Welcome in, Garrain. Nice setup.
I know, you're the one who taught me how to do this like 2 years ago.
Hey, there we go, man. You're really getting it down.
Thank you.
So we've got tons of questions, so much love in the chat, in the comments. I know I passed you one ahead of time if you want to just kick it off with that and see where we go from there. So the first one is how to start and keep making money off of something you feel aligned with. So if you're spiritual, but finding yourself financially poor, what are the steps on shifting that?
Here's the thing. I hear what you're saying, but the intent and what you're focused on is a trap door every single time. How do I find something and keep making money? It's how do I sustain my vibration over a long period of time? How do I sustain discipline over a long period of time? Like whenever I go to the gym, I don't go work out for abs. I don't go work out to look like a superhero, though I do. I don't go and do that. I go to work on my discipline. And that's the only thing I'm focused on, because when you have trained discipline inside of yourself, that can transmute in any direction of your life. So when I'm waking up at 4:20 in the morning, I'll go running, but I'm not like running other than, okay, I just want to sustain an energy over a long period of time, because my intention is to train a more depth of capacity in my life. When it comes to earning money, I know without a shadow of a doubt, I know I'm going to keep it because I can keep a frequency over a long period of time. And one way, and this is very simple for anybody out here, if you can start learning how to sing, and I know this sounds crazy, but if you can start learning how to hit a specific note and keep hitting that note, what you're signaling to your brain, to your listening, to your heart, to the vibrational patterns inside of your body is, I can hold that vibration over a long period of time. But if you try to sing and you're like, that will tell you your capacity for vibration. I know I find ways to hack matrices all the time. But if you can train yourself to learn how to sing and then start to build your physical body, not for the muscle, but for the discipline, you'll have a physical representation of sustaining an energy over a long period of time. And then with your voice, you can hold a vibration over a long period of time. If you connect those two, the next time it comes for you to attract, listen to the words, currency in your life. It's a current, which means that there's a flow. To attract the frequency that has the vibration of the currency flowing in your life, you will already have a strong foundation that you've trained up, and you won't have to question, how am I going to keep it? Because inside of the discipline, you build confidence. Inside of the resilience, you build confidence. Inside of you activating your throat chakra, because you can hold a tone. And by the way, if anybody understands the energy systems, the chakras, the one that is blocked the most in 95% of the world is the throat chakra. Speaking and being your vibrational truth. Vibrational truth meaning the inherent wisdom inside of your body. So I just find a way to take these really complicated things, make it simple. Learn how to sing notes, build your physical body, and then work on your managing your most meaningful disciplines and your resilience inside of the gym, and then take those two together, and then your confidence will be a ripple effect of those things that you continuously work over and over and over. The confidence in something isn't something that you check off. It's something that you are because you beat on your craft, and now you're not just relying on skill. I mean, you're not just relying on talent, because talent will only get you so far. It's when when talent meets skill, and then what transcends from there is something that will outlast, outwork, out resilience anybody with just talent. So hopefully that answers your question.
Wow, Garrain, I expected, nothing less than genius and greatness out coming from you. And I'm gonna just give a little testament too to Garrain. I've known him for years, and I'm telling you guys, not everyone that you see on the internet is exactly who you think they are, and they can be very different behind closed doors. Garrain is even better in real life. So if you ever get the opportunity to attend like his Artist Power retreats, or just hang out with them, or get
June
schooled
6th
in
through the 10th.
pickleball. He's just an incredible person through and through. So thank you so much, Garrain, for popping on here right now. This has been amazing. Now, probably a friend of yours, we're getting ready to do an interview with Jason Goldberg.
He's not a friend of mine, but I'm about to meet him.
Yep. And he will be in the future for sure. You guys would get along so well. His book is called Prison Break, and it was all about losing the weight in life. And that's WAIT. So I know you're going to be all about this one. I know you have a podcast to run too. Thank you so much for coming on here and answering some questions. And I can already see people want a lot more of you. And I've got ideas of how to do that. So stay tuned, everybody. On Wednesday, I'll probably drop some awesome stuff to get more of Garrain in all of our lives. Thank you so much, Garrain, for coming on.
Y'all have a blessed day. Take care.
Okay, everybody, you ready to go with the next speaker? I know you loved Garrain so much. We'll see if we can get some more Garrain in here, because I'm just noticing how much love there is for him. And then the next speaker coming on, I know you're going to love just as much. Also an old friend and someone who's just so amazing. Definitely pick up Garrain's book, Change Your Mindset, Change Your Life, and feel all that inspiration, get into all that good energy as we welcome in Jason Goldberg here. And it looks like Garrain might stick around to answer some questions in the chat at the same time. So enjoy that, everybody. And here we go. Thank you all so much for allowing me to bring this guy on, because he's been such a close friend for the last 7-8 years of my life, and the only time I get to talk to him is when I have a legitimate excuse or reason to deliver value to the world to get him on the schedule. And so I'm really grateful to all of you for coming to the summit, for allowing this conversation to happen. I know you're going to get lots of different takeaways out of this one. We're about to explore so many interesting ideas, and it's going to break the norm. We've got our 4 themes, but this man is a master of reinvention himself. And we've actually got an interesting story this morning, hours ago. He has just embarked on a new journey of reinventing himself yet again in an all new way that I think is going to be incredible for the world. And I'm excited to hear him talk about that sometime during the interview. And this man is no other than the Jason Goldberg. Welcome, Jason, to the show. I'm so excited. A lot of the times I think of reinvention as a 180-degree turn on life, or at least a 90-degree turn. But there are many different ways to reinvent yourself. You can do incremental change, or you can do massive change. Can you talk to me about when to use what? And in your experience of having collaborated with NASA, been a celebrity coach, and now creating, and I'm not going to spoil it yet, but a new borderline medical supplement, I'm really excited to hear about your philosophies around when to do incremental change. These people have been learning so much right now in so many different avenues. They probably have 15 new interests and big ideas for themselves. Where do people start with change?
It's a challenge, right? Because if you base your entire decision-making process off of Instagram memes, you will think you have to literally burn down your life in order to do something new and different. And that sounds really cool and really glamorous. And there are probably tons of movies that glorify that. And there are experiences, of course, of people who have just burned everything down and built everything back up. And that's fantastic. Not saying it's a wrong thing to do, but I want to have a higher likelihood of success in my reinvention. And for me, the incremental side works better, right? And there's even, there was a story, and I don't remember all the specifics right now, but there was a story of this, it was like a United Telephone company in, I think it was in Ohio. And they had their entire building where all of the stuff was housed for the entire phone system for the entire city, right? Like all the lines came into this building. And they decided the building needed to be moved in order to build a new building, but they couldn't tear it down because it's literally running the phones for the entire city. So they literally had to move this entire building from where it was, turn it 90 degrees, and then move it little by little, like an eighth of an inch per hour over the course of weeks. While, get this, everybody was still working inside. This is a true story. It's like the 1920s or something. And when you dig into that, you actually see something really interesting about incremental change. Obviously, that's a huge example of incremental change to create a massive result. But what they had to do to be able to have that incremental change is, number one, they had to be flexible. And what I mean by that is, with all these cables and everything coming in, they literally had to make sure there was no tautness, no rigidity, because when they moved it, it would have snapped. And so they had to install flexibility. And psychological flexibility works the same way. And so when we want to change something in our lives, we have to make sure that whatever that vision is that we want to change into, that we don't hold that too rigidly, right? We want to have the vision, we want to have the North Star, we want to have high involvement, but low attachment to what it looks like. So incremental works best to me when you want to make a change, when you don't feel the need to burn everything down, and we'll kind of talk about how to know the difference between when to burn things down and not, and you are willing to bring some flexibility into what that reinvention looks like.
So when it comes to that, can we put some physical examples on it? Like, I'm very curious, and maybe we can take your own story as an example. So from the various companies that you've run, real quick, clarify for me, one of your companies was like a pre-Uber? Uber?
Yeah, so before Uber was around, there's also a company called NetJets. I think you're familiar with NetJets, right? Yeah. So NetJets, for those who don't know, it's fractional private jet ownership. So instead of buying a private jet, this company owns it, and you have a membership where you use points to use the jet as you want to use it. And so myself and my co-founders, we took that idea and brought it down to executive transportation. And so now for, let's say, lawyers, for example, that needed to travel across the state of Florida, instead of flying and losing all this time and having incremental cost increase as more people came, we created what we called mobile executive offices. And so we had these offices in the back of Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans and Lincoln Navigators, and we would actually drive them across the state. They would save money because they could stay actually billing their clients as they were going. And it was all a points-based system. So it was kind of an on-demand executive transportation. So like Uber, but for companies.
When you consider going from one line of work to another, which I believe a lot of people are here, probably have a consideration of at least incremental change, probably in the 10 or 20% range with their life. But some people here are probably looking for a 90-degree or a 180. When you're thinking about creating that flexibility so that you can make that 90-degree or 180 change over an extended period of time, what are some of the principles or guidelines that you think are helpful?
Not holding so tight to whatever vision it is that you have. And the reason that's so important is because if I'm too tight on my vision, and actually, let me even clarify that. The end result, if you want to be super rigid on like how you want to feel and like what you want your experience of life to be, fantastic. Be like super laser focused on that. But as far as the process to get there, I want to be much more flexible. And so if I'm not that way, if I'm not flexible, and I think this is the way I have to go, this is the job I need to have, this is the company I need to go work for, whatever those things are, and anything doesn't work the way it's supposed to work, I'll shut down, I'll give up, I'll be done with the whole thing. Obviously, I wasn't cut out for this. Obviously, I meant to just stay at this job I hate. And then we lose out on the transformation, on the incremental change. And so instead, I want to hold this mentality of, if I'm on the path and I'm facing the general direction of where I want to go, like if I'm in New York and I want to go to LA, I know I need to face west, right? On any given day, I may take one step or 9 steps or no steps, but my nose is still pointed west because I know west is where I want to go. So as long as I have that as a North Star, then as I'm going through the process, if something doesn't work out, I go, cool, well, that's not the way to do it. There must be another way. Right? Whereas if I'm rigid about it, then I go, that didn't work, I'm screwed. And so if we want to be able to live in the process and get to where we want to get without needing to have such a tight grip on it, Not to mention the fact that the tighter the grip we have on things, the less we have creative energy to build things. Because this tight gripped energy is trying to protect things from failing and falling apart. So it's playing not to lose instead of playing to win. And so I think that's a really important thing, a distinction there to look at as well.
When it comes to these really extreme changes, the massive changes versus these incremental ones, I also know that you've done something that most people who do it don't succeed with very well, which has led to your new company that you're starting, which we're still just bringing people to a cliff edge on. But when people are, let's say they really want to reinvent their health and they really want to find vitality in their life. Maybe they want to lose a lot of weight. Maybe they want to get more in shape, or they feel tired and they want to have lots of energy. You went and did something that most people do not succeed with. And you not only had a massive change, but then I saw you not that long after take a tremendous amount of incremental change as well with that. So if you want to share that story, you can, but when do people consider taking massive change versus this incremental?
So two things to that. So I want to address kind of like when to do the massive versus the incremental, and then also how I was able to kind of have the success that you're talking about. And so what you're talking about there is I used to be very overweight. I was overweight my entire life. So by the time I was 29 years old, I was 330 pounds, and I'm 6'1", but 330 pounds is still, it's a pretty big frame. I think it was 42% body fat. I mean, that's like a baby at some point, right? Like it's not great. And so I tried for 15 years to lose the weight, and I finally did this research on having bariatric weight loss surgery, which I had a lot of shame around in the beginning. Like I wouldn't tell people because there was this stigma of like, oh, that's the easy way out and you couldn't do it on your own and all these things, which now I know that not to be true. It's a tool and you still have to work the tool at the end. So, and I want to talk about how I got successful with that. But just to back up to the first part. So there's a really simple distinction that I use for myself and for so many of my clients. I actually just taught this. I did a keynote last week or week before last in Mexico, and I was teaching this exact same concept. And it's this distinction of what you want to create versus what you want to avoid. Okay. And so many decisions that we make, and myself included, like if I'm not checking in with myself, so many decisions that we make that's going to lead to some kind of reinvention is because we're trying to avoid something. Right? I'm going to leave this relationship because I want to avoid having to set boundaries. I'm going to leave this job because I want to avoid having tough conversations or being a leader in this space. And I'd rather just leave and go away. But the challenge with that is that wherever you go, you're still there. Right? And so if you're not able to work with the thing in location A, in job A, you're not going to be able to work with it in job B. If you're not able to work on it in relationship A, you're not going to work on it in relationship B. And so if we're looking at what we want to avoid, if that's where we're focused on, whatever that change is telling you to make, don't listen to it. Right? Now, it doesn't mean that that's still not a good change for you, but through that lens, don't listen to it. The flip side, what do I want to create? Now that's visionary. Right? That's not looking backwards and saying, oh man, I don't want that to ever happen again. It's saying, yeah, great. That's the past. I've graduated from that. I'm complete with the past. Doesn't mean I've forgotten it. Doesn't mean I regret it. I'm just complete with it. Like when I finished high school and I left, I was complete with high school. I didn't go back and hang out with the seniors in the parking lot afterwards because that would be weird. Right? So I'm just complete. So if I'm complete with the past of what I've done up to this point, then I ask myself, what do I want to create in my job? And I say, well, I definitely want a place where I can be more creatively expressed. And you know what? I'd love to be in like a really small, agile, like, frisky, spunky team that's just scrappy and getting stuff done. Like that's a vision. That's what I want to do. So if this is not happening here and it's maybe happening over here, I go, yeah, that's the vision brought to life. And so that's a great decision. Same thing with relationships. I go, you know what? I just envision a partner that we can travel the world together, or I envision having a partnership where we can have, deep, meaningful conversations about crazy meta stuff that only JG and Skip have conversations about. Like that's a vision, right? Like I want to create that. So anytime you're looking at change, massive or incremental, but especially massive, ask yourself, am I looking at this through the lens of what I'm trying to avoid, or am I looking through the lens of what am I trying to create?
And because of that, when you're doing the what do I want to create, that's why the follow through can happen. Because you're no longer running away from problems, but running towards an ideal. And to that point, what is the difference between, I've had so many conversations around this in the Reinvent Yourself Summit, this concept of peace and pursuit is what I like to call it. The piece of saying, this is who I am, and I'm just becoming more of that. So for you at that point, it was, I am a healthy person and I need this tool to help me get closer to that, but I'm going to continue to do the things. As using this tool, there's going to be more things. Versus the pursuit of, it's never enough, or changing the goalpost. How many times could I speak of a friend who started a business or a relationship and just always wanted it to be better, and when they hit their goals, then they just moved the goalpost so much further and said, I'm going to make this much money and that's going to be enough. And then they got there and it wasn't enough. And then there was inflation, or it was whatever it was. And then there needed to be more, and there needed to be more. Do you have a paradigm around that?
So what you're talking about in my world is just identity. And so the reason we do those things, we strive for this big thing, is because we think it's going to allow us to step into the identity of the successful so-and-so, right? Entrepreneur or athlete or whatever it is, right? And so if we've hit that goal, that identity is satisfied, well, what do? You create another identity. Well, okay, I'm going to go even further. And this is a new identity that's going to go do that thing over there. And so it's not to say that identities inherently are bad. They're not bad at all. I mean, if we didn't have identities, I wouldn't know what to call you when I saw you, right? I mean, the reason my name is Jason is because my mom said it enough that I believed it, right? Like, I don't actually have a name. That just happens to be the identity that I believed. And then the rest of my life from there, I've been either running away from identities, trying to assume identities, pushing them away, trying to bring them in, whatever it is. And so the paradigm shift here is to start recognizing the place that I make the best decisions from is the one that doesn't have an attachment to the identity that's usually making that decision. Okay. When I'm coming from a place, and I'm going to go into that for you. Okay. So for example, I had a client who was the CEO of a medical system. He had multiple mental health clinics across the US. And he came to a session one day and he said, you know what? I don't know what it is with my team. We're just always putting out fires. That's what we do constantly. We're just putting out fires, putting out fires, putting out fires. If they have the identity of a team that's constantly putting out fires, Skip, what do you think they see everywhere they look? Fires. Fire. Right, because that's their identity. And anything that threatens your identity, you are going to fight tooth and nail to protect it, even if it doesn't serve you. Even if it's a crap identity that's making your life worse, it's still yours, right? And so we had to shift him into, well, what would happen if the team's new identity was, we are always on the lookout for the highest impact thing we could do at any given moment. That's a totally different identity, right? And so it gets processed through that lens. And so I'm not even saying in this moment that the answer is to look at the identity you've created and create a different one. I actually want to first be rid of all identities and go from there. And so the way that I do that, do you mind if I share just like a little exercise around that?
Please.
So one of my clients was one of the leads in one of the Batman movies. And so we were talking about identity through the lens of Batman, right? Because it just made it easy because this person gets Batman. So we were talking about it and I said, okay, so imagine that you, and I'll use you, Skip. Imagine you, Skip, are the director of the movie Batman, right? And we're talking Michael Keaton Batman, screw Ben Affleck and all those are not real Batman. Michael Keaton, the original. And you're filming a scene and Batman's doing his Batman thing. You finish the scene, you yell cut, you're talking to the rest of the crew, getting ready for the next scene, and you look over and you see Batman pacing back and forth on the set. Like, he looks really stressed out and he's your star. You want to make sure he's okay, right? So you walk up and you go, hey man, you look kind of stressed out. What's going on? Can I help with something? And he goes, Skip, I don't know, man. What if I'm not strong enough to beat the Joker? Like, what if my tech's not powerful enough? What if the people of Gotham die and their blood is on my hands? How am I supposed to live with that for the rest of my life, Skip? And you're looking at him like, what the hell is he talking about? It's a movie. But you don't want to say that. You don't make him feel dumb, right? He's your star. So you have a couple of choices here. Number one, you can say, okay, Batman, let's make your tech stronger so you can save the people of Gotham City and beat the Joker. Or you can remind him that he's Michael Keaton playing the role of Batman. And that before he ever came to set, and before he ever was in makeup, and before he put on the suit, he was having breakfast at home with his family, devoid of any of the issues that Batman is currently facing, right? So I literally wear this bracelet that I had made that says not Batman to remind myself when I get caught up in these identities that I'm not Batman, I'm playing that role. And so when this happens for me, and this has happened, it happens weekly, sometimes daily, depending on what's going on. if I'm stressed out, and let's say I'm just really stressed out about this new business, let's say, oh, it's not taking off as fast as I want it to, or something like that, and I'm getting really stressed out, then I'll sit there and I'll close my eyes for just a minute, and I'll say, today, I am playing the role of Jason, the stressed out entrepreneur that's really pissed off that this thing isn't taking off as fast as I'd like it to. And I know how to play that role all day, bro. I know how he talks to himself. I know how he talks to others. I know how he treats his body. I know what kind of foods he eats. I know the self-talk. I know everything about this character. And I say, okay, how does it feel right here, right now? If they had yelled cut in that scene with Jason, the stressed out entrepreneur, and I took off whatever the Jason entrepreneur outfit was of the day, how does it feel right here, right now, without an attachment to that identity? I'm not saying the identity's gone, not saying it doesn't exist. I'm probably going to play it again tomorrow when I come back to set. But for right now, how does it feel just in this moment without an attachment to that identity, without an attachment to that role? And when I do that, Skip, 100% of the time, my nervous system comes down. It may not be 100%, but it comes down. It gets less sped up right in that moment. And so a lot of people will say, oh, great, so you're just pretending you don't have problems. You could look at it that way, but the way I always talk about it is, Skip, if I have a problem that I just cannot get through at all and I call you, you don't go, oh my God, you have a problem? What are you going to do? Everything's falling apart. No, your relationship to my problems are totally different. You go, hey man, let's see what we can do together. And so the same thing applies here. When I realize I'm not Batman, I don't ignore Batman's problems. I say, hey, Batman, let's see what we can do here together. Because when I realize I'm not Batman, I have so much more creativity available to me in that moment.
Wow. I'm going to use that so much now. Not Batman. I love it. I want to make that my phone background. That's really cute. Can someone in the audience design a funny meme looking thing of not Batman? Oh, that's going to be great. Oh,
I'm sure there's an AI. I'm sure we can make Dolly or Midjourney make a really bad not Batman.
Let's say someone is going down the path where they've already created their dream life. And as they go through it, they face this sort of existential question of, is this all there is? Or they start to get bored of the dream life they once had. I know there's a lot of ways we could approach this topic, but I can imagine there's a lot of people, and myself included, in various areas and various categories, maybe just these 4 that we're talking about here, maybe others, where it feels like we need to move the goalpost to create energy, to create excitement or enthusiasm in our lives, which isn't necessarily always the case. That is one way to potentially create more excitement or enthusiasm. But you mentioned a question that a friend of yours asked recently that I think might be really interesting for this topic. If there's someone here that has that, or in the future, when I promise you, all of you will go through a moment like this in life in a category, if you haven't already.
So I was at a meditation. There's this a meditation company called Open, and one of my buddies, Manoj, is one of the founders, and I was in one of his in-person meditations, and he had us contemplate on this question: when's the last time you did something for the first time? Right? When's the last time you did something for the first time? And when I thought about that, and I looked at especially my career, and for whatever reason, career came up first. You could think of health or adventure or parenting, whatever. But for me, career is what came up first. And I looked at it and I go, wow, for the last 12 years, my focus has essentially just been speaking and coaching. And although I may create new talks or I may create new offers or new programs or whatever, it's a different flavor of the same thing. I'm still doing mainly the same thing, just with different lenses, different angles. And there's a boredom, as you said, and a lot of times people who think they're burned out are actually just really bored. But there's a boredom that comes from that, and there's a sense of complacency that can come into that as well. Because if you feel like you've mastered whatever craft you have now, it kind of becomes boring to just stay in that. But at the same time, it's what it's safe, right? So you don't want to necessarily just burn everything down. And so this question of when's the last time you did something for the first time really woke me up to the fact that there was an element in my life that was missing. And when you talk about like how to know, when it's enough, or if you feel like it's not enough and you need to move the goalpost, look at your values, right? And so for me, like, novelty is one of my values. And I wasn't experiencing novelty. There was nothing really new.
Let's just right now, if we were to help people discover their number one, maybe number two value, what's the thought process that you ask yourself to discover that? And it changes. Of course, it changes a little bit.
It's funny you say that, because I actually, when I look at values exercises or trying to find my values, it's much more a question of, when do I feel most me? Right? That's the question for me. When do I feel the most me? Because if I try to make it a value thing, then it's a thing out there. And now I'm like, oh, I should value growth, because people that value growth are smart and people look up to them. But like, is that me at my best when I'm growing? Like, I need to ask myself that question. And so in that exact respect, I would ask myself, okay, well, when am I at my best? And it's like, well, when like something has like newness to it, and there's like enthusiasm behind that, and there's like autonomy where I get to choose what I'm doing with that thing. And so, and my values just start coming back to me, right? Novelty and autonomy and joy and growth and enthusiasm, and all these things start coming together. And so that was what was triggered for me when I asked that question to myself, right? Is like really checking in and seeing which of my values are not being met anymore. To your point about it changing, my coaching business and speaking business 100% fulfilled all of my values at one point. But over time, your values may shift and change, and you need a new version of that. And so that became the big thing for me with this business, this new business that I've started, is to be okay going back to the white belt mentality, right? The beginner's mind. Because it is so easy when you've been doing something for a long time. I don't care if it's coaching or accounting or whatever it is that you do. It's very easy to get into living in the I know mind. Right? The I know mind is one of the biggest killers of joy of life that you could possibly have, right? It's the reason that you go, oh yeah, no, I've had that chicken Parmesan at that restaurant. I'm not going there again. Like, I know, right? Oh yeah, Steve from accounting, he's always making stupid comments at the meeting. I know, right? As soon as I know everything, there's no room for curiosity. There's no room for connection. And so I want to shift into the I don't know mind. Right? Like that being okay, not having it be, oh my God, I don't know. It's like, oh, I don't know. Like, Skip, where are we going to stay in our Airbnb in Estonia? I don't know. Let's find something cool. It's like, it's a fun thing to explore. And so I had to look at that and say, okay, am I going to be the arrogant, entitled schmuck who says, well, I've been in this industry for 12 years and I'm an expert. I should just be able to transfer that over and everybody should see me as an expert in the new thing. Or am I going to humble myself and say, listen, here's how it worked in martial arts. In martial arts, you start with a white belt. As a master, you're working overtime, putting in the reps, doing all the training, and they didn't wash their belts. And so over time, the belt would get dirty from the sweat and the dirt and rolling around and doing all these things. And that's how black belts became a sign of mastery, right? Because it got so dirty, that proves you've been putting in the reps, which is great. And that takes us to the end of me being in my current profession for 12 years. But what a lot of people don't know is that that same black belt in this is real things here, that same black belt over time of being worn so much, the top layer would start to fray and come off and you would see a white belt again. And that was the reminder to these masters of martial arts that there's always something new you can be learning, or there's always principles of things you thought you mastered that it may make sense to go back and revisit again. And I think that's the quintessential having the I don't know mind, is like, no matter how long I've been doing a thing, there's always something new I can learn, and I want to humble myself and be okay with sucking at it until I don't.
So I wonder if we were to explore right now, if you were to entertain me with this and explore what, with all of the audience, and I'll be the guinea pig for it, how does someone go about discovering their number one, number two value? So if you were to use me as the guinea pig, what question would I ask to discover what that value is? And if this value is something that is going to be quite important. So this is going to be something iterative. This is the first word that comes up may not be the word, but you can feel it out and see what's right for you. In the chat, in the comments, go ahead and type out like what your thoughts are as we go through this very short, brief exercise on exploring values. And I know Jason and I have done many of these exercises together in the past, but albeit in a very different era of both of our lives. So as Jason is now moving into this, I'm so excited to drop this in a few minutes too. They're like, what is it?
It's a dog grooming business. Let's just tell her I'm grooming dogs. No, okay, that's not it. Nothing against dog groomers. They're needed, believe me. Matted poodles, not fun. Okay. Yeah. So the question that I would start with is that instead of looking at values, I want to look at experiences. Okay. So when is the last time, and it doesn't have to be the best ever, but when is the last time you felt truly lit up when you were doing something? What's something like that for you, Skip?
I get a lot of that. I might be weird with this one. I'm lit up by a lot of different things. I would say off the top of my head, when we started doing these interviews for the summit, and I started getting this dedicated time to ask great people great questions, oh, it's just so juicy. Sometimes like the answers are so good, and it's this exploration with people that I know to figure out what's the genius, like kind of chipping away like the David at people's ideologies to figure out what this brilliance is underneath for all of these things. So that's really, I don't know, there's something that's just so awesome about that. Pickleball. Yeah, pickleball. Absolutely. Yeah. We started playing pickleball back in December, and I've just become absolutely enchanted by the sport. And it's so fun. It's so social. It's so easy to play with pretty much anybody. You can take it easy or you can go really hard. So there's a lot of, I think the social component of it is pretty critical, but also like the fact that you can play slow and be really gentle, but then you can also play really fast and be aggressive. So you can like flip flop between those in a heartbeat. You'd probably love it for the same reason. Yeah?
Give me one more experience.
I was doing a vision boarding workshop for our All Access Pass community. And I think guiding them through some of the exercises and seeing all of the tiers and the comments, really wonderful. Like very much, lots of energy after that. 5 or 10 seconds for people to put in the chat right now. What did you hear in those 3 experiences that you would point out as a value? Just pop whatever comes to mind. There's no wrong answers. I mean, there is a wrong answer, but it doesn't mean you're wrong as a person. So pop those in the chat. I'm going to give you 5, 4, 3, 2. I lied. I'm going now. Okay. So here's a couple things that I noticed of all those. All 3 of those were a we. This wasn't you journaling on a beach by yourself in Thailand. It was all a we. Okay. It was also, and I don't know how big the vision boarding thing was, but when you look at pickleball and you look at these interviews, it was small. It was intimate, right? There's an intimacy there. So when I hear these 3 things, I look at and I see immediately a value of connection and intimacy, right? That those would be very important things to you if I'm looking from the outside in from those stories. Does that feel true for you? Absolutely.
If we know that connection and intimacy is what we value, then when we're feeling sad and down and depressed and lost and bored and everything else, I ask, when's the last time I experienced connection and intimacy? And I can guarantee the answer would be, oh man, it's been days or weeks, or it's been a month and I've been holed up working on this project behind a screen, or my friends have been traveling and I haven't seen, like whatever the thing is, you go, oh, that's my roadmap back to sanity. That's my roadmap back to happiness. So I see that for you. I also see the ability to have a challenge, right? Because you're being challenged by ideas when you're having these conversations, right? You're being not challenged as in like you're wrong, but like you're expanding your mind, right? Same thing with pickleball. You have to be able to expand the way you work in it, because sometimes it's hard and sometimes it's gentle, and you kind of have to play within the kind of the flow of that as well. And then same thing with the vision board. You're having to respond to what shows up in that moment. You don't have a script where if somebody says, "Hey, Skip, what about?" and you go, "No, sorry. I have a rigid script. We cannot talk about anything that's not on the script." No, there's space, right? There's space to explore. There's space to have fun. There's no like rigidity there. So to me, those are the things like connection, intimacy, challenge, and like flow, the ability to be in kind of a flow state.
Let's take a 90-degree turn here and go off the cliff with everybody. When you've considered reinventing your life, I've been around for so many of your ideas, and I think it would be really helpful for people to know someone like Jason has probably had 57 business ideas in the past 2 years. And I want to hear him talk through why this business idea, why this one in particular. And I have a feeling it's going to be a really beautiful story and answer. And it will give us all some insight into thinking about if you ever are considering starting a business in 2024 and beyond, because the world has changed a lot in the past few years. The world of business in particular, I mean, everything, but business has changed a lot. How did you come to the point where you are now starting
So Kiss My Ass and Goodbye is the full name of the product. I'll tell you what it is, what it's about in a second. But one thing that I get a little scared of when I hear from a client is that they want to start this business so that they can scale it and exit for a massive amount of money in the next 5 years. Like that's the reason they want to start the business, because I know that it's going to take about 6 months to a year for them to say, nope, I'm done. This sucks. I'm going to do anything else but this. So in this reinvention, and in most of my reinventions as they relate to career, the question is, what is the problem that I want to dedicate the next 5 to 10 years of my life to? That's it, right? What's the, and even deeper than that, in this one in particular, I asked myself one additional question that I had never asked myself before. And maybe it's because of my age. I mean, not that I'm super old, but I feel like there's like, there's 3 stages in our lives. I feel like there's learning, where you're really just trying to take things in. There's leadership, where you're like really establishing that you're great at your craft or building or whatever it is, you're scaling, you're doing whatever it is you're doing. And then there's legacy, right? Like what's the thing you really want to be known for? Not from an egotistical way, but just from like a self-fulfillment way. And so the second question I asked myself is, what is the problem that I would be proud to say that I'm working on? Right? Because there's a lot of things that I could do that would make a difference. They'd make an impact. They're humanity plus, like I'd be happy to do it. But would I be like, proud, like I want to scream from the rooftops that I'm helping to, make plastic water bottles a thing of the past? I mean, it's a great thing, but I don't feel any real connection to it. And now I know all the eco-friendly people are going to cancel me. But like, I get that it's a problem. It needs to be solved. And it's just not something that I'm like, oh yeah, I'd be like, yeah, cool. I'm really happy I contributed to that. And so I looked at that question, like, what is it that I'd be proud to say I'm working on the next 5 to 10 years? And I turn internally for that. And I say, what's my biggest struggle? What are the things that I'm struggling with the most? And I knew that I wanted to be in the product business. I didn't want to do another service-based business. I've had 3 service-based businesses. So for my 4th business, I wanted to be a product. And when I look at my own life, the thing that I've struggled with the most since I've lost all the weight is acid reflux. And I've been dealing with it literally every single day for the last 12 years. I've been taking what's called H2s, acid reducers, over-the-counter medications, twice a day, every day, and then Tums, like little, I call them chalky pucks, these little, multicolored little discs. I've been popping those like candy. And I did not know until I started researching last year the dire ramifications and long-term effects of taking those things, that they actually make the problem much, much worse. There's potential for cancer, and there's malabsorption, and there's all these other things that I have no idea. I have no idea what damage is done to me even now, taking it for the last 12 years. I'm actually going to find out pretty soon from the doctor. And so I said, you know what? I have no idea how I'm going to do this, but I have my North Star. My North Star is that I am suffering from this. A lot of other people are suffering from it. What can we do about it to actually help people be healthier and feel better about this thing? And so I just dove in, man. I went into immersion, and immersion is such an important part of reinvention as well. I think it's James Altucher. He says something to the effect of, to the outside world, what is immersion looks like magic, right? It's not magic when you build something, it's immersion, right? So I started reading all the documentation and all the clinical studies and all the things about everything. And I was like, wow, I think there's actually something I can do here. I think there's an opportunity. But then the question becomes, well, how? How do I do it? That's the wrong question. The how is in the who, right? The question is, who do I need to help me to do this? And that's when I found my amazing pharmacist partner and my amazing functional medicine gut doctor partner. And coming together, the 3 of us, we created this amazing formula that's all natural. The ingredients are clinically tested. I've tested it on myself and with other people. And it's just a beautiful way to get people off of these terrible over-the-counter medications and to do things that are actually going to restore the gut microbiome and like not make you feel worse and not make you have long-term ramifications. And so today is actually the launch day. It's so crazy that we're doing this today. And we didn't even realize until we got in here. Skip's like, wait, that was today. That just happened a few hours ago. I'm like, yeah, bro. And here we are. So it's reinvention in real time. It's terrifying. Please don't think at all that because I've been through these reinventions that it's like, oh yeah, this is easy. Every one of them feels like a brand new one, like being reborn again.
I would say it gets even scarier every time, because like you get further along in life, you get a higher belt, and then you go, wait, am I really going back to day 1 on a totally new thing? That's exactly right. So it has been and will continue to be a massive growth opportunity for me. But if I know that I have that North Star, right? This is one of the things I did when I started my coaching business. Is I always tell people one of the reasons I was successful in my coaching business is because I went on a reality TV show. And they go, you run a reality TV show? I say, well, not exactly.
What I did is I wrote up this entire letter. It's a Google Doc. I still have it. I can send it to you. And it's from a fake production company. And the owner of the production company, whose name is Mason Foldberg, wrote me this email, right? And I actually had a friend send me the email after I wrote it out. And it was this production company saying, listen, we're starting this reality TV show. We're looking for a person who wants to make a big impact in the world. We've heard a lot about you and the things you're trying to do. And we'd love to feature you in the show and just follow you and on your journey. But before you sign up, we need you to know there's going to be a camera crew at your house every day at 7 a.m. following you. So if this is something you think you're not going to really be into in a couple months, or you're kind of let it fall by the wayside and you're not super sincere about it, it's fine. Just let us know. And even in the letter, it says, and it doesn't mean you're not going to have bad days. We want the viewers at home to see how you navigate bad days as well. We know you're not just going to be positive and happy every day. So let us know if you're in. And if so, we'll get the camera crew there tomorrow. And I literally wrote back to the email, I'm in. And then woke up every morning pretending that there was going to be a camera crew at my door at 7 a.m. So when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, oh, I don't want to go to the gym. It's like, doesn't matter. Camera crew is going to be here soon. Or, oh, I don't want to create this offer or create some content. Doesn't matter. Camera crew is going to be here soon. So if we really find the thing that we're proud to work on and we want to dedicate the next 5 to 10 years of our life to, and we want to be in integrity to our word, to ourselves and to others, then that's a great exercise to remind you there are people who need this. And if you really want to be of service in the world, which I'm guessing 99.99%, if not 100% of the people on this right now want to make some kind of impact and be of service, you start with integrity and you end with consistency, and you just keep going and keep staying on the path no matter what.
Jason, when people fall in love with you after this, where do they go to digitally stalk you? How do they learn more?
Instagram, I am at the Jason Goldberg, the Jason Goldberg. That's all like my mindset, personal growth stuff. And then of course, now we have kissmyassetgoodbye.com, and also on Instagram, kissmyassetgoodbye. And you can follow all the stuff there and get involved in all the shenanigans.
Hello, everybody. What do we think about all of that? So amazing. I've seen Jason through many different iterations of his life, and I hear we may have someone in the audience. Do we have any questions? And here I see Jason here. Hey, Jason is in the VIP Zoom room right now. A lot of people were talking about immersion in particular. Let's see. Having a little bit of technical challenges getting him on. Oh, okay. Jason's in the chat, everybody. He's at JFK Airport in New York City. Where are you headed, Jason? And Jason's going to be here to answer any questions. Oh, nice. He's heading back home to LA, Los Angeles. Integrity and consistency really hit them, Eric said. Pretty amazing. Lots of people commenting about having acid reflux. I love this James Altucher quote. To the outside world, immersion looks like magic. A lot of people talking about their values and what they feel like are their cores. Passion, creativity, enjoyment, love, fun, new experiences. Amazing. Deidre says she's been doing things for the first time for herself, getting divorced, felt like she was a people pleaser most of her life, reinventing herself who she wants to be and not who everyone else dictates she should be. Yep, I'm not Batmum. Love that for everybody. Being very flexible with change, you know, what seems like your dream life today is not always going to be something that feels like your dream life indefinitely. I love the camera crew bit that Jason had in this interview as well, talking about how if there was a camera crew following you around documenting your incredible life journey, what would you do differently? How would you show up? And I love the idea of just sort of faking yourself into that belief to call yourself to a higher level. I actually remember there was one point in my life not that long ago, 2022, January. I had a calendar on my wall and I was at such a tough emotional challenge in life that to do one activity every single day that was meaningful for work was a huge challenge. Sometimes it was a 5-minute email. Writing an email was a big challenge. But I made sure that on that calendar, I did at least one thing every day that I could write down that would move me forward in my career because I had very little energy to do more for my career at that point in time. And that became 2 things a day in February. It became 3 things a day in March. So I was up to maybe half an hour a day. And then from there, it really took off. And I was able to get back into the full swing of doing things in life and engaging in my career. I see Jason's commenting in the VIP Zoom. And I'm going to start getting us kicked off on the next speaker, who is Nichole-Kirk. Now, this interview was done by someone other than Marissa and myself, and I want to intro all of you to this wonderful human being. She is the head of publicity for Rapid Transformational Therapy, the host company that put this entire Reinvent Yourself Summit together. She's such an amazing person. She is Rapid Transformational Coach trained, Rapid Transformational Therapy trained. You may have seen her on the RTT YouTube channel and delivering experiences. You will likely see her in the future with more experience delivery. And her name is Elise Clayton. She's such an amazing person. I've had the honor of working with her for the last several months, actually a little over a year now, Elise. And I want to have her come and do a little intro for Nichole-Kirk, who is our next guest. Elise, you there?
I'm here. Thank you, Skip. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be part of this summit. I have to say, when Skip asked me to do some of the interviews, I was like, very scared. I'm not going to lie. You know that some of you will know me, and I do a lot of the videos for the RTT YouTube channel. But this was like whole next level. You know, constantly pushing the comfort zone, but reinventing myself. So I was really excited to do this. And you know, I've been on a journey to reinvent myself because I kind of blew my life up at 40 and decided to stop pretending to be someone else and actually to live the life I was always destined to lead. So yeah, a lot of the things I've heard today, I'm sure we'll all agree, like resonate with a lot of us as we go through that process of kind of evolving in life. And I was thinking earlier, actually, there's this amazing quote by David Bowie, and I'm probably going to butcher it now. It's aging is an extraordinary process whereby you become the person you always should have been. And I really stick by those words because it's all about transformation and getting to that place. But anyway, enough about me, and I'm going to introduce this wonderful, wonderful lady. So I was honored to interview her because she's been really an inspiration to me as well on my journey to aligning with my life purpose, and really has kind of helped me to make sense of why for so long I've kind of been holding myself back from true success in my life, but also in my business. She's amazing. She's the author of 4 books, founder and CEO of SoulFull, the School for Spiritual Strategy. And her goal, which I really love, is to stop people doing the tick box exercise goals, which I found myself guilty of doing over the years. And instead, stop thinking about what you should be doing and achieving, and instead start aligning with your soul purpose. So I'm going to let the interview do the talking. I hope you'll enjoy it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Elise, for coming on here. And everybody, get ready. This is going to be a fun one.
Today, I'm really excited to welcome yet another very, very special guest who's been a big inspiration for me on my journey, in particular to aligning with my life purpose and helping me to make sense of why for so long I've kind of been holding myself back from true success, not only in my life, but in my business as well. She's the author of 4 books, founder and CEO of SoulFull, the School of Spiritual Strategy. She describes herself as a metaphysician, master self-actualization coach, and spiritual strategist. Her flagship programs, Empires of the Soul and LSM, Life, Self, and Money Mastery, help people reach their full potential and achieve their biggest dreams by waking them up from what she describes as their fear program. So she's going to be talking a bit about that today, so you want to stay tuned. Her goal is to stop you doing the tick box exercise goals you think you should be doing and achieving, and instead align you with your soul purpose, so that you're doing what you love and loving what you do. I'm a personal fan, having just signed up for an amazing Align to Millions 3-step roadmap to build the empire of your soul program. And I just have admitted to her that I am completely fangirling today. So I cannot wait for this conversation. Tara Nichole-Kirk, welcome. It's so lovely to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited about this conversation.
Great. So I'm so excited to be speaking to you today because I think we so pre-programmed sometimes to just fall into this trap of following the career blueprint, kind of going to school, college, get a job. But for so many of us, we follow that blueprint, but then we can find ourselves really stuck on the hamster wheel and working to live rather than loving our work and what we do. Often finding ourselves in kind of trapped in jobs that we hate, but feeling like there's no other option out there. And I know firsthand how soul destroying that can be, but at the same time, I think it's almost the prospect of doing something new can be so daunting that actually even knowing where to start is crazy. But then kind of just going through the motions day to day can really take its toll on you mentally and physically. And I know firsthand, having worked in the world of PR and marketing agencies for, oh gosh, many years, over 20 years. And while I enjoyed a lot of the creativity that came with that job, the pressure, the backbiting, ultimately led me to kind of develop burnout and eventually leading to a chronic health condition, which forced me to completely reassess my life and go on a healing journey. And then eventually, when I got myself well, explore other ways to work. And that's what kind of led me on my spiritual journey to finding my true self and realigning me with my true purpose. And has actually led me here today to speak to you. So I'm so excited about speaking to you today. And I've talked a little bit about me there, but I'd love to hear more about you and your personal journey and what has led you to focus on kind of spiritual strategy in the work that you do.
Sometimes I feel like I've lived 9 lives in this lifetime. And I think about this work and this body of work that I've been really privileged to be a conduit for. And I joke with people, it's taken me only about 48 years and 14 lifetimes to figure all of these things out. But really, for so many transformational entrepreneurs, the roots of their, the actual business empire of their soul that ends up being them fulfilling their calling, you can see it in their very early childhood. Mm-hmm. And that's definitely the case for me too. I grew up in a family of really brilliant, really beautiful, really smart, really successful, really deeply unfulfilled people who were frankly checking the boxes really, really well and were really deeply rageful, right? Because that gap, that disconnect between your true self and what, the inside and the outside of your lives just got to be very overwhelming. And it created, a lot of the primal sort of wounds of my heart as a child. And so I grew up in this family of people who, where the outsides of our life looked really great and the insides were really, really terrible. I grew up in a family that was super, super conservatively religious and also super performance oriented. Like I got an extra dose of the same conditioning I help people unwind now. And I call it that perform, conform, produce to get love conditioning. Like I was the best of the students and that's what I got, either relief or rewarded for. And so I kind of veered back and forth in my upbringing from this really religious, but not necessarily spiritual, still kind of performance-oriented religion, actually, to performance-oriented, get A+ and be on all of the teams and do all of the stuff to get praise. And it kind of worked. Like I basically just recreated the situation I grew up in where I got a master's degree in psychology and became a lawyer and married this beautiful, had a beautiful husband and a big, beautiful house and was in the real estate sales business. And then 2008 hit, they call the Great Recession. I call it the not so great recession because it was like not so great. Yeah. And I lost everything. I lost my house, I lost my real estate business, I got divorced, my kids were split up in the custody battle. At the time, I didn't realize that I had developed a chronic illness, but I had, so I didn't feel good. And it was kind of like my dark night of the soul. And what was really helpful illumination at that moment in time was that I had been doing it all right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I had been working so hard and doing it all right. And I realized that doesn't stop unwanted things from happening in your life.
It's always going to be those curveballs.
Always. And I also realized there's gotta be more out there than this. Like I had this moment of literally just like on my knees, reading every sacred text. Like one wasn't enough. Like it was so bad. And I was like, all right, there has to be, I realized that I had been making all of my decisions in life based on what I was trying to avoid versus like having any kind of real solid North Star or sense of direction about who I really was and what I was really here for and what I really wanted. I didn't even really have that. Right. And so that's kind of where I began to realize that if you're out here kind of trying to get where you want to be in life with all performance or all spirituality, you're basically like I used to say fighting the battles of life. These days, I'm less combative. So I say playing the game of life with one hand tied behind your back. You know, you need both. We are not beings that are only spiritual. We are not beings that are only like strategic. We actually need both. And so in that time in my life was really when I started to both integrate all of these, tools and create my own sort of practices and rituals and stack my life full of these rituals and create these playbooks. And pretty soon I was out of my business, but I got this kind of wild job offer that doubled my business income. And then I doubled it again, and then I doubled it again. And so I kind of had this like process of both like shedding, unrepressing, stopping that thing of holding parts of myself back or shoving pieces of myself back. It was like actually as I became unpolished and like just really like was like, this is who I am. As I was learning and reclaiming the pieces of who I am and started bringing them into the world, I started to get actually wildly rewarded for in the workplace, which was very counterintuitive for me. So then I ended up actually as the CMO, the Chief Marketing Officer at MyFitnessPal, which at the time was the biggest health and fitness company in the world. We had this kind of wild run in my 2 years there where we grew from 45 million to 120 million customers and were acquired for about almost $500 million. And then I kind of I left the company after the acquisition and thought, like I'm being called to still work on the frontier of well-being, but the next frontier of well-being is actually inner well-being. And so that's how we came here. And that's how I came to this deep integration of spirit and strategy. Like we're not here to even just build businesses. We're not here to make a lot of money. We are here as beings of spirit in these physical apparatus for freedom, for wholeness, for joy. And if we are successful with the spiritual strategies we're using, we should see that in our real lives. We should see increasing health and increasing wealth and increasing wisdom and increasing self-expression. And if we're not successful with the spiritual strategies we're using, we just need better strategy.
Yeah, exactly that.
There's nothing broken or wrong with us. So that's kind of how I got here. And really, when I talk about spiritual strategy, we're talking about deep integrations of neurobiology, of various fields of psychology, but archetypal, the depth psychology of Carl Jung in specific, and then spiritual law, metaphysics, human design, like that.
Great. Yeah, it sounds like, we've had kind of similar journeys where we've both been in a position where everything's fallen, but it's allowed us to rise. And I know a lot of people watching this will be in the same situation, but a lot of other people as well might be still in that position maybe that we were previously, where you felt a little bit stuck or you were struggling. What advice would you give to people to kind of get them on track? Because I know now I work as an RTT therapist, and I know I try to now work with people so they don't get to the point that I did of complete burnout and like crashing and then having to rise. I want to kind of give them that empowered state to say, I'm going to take control now. This doesn't have to be my life. There's more to it, and start to build. What advice would you have for people who are maybe at that stage, but a bit like, I don't even know where to start or how to turn, or have that fear of some change?
Well, what I say to people, it's funny because there is an archetypal hero's journey in, fiction and myth and history and film and art, and we live that. We all humans live that. So I try to encourage people to really know deep in their heart, and they do once I say it, that everything that seems like a crisis to you is really a portal. It's really an opportunity for you to disrupt something about the story you've been living. We're all living a story, and most of us were actually given a story that as children that we're still living. And it may or may not be, the people that you're talking about, the people that I work with, the transcendent ones, the seekers of truth, often are not living a story that like really lights them up or, causes their soul to soar. And that's why they have that like knowing they're born with greatness within them. They know there's something else out there. The crises, I think, are always a gateway. I am not saying everything happens for a reason in that like really trite kind of like way. I'm saying there within every crisis you can look for and find an opportunity to shift something that, the wisdom within you knows needs shifting. So then the question becomes, where do you begin? And what I see, because our culture is our culture, we live in a very anti-mastery culture, as far as I'm concerned. We live in a very take the pill and make the pain go away culture, right? And because of that, and because the culture is training good little cogs, basically, in the 9-to-5 machine, there is all of this, even in the sort of personal growth and development world, there's still all this performative, like you got to go do stuff.
Yeah.
Do something different. So I see that a lot. I see lots of, coaching programs and transformation programs and people who are like, okay, I'm here. Here's my crisis. I got to start doing something different. And what I pretty much almost always see happen is that they start doing something different. Relatively rapidly, they hit their own upper limit. And then they spiral down into kind of like shame and self-sabotage.
Mm-hmm.
There's some kind of like I think of it as like the struggle switch flips on, or like there's an electric fence that's kind of like around your life, keeping your life, your income, your business, your, creative power sort of limited. And you can't see it. And so it's the electric fence, right? You can't see it, but every time you step outside your comfort zone, you like hit this thing. That's because humans like love homeostasis, like scientifically, we are wired to keep it, like this. And it's also because a lot of our kind of people have what I think of as a core trance, a core trance of fear. It's not your guys' kind of trance, right? The core trance, meaning like a fear-based thought habit you've been thinking at such steady low grade in the back of your mind levels for so long that you don't even really realize you're thinking it, right? There are 4 core trances: fear, scarcity, unworthiness, and trauma. And they're basically creating that electric fence around your life. If you've also had just a lifetime of kind of living in nervous system defense mode, feeling like you perceive all excursions beyond your comfort zone as a little bit dangerous, you almost can't actually consistently do something different, reinvent your life action without self-sabotaging, as long as your nervous system is still in defense mode, as long as your core trance is still active. Your core trance has been keeping your life and your business way smaller than they really want to be.
Yeah.
And my point of view is that if you really want to stop hiding your light and you really want to start holding yourself back, you've got to do something different, but you got to think something different first.
Yeah.
Right? You've got to actually get to the root cause of the self-sabotage, which is at core trance level. And you can't even really uproot your core trance until you do some work with your nervous system to get out of this like fight and flight, you know what I mean? This like wild sort of variation in nervous system that so many of us live in chronically. and get kind of back into, manage your nervous system back down into a window of tolerance so that you can do the steady, deeper, long game work of uprooting your core trance. And then like game on. Then you can start doing something different. But it's a little like, sometimes I like to use kind of a building a house analogy. I think it's really about a divine order of operations. Like if you tried to build the roof on the house before you built the walls or the foundation, that just wouldn't work. What people are mostly doing in the world of transformation is they just want to start doing something different. Well, the doing something different is basically the roof on the house, right? And healing your core trance, healing your core trance, healing your nervous system, doing what I call recalibration work, healing your belief systems, upgrading your energies, all that stuff is actually like the foundation and walls.
I mean, I can completely relate to that as well, having got to certain points in my career before, got to a certain stage of my business, and I will go soar. And then it's almost like I just stop myself and I plateau. And I know that I'm capable of leaping to the next level, but something in me is stopping me. And I can't explain it. Consciously, I can't explain it. I don't know what it is. I know I've got the potential to do it. I know the plan and I know how to get there. But there's something in me which is just holding on to, I don't know whether it's safety or whether it's that fear of failure. So how do we go about those first steps of kind of recalibrating, like you said, and kind of almost snapping out of that core trance?
So recalibrating is just how I talk about sort of healing your nervous system, healing your belief systems. It's all the systems, right? It's like healing the systems.
Yeah.
The very first thing, I mean, and when I talk about belief systems, sometimes you have to recalibrate your very definition of what success actually is. Seriously, like if your wise inner being knows what it wants. Your wise inner being is the God self part of you. Like it is the purest, biggest, truest, most sacred self that you have. All right. So that part of you is never really going to let you get too far down the path of like pursuing a success that is meaningless to you or is possibly even injurious to you.
Yeah.
Right. Many of us have had the experience of working ourselves sick, working in a way that makes us sick.
Yeah.
All right. So at the very beginning stages of recalibration in my world, the first thing that we do is implement ritual. We implement in the world of like habit formation, they talk a lot about habit stacking. I talk about ritual stacking, which is kind of like the process of starting to see those mindless, like automatic habits, small self kind of habits that you have, what you're, doom scrolling, conversations that you're having that are really like not the vibe, the way mostly within your own mind to yourself about your own dreams and goals, right? So one of the very first things we do is implement daily ritual. I teach a very specific daily ritual in my programs in 4 parts that is like very known and proven to like allow you before the rest of the world gets to you to take that sacred pause. It's like pressing a pause button on the world. It's like pressing a pause button on your own reactive mode. So you stop reacting to incoming anything. Stop reacting to incoming calendar obligations, expectations, other people's definitions of success, whatever it is, and take a moment, take some time to tap back into your own natural strengths and powers. And so we do that. We need that sacred pause at the very beginning of our process of reinventing ourselves in kind of a macro and micro way. You need to have like a period of time in your life where you're like, that's what you're doing. You're doing some like nervous system, belief system cleanup. Sacred pause, stop reacting, tap back into your natural strengths and powers. So that time can also include some like self-discovery work, maybe really diving deep into your own human design or whatever other system for understanding yourself you might dive deep into, allowing yourself to download a fresh vision for what you desire in your life. and then doing some like inner and life alignment work to line up to the big things that are trying to come to you. So that's a kind of like macro process, but we need to do that on an everyday basis. We need to have recalibration experience on an everyday basis, and you need to have it before the rest of the world starts to ask you for things.
I love that. Yeah, because I think so often it's very easy, particularly when, you know, we live in a world that never switches off. It's distraction everywhere. You know, it's so tempting that when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you do is you reach for your phone, and already you're in kind of fight or flight mode, aren't you?
And there you go. Like you're just, you can't, you have to press pause on the, like the world is never going to. So I actually run within my Life, Self, and Money Mastery program. We have this 90-day experience called Reclaim. That's all about, it's like a deep nervous system and belief system recalibration. And like identity recalibration, calendar recalibration. Literally, some of this work, again, it's spiritual and strategy. So some of this work is deeply spiritual, where you're like, I reclaim my own sovereignty. I take the social media apps off of the phone. I decide that I'm gonna get up, like in the Yoga Sutras, they talk beautifully about this. Oh, actually, I'm in front of this painting. This painting is called Brahma Muhurta. Thank you. After a yogic practice that the old yogis would do, they would get up 90 minutes before the sun and just do whatever their sacred practices or rituals were, whether it was chanting or actual, you know, yoga practice or meditation or whatever, because they had this idea that Brahma, their creator deity, took that moment in time of the day to like send extra creative power into the ether. So if you were really still at that time of day, you would like catch more downloads. You would like have more golden threads of inspiration drop into your awareness. And that's like very, very real. But you do have to, you know, you have to decide to do what I think of. I think we talk and think so much about self-care in this time that it almost has become like a chore people use to judge themselves for what they're not doing right. I think what we're talking about is doing self-valuing things. And when you value yourself, you really do, you know, authorize your big self to press pause and like take the time you need to get your morning started from a place of sovereignty, not from a place of I'm a cog and I'm responsible to produce these things today. Yeah, that's the recalibration. We usually begin it with healing nervous system with daily ritual. And then we move into belief systems and, you know, why you are the way you are and who you really are and all of that kind of work.
Yeah, and I was reading a little bit about your method and having that 3-step, and recalibrate obviously is like the first step, and then is it actualize and align the next steps? Tell us a little bit about the actualizing and the aligning part.
So actualizing is, well, first I'll say this. So the 3 steps of the Nichole-Kirk method are recalibrate, actualize, align. This method works for what I call the 4 masteries: life mastery, self-mastery, money mastery, or business mastery. It's the same method. It works for all 4. So the recalibrate stage is that healing stage we just talked about, but then there's like a little kind of a sliver of a stage between recalibrate and actualize that I call the untethering. Because right at the end of as you heal your nervous system, your belief system, you start to heal your identity, you start to understand the basics of metaphysics and what's really possible in the world, like how manifestation really works. And you're like, oh, wait, everything is available to me. There's a little piece in time where most people get a little bit untethered because they're like, they start to feel adrift. Because they're like, wait, all those goals I worked on my whole life, I have just had that moment that I don't care about that stuff. That's not even what I want anymore. That was my grandma's goal for me. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And it's really like, you talked about this at the very beginning of the interview, where so many of us like just opt into a track for our lives. And then we don't really think about it. It's like a low energy brain mode of operating where we're just like, You just go to school and do the classes they say to do, and then you take the job and you get the promotion, and then you like die. That's what it is, right? And so when you recalibrate well, you kind of have this moment of being like, oh, whoa, how am I ever going to know what my direction is or what to do next in life now that that's not running me? Now that I'm not in the program anymore, the fear program, I'm not in the matrix, so to speak. I'm not really working or excited about external validation anymore. It's not the thing that gets me up in the morning. What do I do now? So the actualized stage is actually how you answer that question, right? The actualized stage is where you deeply come to know who you really, really are at true sacred self, big self level, and why you're really here. The actualized stage is where most of our people in my programming do the deep dives into, I call them the congruence codes now. So we have like 5 main bodies of work that we use for helping people understand their own unique configuration of energy and gifts and skills and likes and dislikes and who they actually are. And as you begin to do that work, like we have, like I said, there's 5 codes. The first code is about your inner voice, how you talk to yourself about yourself and your own dreams and goals. The second code is about your wealth, like what your own personal money code is and how you should be creating wealth in the world. The third code is your human design, which is, this very comprehensive system for understanding the unique full spectrum of potentials that you were born with. The fourth one is all about brand. So the fourth code is very specifically for people who are in business or, are very career oriented. We call it your outer voice code. It's like how to talk about the work that you do in the world in ways that align with who you are. And then the fifth one is just all about like sacred embodiment. It's about like embodying mastery. So I have a set of sacred embodiment archetypes that I've created: queen, goddess, warrior, lover. So the actualized stage is where you do all of that work and you almost can't help it. Before the end of the actualized stage, you're just getting divine downloads dropping in. You're getting like clear, beautiful, new Technicolor pictures for your life. I did this work myself. I am recovered PTSD, person. And after my brain was truly fully recalibrated and healed from trauma, it was just like the visions. I mean, it was like, oh, I should be living on a farm by the beach. I should move to Europe. I'm going to take this kid of mine and like, she's going to ride horses and it was like so crystal clear. The business would look like this. It was very different than what the vision I had been working. And I now live in Portugal and not Oakland, California anymore. On a farm, actually 1 kilometer from the beach. Like, so, don't just get fresh vision, you also get fresh energy to follow through on that vision. And maybe the most important thing is that your signal begins to run really clear. Because by the end of the actualized stage, you're really like, you've cleared out a lot of those inner conflicts and inner roadblocks, like those things where your heart wants this one thing and your brain is telling yourself that you can't have it. Like all of that stuff resolves in that stage. So the phone will just start ringing and people will call you, basically serving you up the things that you just were thinking about. It's amazing. And then the aligned stage is really, if you remember I said a bit ago, like most people think they want to reinvent their lives and so they just start doing stuff differently. The aligned stage is where you're actually doing stuff differently. And some of the things we teach I have a 7-point alignment technology, so we work it really systematically. And in part, we create things, like you can actually create some of the things you desire through your own intentional, like cause and effect effort. And then in Align, we're also like manifesting things, like things are showing up that are bigger, better, the lick the plate of life kind of things also begin to drop in through the alignment work. So those are the 3 stages.
Awesome. So how do we even start that process, though, of finding our life purpose? Because a lot of people will be watching this today and thinking about kind of changing and making changes, but how do you even start that process of finding out what your true purpose is and aligning yourself with that?
I train coaches in my method, and I just had this woman ask me, she had a client She's a woman, she's a coach who coaches women on like how to find partners in a really aligned and like enlightened way. And she's like, this woman came in and was like super wanting this. And now she's like, I don't even think I want a partner. I don't even think like, I can't even envision being like liberated and having a partner. And she's like, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, how am I supposed to help this person who doesn't know what she wants? And I told her, you know, you gotta work the method. It has to start with a recalibration process, because until you've done that, even the things that you tell yourself you desire will still contain some of that baggage of the perform, conform, produce conditioning, your core trance. No matter what it is, what stage of the process it is you'd like to get clarity on, you got to start at the very beginning.
Yeah.
You got to start at recalibrate stage. That will never change.
You touched earlier on something which I'm absolutely fascinated with, and that's human design. Now, I came across human design probably about 3 or 4 years ago with a coach that I was working with, and it blew my mind because it's really changed the way that I think about things. It's really changed the ways I take action. One of the major things for me that came up when I had my kind of human design sort of created and read it was all that I was very emotion led. So if you know about, you know, human design, I'm a manifesting generator, very emotionally led. And the first thing he said to me when he saw my results was, you make knee-jerk decisions, don't you, about things because you lead by your intuition, your gut. And I was like, yes. And that's in everything from relationships. Something doesn't feel right, something feels off. I don't entertain it, cut it loose straight away. In business, something doesn't quite feel right or feels uncomfortable. Straight away, I make that decision to cut it off. And he taught me kind of how to understand my chart and learn to not always make those knee-jerk decisions, take that step back and don't go with that initial instinct to run. And it was always to run. It was always like, no, this is not right, run away. And it's massively changed my life in so many areas. But tell me a little bit more about how understanding your human design can kind of help you personally, but also in your business as well.
Well, I mean, what you're talking about is kind of, it might be a very perfect example, because human design differs from most other archetype-based self-discovery systems in that all archetypal systems for understanding yourself are rooted in Jungian psychology, essentially. They're all based on like these patterns, and to really make the most of them, you need to understand symbology. They're all symbolic. You need to understand symbols really well. It's helpful if you're willing to like study history or like myth, study, you know, if you have a strong queen archetype, then you study the queens of history and you see their patterns and like, okay, a lot of people don't have the time or inclination to do all of that, or no one's just teaching them how to do that. And in human design, you don't really need to do that. The system is super, super specific. It's super, super resonant. Like, I don't think I've ever met someone who got a real reading of their chart that wasn't kind of mind blown by how accurate it was. And it's super directive. It just tells you what to do. Every human design type has its own sort of success strategy. And the strategies almost all run kind of counter to how we were raised to make decisions and to create opportunities and to discern which ones were right for us or not, especially in the spiritual world. Because like you're saying, you know, lots of people would be like, oh no, follow your gut. That's a solid strategy.
Yeah.
That's a spiritually wise or spiritually correct strategy. Human design is not about being spiritually wise or correct. It's about making decisions that get you results that you love, period. And so, and all of the human design types, there's 5, and the thesis is, while the world is telling us that all of us should be able to sort of have brilliant ideas and go out and take action on them and, you know, get them started up and then work on them and build them for 30 years and like work from 9 to 5 every day and then like retire and die. Human design says that like, actually no one person is made to do all of those things. Some people are made to have the brilliant ideas and start them, but they're not made to finish them.
Yeah.
Some people are made to build and to like build the thing out. And some people are made to guide those who are building the thing out, like projectors, which is my type, right? And so there's just different, some people are made really to reflect back the relative health or problems of the community or the world that they're in. We call them reflectors. So there are these different types, and understanding that is like, it's like the small hinge that swings open the big door to be able to create a life that's truly congruent with who you really are. Now, the strategy piece of human design, every one of those 5 types has a strategy, and all of the strategies include waiting. Some of them will ask you to wait, and waiting for something. All right. So like, I'm a projector. I'm supposed to master systems, put my mastery into the world, and then wait for people who value my input to come invite me to give them guidance or invite me to do some of the big things in life, right? Sometimes they're supposed to wait until they inform the people around them who will be impacted by whatever the idea is and the action is that they're going to take, right? So there's all these different forms of waiting. And so one thing that the OG human design people say is like, just try it. Give it a year and try it. And they're so confident because they know, because if you work with your strategy at all, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
This is changing my whole life. It changed my life a lot. I mean, I work probably half the hours that I worked before I started to follow my human design. I make 4 times the money about. It's like not a small shift. And it requires, you have to blow some stuff up sometimes, depending on how out of alignment with your strategy you've been working. But what's interesting is that nobody really wants to hear about waiting. Nobody really wants to hear it. And, depending on your type, you want to hear it even less, because some types are known to be a little less patient.
Yeah. But it is really about kind of understanding, but also accepting yourself as well for like who you are and how you work. And I think that's such a big part, being true to yourself, but having that understanding and acceptance is such a huge part of kind of spiritual growth.
To me, I mean, I'm at a place where I'm like, listen, whatever kind of success that the world is working toward, I don't even want it anymore. Like, whatever that definition of success is that has everybody burned out and stressed out, I'm going to just discard that. The only definition of success that matters to me anymore is that I know my true self, that I love, and I mean all of it, not the parts that you have been taught are your strengths. No, you got to know the shadows too. You got to know the parts of yourself that you were taught are disdainful or disgusting or unlikable or whatever. Know all of it. Know your dislikes, know your dreams, your real dreams, not just like, the culturally sanctioned ones. So know your true self and love your true self enough to create a life and a business that's congruent with your true self. Like, true self congruence, nothing feels like that. Nothing feels better than living the way you were designed to live.
No, absolutely. And you teach and talk a lot about kind of rewriting your life story, don't you? So tell us a little bit more about that. Like, how do we make the start to rewrite our life? Because people will be watching today, reinventing themselves, whether that be self, whether it be spiritual side, whether it be business, another area of their life. So yeah, tell us a little bit more about how to rewrite your life story, or how you guide people to help them to do that.
I mean, I am very big, I'm spiritual in strategy. So while I'm teaching people, the laws of the universe and how quantum mechanics work and how you can create and manifest quantumly and all of those things, I'm also teaching them the practices of, first, like I said, the recalibrate, actualize, align practices. But we work in all of our programs essentially on a roadmap. There's a roadmap, and the roadmap kind of like starts, it's like driving. We use kind of a driving analogy a lot. So you get in the car and you need to know where you're going. What's your destination? So the destination is that new story for your life, right? The destination is you being your big self, living out your big dreams without getting blocked or stuck all the time, you kind of having transcended and then like expanded your upper limits, because comfort zones work like that. They have physics too. You know what I mean? They start here. And the more, you know, you, especially if you have trauma, the gradual expansion, you can really like shift what's available to you with some practice over time. Sometimes I think that the new story in your destination, you can often find it by looking at what your primal wound was, your earliest life, worst trauma. It's the upgraded diametrical opposite of that. That's your destination, right? So if you felt like deeply unloved as a child, you are on a trajectory to like radical, limitless love. Right? If you felt like there wasn't enough in the world, or you were stressed about, you know, eating, you are on a potentially on a trajectory to great wealth. Right? So that's the new story. Where do you begin though? You begin in the old story, and in the old story, which is most people's kind of like now, they're still really governed by their small self habits. That it's funny, you hear Joe Dispenza talk about breaking the habit of being yourself. And I'm like, kind of. Breaking the habit of being your small self, your not self. Because your true self is like already over here in another timeline, just being like, girl, when you gonna join me? Like,
yeah, you're not messing around. Yeah.
Like, I'm waiting for you. This is all available to you. Like, you are literally made of God. So just come join me, like collapse the timeline. You know? So in the old story, we're still sort of under the influence, is how I think of it, of our small self patterns, our habits, kind of mindless play small habits. And the big thing that you have to understand, if the old story is here and the new story is here, is that there is that electric fence around your new story of your core trance. And between, you know, the old story and your core trance, there is this like almost like channel of nervous system tolerance. You know, while your nervous system's in defense mode, you feel it's kind of like if you were trying to like do your, you know, reinvention work while your nervous system is still in defense mode. It's like you're a soldier on the battlefield, literally with like bullets whizzing by, and your grandma comes by and is like, can I just teach you like how to knit really quick? like what? No, you cannot. Actually, no, you can't, you know? It's always the first step is going to be to like get your nervous system under control into this window of tolerance, deal with your core trance work. And the core trance work, how you dismantle that depends on what your most dominant core trance is.
Yeah.
Like if it's fear, there's like a set of things to do. If it's scarcity, there's a set of things to do. If it's unworthiness, there's things to do. If it's trauma, you got to stop just processing it and start integrating it. Like trauma healing is available to many, many more people than are accessing it, because I think that the personal development culture right now is very hot on like naming and talking about trauma, which can actually reactivate trauma for a lot of
Absolutely.
and there are many brain-based ways of healing. I mean, literally like medical ketamine, all kinds of plant medicines. There are many other ways to heal your brain from trauma that do not reactivate the trauma. So that's how I think about that, like old story, new story. And sometimes there are literal, like depending on how much of a rut in, you know, a narrative rut, like a disempowered or traumatized story someone is telling, sometimes we literally do story. Like, I need you to write me a new story for how that trauma could have ended.
Yeah.
I need you to write me a new story. Write the story of how your new reality that you desire comes to pass, like in a hypothetical, but like really magical way every day for 30 days.
Yeah.
Right? Like there's all these tools that we use where people actually, that particular tool is called the Reality Tales. And it comes from a book called The Circle by Laura Day, who's one of my teachers. I'll tell someone to do it 30 days. No one gets to 30 days because on day 4, 6, something they wrote in one of these like total wild fairy tales actually happens.
Yeah.
Pretty much all the time. You know what I'm saying? So it's, and just those little things when you have someone guiding you to be like, to pay attention. because all of these traumatized and low, these fear-based thought habits and core trances, they're just thoughts you learn from practice. They just seem real because everybody else learned them too.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. It's sometimes just even having that awareness
Yes.
of thoughts, being able to stand back almost like an observer and observe your thoughts is like the key to unlocking so much, rather than just being embroiled, and identifying yourself with your own thoughts as well.
And just like the sovereignty. So I have a 6-year-old, and sometimes she'll, depending on the kind of day she's having, I'll ask her flat out, London, are you choosing suffering or are you choosing joy today? What are you choosing? And she'll be like, I choose suffering. I'll be like, great. I just wanted to make sure that you knew you were choosing
it. Yeah, I love that.
And she'll be like, she'll literally choose it for 2.5 minutes. And then she'll be like, okay, I choose joy now. Because it's kind of
it. And I think kids have got the right idea though, haven't they? Because just allowing them, and I've got a 10-year-old, and I've always just allowed him to be. So I've never told him to stop crying. I've never told him off for being naughty. I've just let him be. And I've just noticed he just gets over things so quickly, and now at 10, he is amazingly emotionally intelligent, and he processes emotions way better than a lot of adults that I know, and I'm really glad. And, he says to other people, let the boo-hoos out. Why are you feeling upset? And he will, like, he's very empathic, and he's very emotionally intuitive, and he speaks to other kids who you can see are in distress, and like, just let it out. Shout or scream or cry. It's fine to do that. And I also sometimes think, like, what if we encouraged our kids more to do things like this? If we did encourage them to process their emotions, maybe we wouldn't have so many anxious, depressed, and traumatized adults.
100%. Well, and the reality is so many adults have a problem with allowing their children to feel that way, because the adults, they are dysregulated too. They can't actually deal with their own emotions in reaction to the child's emotions. So they like shut it down, shut it off.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of this work that is like, it is self-reparenting.
Yeah, definitely.
It is you giving your, inner child the permission to feel what needs to be felt, to grieve what needs. I mean, those who are healing from trauma, there's almost always, and they don't ever want to hear it, there's almost always a period of grief that they need to go through for what they didn't get when they were little, that they deserved, because all humans do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so when you allow yourself, what I think of what you're talking about is like preserving these children's access to the full range of their emotions.
Yeah, definitely.
And like, it's really powerful, because our emotions, it goes back to loving your true self.
Mm-hmm.
Your unwanted emotions are still part of your true self. Your unwanted emotions exist to give you information about what needs to shift and energy to do it. So if you're constantly shutting off this piece of yourself, I end up working with like a lot of women who have been super high achieving in corporate, but are actually like emotionally somewhat stunted. You know what I mean? And so we go through this process of like allowing them to have the process of maturing and being able to feel and interpret and deal with all of their emotions. And it's funny because you think that letting the boohoos out will do you in. Or they think that I used to think that, like, I would let myself cry once a year.
Yeah.
And I would kind of save it to the end of the year. And
save it all up. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'd be like, what if there's a funeral and I need to cry? Well, I better hold on to it.
Saving those tears. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then you realize what your son knows, what London knows, is that if you feel the fullness of your feelings, they don't last.
No.
A long period of time, and they don't do you in.
So I'd love to know from you, what's the number one belief that you think humans could adopt to live a healthier, happier life? If you had to give kind of one nugget of wisdom, what would it be?
I mean, I have a very strong point of view that you, whoever is listening to this or watching this right now, are actually a droplet of God. Like that there is this big blob of intelligence and love and power, and that you are a little bit of that. And that, if you believe anything kind of like that, kind of changes the game. it kind of changes the game because you start to realize that everything really is, all the resources of this universe really are available to you. That you were encoded with a divine spiritual ordinance. Love is who you are. Intelligence is who you are. The power to create is who you are. And you can, it's funny because it's like it's, you know, kind of contrarian for some people. They're like, wait, what? I said this to my 6-year-old. Did you know you were made of God? And she was like, I know that. I'm like, girl, remember who you are. But it is a really beautiful on-ramp to this place of self-valuing. And all of the things that go with that, which include things that seem kind of heavy, like healing from codependency and trauma and like imposing boundaries and having hard conversations, they become easier. You know what you are. You can do these things totally from love, as love, right? But also, you know, what you let yourself dream and desire in life. Like you begin to allow yourself to want what you really want.
Yeah.
You know, and you allow yourself to let it be easier. You allow yourself to let it be more playful, more joyful, because like joy is actually the point.
Yeah, exactly. We sometimes just lose sight of that though, don't we?
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah.
Tara, I could speak to you for hours. I really could go on and on because this has just been such an amazing conversation. So just one final question. Let's see if we can squeeze this one in. But what simple habit could you recommend that we could all do kind of daily to kind of be more joyful and stay aligned with our true purpose, even in like really challenging times?
So normally I would say daily ritual, but it's not that simple. Like to do it the way that I teach it is like there's parts to it and there's whatever. What I would say is the first piece of what I teach in daily ritual is something that the human design specialist Christy Inge calls pure aura time. You need to spend minimum 15 minutes a day with zero input.
Yeah.
No media, no headphones, maybe no music, ideally in nature, just so you can like begin to hear your own thoughts without censorship. And without having to respond to anyone else. 15 minutes of pure aura time a day.
Well, thank you so much. It's been an absolute joy speaking to you. And I think we've covered a lot of stuff in this interview, haven't we? But it's been an amazing conversation. And I'm sure everybody is going to love watching this back. So thank you so much. What have you got coming up, Tara? What's next for you?
What we're doing now is like really beginning to train more and more people in the Nichole-Kirk method, which is exciting, and bringing them some of the stuff that you read about in the Align to Millions book, so that they can kind of have a complete coaching business system that they can launch really rapidly, and then also have the support and community and guidance to grow their baby business into the empire of their soul. So that's kind of what we're working on next. We're working on that, and I'm working on my first work of fiction. So I've written
awesome.
My first work of fiction, which is super exciting.
Oh, I love that. I love that. I write a lot of short stories actually, and I call them like intuitive writing because I don't even know what I'm writing. It just comes from a place which I can't quite explain. And yeah, I just have these moments of inspiration where I'll just write and write and write. So I really need to do something with that actually and put it together in like a little
anthology. Yeah.
A little anthology. Yeah. Well, it's been so lovely speaking to you. Thank you for taking the time.
This is so fun.
Yeah, I loved it.
Hey, everybody. Whoa, a lot of brilliant takeaways from that one. How about at least as an interviewer as well? Like really loving that energy, and they had a nice back and forth there. Human design is such a fascinating thing. But I think if I had one key takeaway from that, something that I just love to lean into and think about is this idea that we're all a droplet of the universe and that we all are here for very different reasons. Different specifics, I should say. The way that we execute or implement, love and joy into the world can look so different from person to person. And you'll see this theme consistently again and again with every single speaker, where they all really talk about that. They all, to some extent, speak about how success or true success is very different from person to person and what it actually looks like. But true success for everyone is feeling connected to others and yourself. It is having enough of the various topics of this week. So enough connection and love, not all of it and not none of it, enough of it for you, which is different. Enough health, not everyone having an 8-pack and everyone, being really out of shape. It's just whatever enough is, and we all have to determine that, and so on and so forth. So just a wonderful interview. Thank you, Elise. Thank you, Tara. Absolutely amazing. The next interview that's coming up is really fascinating. This is Ajit Nawalkha. Ajit is a partner at Mind Valley. He started EverCoach by Mind Valley, which is now Mind Valley Coaching. He's a dear friend. He has been through such a journey in his life, and I've interviewed him multiple times. He's an incredible person. He's another one of those ones that is maybe even better in person and in real life than he is, on social media and on stage. Just an incredible human being with an incredible family. Now, we kind of broke the mold with this interview, and you'll see in the introduction how that happens. But we're going to talk about love and connection with his family, because that's amazing. We're also going to talk about abundance, and we're going to talk about money and his principles around that. And then we're also going to talk about learning. So you've been intaking a lot of information today. And in this interview, we're going to talk about how to take that information and turn it into wisdom and turn it into execution for yourself. So enjoy this next interview with Ajit Nawalkha. Definitely share this around. I know you're going to love this one. It's quite fast paced. So hold on to your seats and enjoy. So I'm joined here today by a really good friend of mine. We get to spend a lot of time together, and it's not so often that I get to pick his brain officially on camera. So today I've got a whole host of things that we're going to go through. It's going to be very different than all the other interviews, because I'm going to mark us on these 15-minute segments where we're going to jump from one pretty intense educational topic to the next, because the person standing in front of me that is going to be showing up today is Ajit Nawalkha, who is the co-founder of EverCoach. And we've got a really long shared history through Mind Valley and so many other things. I'm really close with his 2 children and his wife, Nita, and we've got so many shared stories. So I'm really excited to dig in with him today. Welcome to the episode, Ajit.
Thank you so much, Skip. I'm super excited to be talking to you, like always.
Yeah, so we've got 3 topics today. We're going to talk about relationships and connection. Then we're going to move into abundance, because you grew up in a village in India and now live in Austin, Texas, in essentially a castle is what it would be equated to here. And you have a full studio space. And I think you're even building another one here if you haven't already, which we'll get into. He takes every recommendation I've ever given him for gear and studio equipment. So he's just really come such a long way, and I know his future is going to be intense, so follow him if you aren't already. And then part number 3 is going to be about what he's learned about learning, because maybe one of the most incredible things and talents that he's developed over the years is how to create education programs where people truly have an incredible experience and can change their life. So we're going to talk about all of that in 45 minutes. Are you ready?
I am ready.
I'm setting the
Be
clock.
fast paced.
Yep. There we go. So number 1, let's talk about relationships. So you've got your 2 children. You have a beautiful relationship with them. I get to witness it myself. It's incredible. You've got Nita, your wife. You have a beautiful relationship with her. You got married how many times?
Now 8 times, yeah.
8 different weddings.
It's the same person.
The same person. And that was incredible to watch. And you guys just innovate in everything that you do. And that, I guess, is really your moniker for me, is like Mr. Innovation, which we're going to touch on in each of the 3 areas. And then finally, with this abundance thing, growing up in a village and just where you are now and the way that you talk about money and the way that we're able to have those conversations, I want everyone to have a little bit of that and see what your thought process is. So let's dig into relationships first.
So
Your wife, Nita, you were married once before.
I was, yeah.
And you probably learned a lot of lessons leading up to where you were able to call in, if we're going to use that language, Nita.
Yeah.
Talk to me about what you learned between those relationships and maybe what you've learned now. If you could give me 3 principles of a really healthy marriage, what would those 3 principles be? I'm going to try not to lead you into anything.
Yeah, it's like 3 principles. That's a little hard to contain it into a principle format, but let's try. So the first principle, if I have to put it into perspective principle, and that comes from the education or learnings from my past relationship, is don't get into a relationship just because it makes you comfortable and feel safe, or because it's easy or it looks easy. The relationship I did have, it wasn't that I was with a bad person or it was an abusive relationship or anything like that. It was just not the right relationship, because the reason I chose the relationship was because it was the easiest to come through. It wasn't about my growth. It wasn't about her growth. It was about comfort, and it was about safety. It's about ease. Either of us were not going to grow in that relationship. None of us would challenge each other in that relationship. And that, if I looked at my life and look at myself as a person and how I'm wired for growth. And I believe most people are. I would say 80% of the society, at least, if not. I don't have quantitative data on it, but qualitatively, by speaking to people, if I have to inherently ask, that's what everybody wants pretty much all times in their life. So if your relationship is just a relationship of comfort, which unfortunately most relationships are or become, if they are not, is there's a lot of acceptance of, all right, it is how it is. And a lot of, okay, it's easy, so I'll just go with this guy who was my childhood sweetheart, or I'll go with this gal because this one's the easiest one to say yes, or the first one to say yes.
So if I were to bullet point this into that principle, what you're telling us is to enter relationships as a vehicle for growth.
Yes.
Whoa. Talk to me about that. So how can let's say someone's in a relationship right now and they immediately resonated with both. And I think a lot of people will. They'll say, there's some parts of me that grow in this relationship, and there's some parts of me that just feel safe in this relationship. What's the ratio, you would say? Because of course you don't want to feel not safe in a relationship. You do want to feel safe. But what's the percentage? And it's probably different for everybody, but if you could expand on that and then give me some tips on how can I move my relationship into a more growth-oriented relationship? Or if it's not that from the get-go, am I just doomed?
So you're not doomed. Most people live and survive and thrive in the relationship where they're most comfortable with. There's nothing wrong with that if that's your value. If all you want is safety in your relationship, good luck to you. I'm just defining if you want a relationship that you're excited about, that you look at your partner 10 years later and you're equally excited about them that you were in the first 10 days, you're choosing a relationship of growth. Otherwise, you are going to get bored of the mundane. It's just who human beings are. We don't eat the same meal every day. We don't do the same workout every day. At a point, we need to switch it up. That's human nature. So that's really there is. So let's talk about safety and growth. You need your relation to be almost 100% growth oriented. There is no sense of safety that you need really in your relationship. What you need is safety and intention, not safety and outcome. Let me share what that means. Safety in intention means, do I feel safe at all times with Nita? Yes, because I know her intention is always in alignment with my safety and my well-being. But safety of outcome means that you show up every day in a way where you say, oh, I'm going to give you the same life that you had yesterday. You don't want safety of outcome. You want safety of intention. That requires a lot of trust. Like, I trust my wife. She could be away, she could be hanging out with guys. I have not a speck of a doubt in my mind that we have an agreement and I trust her 100%. So I have safety of intention. I don't need to feel unsafe at any time. But safety of outcome, where I have her show up in the boardroom same as yesterday, no, I don't want that. Neither in bedroom. I don't want her to show up as same person as yesterday, because it takes away from the excitement of what a relationship can offer. So yes, you have some safety, but it's not safety of outcome, which is what most people aspire to or think what safety means. It's safety of intention.
And so let me
trust.
Yeah, so let me double click on that. Let's pivot to where, for everyone listening, we can talk about how we can show up in this way for our partners. So I love what you're saying right now. I love the distinguishing between safety of intention and safety of outcome. So what I can clarify for everyone and myself right now and what you're saying is, if I'm in the intention as much as possible, hopefully 100% of the time, or as close as I can be, and I'll make mistakes, that my intention is always to grow and evolve with this person. So no matter what I'm doing, it's with the intent that I'm going to love this person, no matter what. The outcome is, I want to show up as a new, improved version of me every minute of the day to the best of my ability. And there's going to be times where I can't do that, and they're going to forgive me because the intention is to grow together.
Yeah.
but and I'm going to try to do that. How do you do that? So how do you try to grow and evolve in the boardroom, in the bedroom, and in life?
So you're constantly learning. So you want to contain, and this is true for anybody that is a growth-centered individual. Anybody that listening to this conversation probably is a growth-centered individual. They have dimensionalized their growth in a single area, which is the most painful area of their life. That's what this is what people tend to do, is they go, oh, I don't have enough money, I'm going to grow in money. Oh, I don't have a partner, I'm going to grow on partner. A holistic human being that understands the joy of life asks the question, how do I grow in all dimensions of my life at all times? Now, it doesn't mean that you're dramatically different from day one to day two, because change doesn't happen that way. Change happens as a progressive change, but your intention every day, your structures every day in life is designed around it. So say, for example, if you want to be a healthy individual, you can't say, I'm going to go to the gym once a week. No, you're doing some movement every single day. If you say, hey, I want to have a wonderful relationship with my wife, you're always curious, hey, what is it that my wife really wants or my partner really wants, right? It could be that they want acknowledgement. They want to be seen, heard, and understood by the partner. So once in a while, you might text your partner saying, hey, I really love you. I just want to share that with you. Not because it's your anniversary. It's just because, right? If you say, for example, one of the practices that me and my wife have, and today happens to be that day, is every month, every week, we have a date night. And every date night needs to be different. So for example, today's date night is activity. What does that mean? It needs to have some active component. It could be a class, it could be kayaking, it could be anything. Today we are doing hot yoga, right? So at 6:30 today, I know I'm going for hot yoga with my wife, which she knows pushes me on the edge because yoga is not my favorite thing to do. And that's why she has designed it to be where she's like, I'm going to push you a little bit. I know you'll get uncomfortable. And after that, we're going to have a great rest of the night, which effectively is the bedroom. And it also creates excitement in the bedroom because I know she pushed me, right? So she gets exciting, it gets exciting, and I also plan something different.
That sounds amazing. You've got, of the month, it sounds like you have categories. So activity is one category. What are the others?
There are 4 different categories that we have. So there is activity, there's learning, which is where we learn something together. Third is conversations, which is usually over a dinner or walking or something like that. And fourth is something different. And something different is completely surprising. It is something that you have to plan. It could be as silly as go play laser tag or axe throw to something complicated like going to a different city for an evening. It could be anything. So it's totally a surprise. Only the partner who's planning it knows it. And every partner takes every alternate month. So January was me, February is her, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
How much time do you dedicate and how do you break out the time to come up with these things for your months?
You don't need to break out the time. When you know it's coming, you plan it and you already know. And like, to me, I don't even think of it as I have to set up a time for it. If there's an activity that I'm like, oh, that's going to be fun to do, it just gets marked for me to
so
say
you just
when
take
my
notes
time
all the
comes.
time.
Yeah, at all the times. It's like you as a person, you're always working on you, right? In some way or another. It's the same way. You're always working on a relationship that you want to have. If you want to enjoy a relationship, grow in a relationship, you always want to be growing and doing something different in that relationship. So you don't have to schedule time for it. It's always time for it.
Amazing. Yeah. Let's talk about kids.
Yeah.
So you've also got a great relationship with your kids. You also have people that help with the kids. I find in my past experience, when there's help with the kids, the parents tend not to be as connected to the kids, which isn't true with you. How have you designed that?
So that brings us to the second principle in a way. You said 3 principles. The second principle is know your values and know what is it that really matters to you. So to me, and not only values for you personally, but values for you together. So for me and Nita, there are 3 dominant values that overlap. That is health, love, and service. We both love serving humanity. We both love, and love is definition for every human being, not just between ourselves, including our kids. And we define what love really means when it comes to kids. And then lastly is health. We are very healthy individuals and we prioritize our well-being. So when we know our values or together values, it becomes easier for you to structure everything that is priority in your life. So for example, our kids are scheduled or set up in a way where they are constantly active, but they get dad and mom time every morning and every evening. So dad and mom are with them starting at like 6:30, 6 whenever they wake up, 6 to like 8 or 8:30 in the morning. That's when they go to their activities, separate activities, which is our help takes them there, right? So they would go to their schools or whatever is the activity of the day. right? And once they are back 3 o'clock from that, they have other activities they go to. So they're actually never with the help, really. They're going from activity to activity to activity because health is one of our priority, which means mental health and physical health. So they have jujitsu, for example. My son does jujitsu. My daughter, who's like two years old, is doing tennis camp right now. So they have some activity planned.
They have like
at
a
all
tiny
times.
racket for her.
Yeah, they just like, it's just like, we were like, are you running all the time? They're like, no, I'm just hitting all the time. And she loves doing it. It's fun. There are other kids with her age. So it's you know, you would probably not play with her, but it's fun, right? So she's doing something. So they are always associating health to their lifestyle. And then once it is 5 o'clock, they know dad and mom both are home and their phones are away. Right? Our phones are not active. So between 5 and until they go to sleep, and they sleep in our beds as of now, because that's just how it works for us. For now, they're just with dad or mom or both of us, depending on the day, but most of the time, both of us. And that's where all our actual other activities happen, which creates the bond between us and our kids, where they see us fully present with them. They see us engaging with them. We do some of the work that they may be bringing from their different activities together. We would do other activities together. We would have our friends come over, and you've been many times over like that, where we'd be like, all right, this is Uncle Skip. And that's where they get to see that, oh, it's not just about dad and mom. It's about this community, because we are community people. We are lovers. And that's one of our values. So they get to see that. They get to come along when we go to, say, Europe and host events, or here when we host events. They come to the events. They see us on stage. They join us on stage. They dance with us in parties, because they get to say, oh, okay, this is all love. Love is not just one definition of love. This is all love. This is all service. These are people who like dad and mom because they changed their lives. So we engage them at many different levels, which is why we have an interesting relationship of not too much connectedness either. Like, it's not that they rely on dad and mom, and that's why we like having help. That, again, if you understand, if you really ask yourself the question of why do I have help, and you channel the help also, or train the help also in a way where they understand what their role is, we want our kids to not feel threatened because they are with, say, Uncle Skip, which happens to be the case. People have social anxiety because you're contained in a house and you're never interacting with the world. My kids, or our kids, are often interacting with people that they may have met only 2 times before, right? But they know how to set boundaries with them. They know how to say no to things. And they would say no, and they would say yes, and they'll tell you what they need. They're very clear on that. It's not an issue most of the time. Again, they're kids, so.
Yeah. Wow. And I bet you people are going to think we set this up, but we didn't, I promise. We just talk a lot. The third question I have about relationships, which kind of feeds into the no phones after 5 p.m. for you and Nita, you're like really intense business people. And so I'm curious how over the years, because I'm sure this wasn't the way you did it right out of the gate, what would be your, probably the third principle is my guess, practice for being able to cut it off at 5 p.m. truly for the sake of being present?
So it leans into the third rule, which is boundaries, third principle, which is boundaries. If you don't have good boundaries, there's no way you can have a good relationship. So, and there are many ways to set boundaries. One is very clear and what is most commonly understood, which is to say, all right, I'm going to put the phone away. It's going to be face down. I'm never seeing it, right? Except for if I'm playing music for my kids, and that's the only thing, because we're dancing together, right? Otherwise, the phone's not even visible. I don't even know sometimes at the end of the evening where's my phone, because I don't remember where I kept it last. But it is to understand that boundaries are also teaching people how to communicate and how to work with you. I have made it very clear to my different businesses and my different teams, then don't expect a response from me when it's 5 o'clock in the evening. There is nobody that should ever need me for anything urgent, because I'm not working for the fire department or the police department. No hell can break loose that should require you to call me for an emergency call. There is nothing emergency. And I've learned this over time, over several years of building a business, that most emergencies are in the head of the person that is calling it an emergency. It's not actually an emergency. And I have a team member like that. It took a little minute for her to get trained that way, because she would panic. The moment somebody would leave a comment, she'll be like, Ajit, this person needs to be responded right now. I'm like, no. Did we do the right thing? Yes. Are they pissed about it? Yes. Does that mean that we have to respond with the same anxiety that they are asking the question with? No. I don't have to have the anxiety that the person has just because they think it's urgent. And that's the set of boundaries that you create around in your life too, with your kids too. Not only what they can't do, but what can they do, right? So for example, if I have to give the specific situation, because that's usually when an entrepreneur goes, well, I'm always connected because something's breaking all the time. That's usually when an entrepreneur has that challenge. And the reason is because they haven't set the key rules of how and what to communicate and what not to communicate and what not to worry about. And the more defined that gets, the easier it becomes for you to never receive even a message. Like my team knows if they message me, I'm not going to reply until the next morning, because that's when I actually look at anything, or sometimes late in the evening, but I'm preset to that then, because I will tell them, hey, listen, send it to me. I'll look at it at 9 o'clock after my kids have gone to sleep for 10 minutes, because there's something, let's say, that really is that urgent. But otherwise, it's not going to happen.
Now, do you believe that would be true if you were to go back in time with your current knowledge, starting EverCoach, like in the very beginning stages when you were probably doing 7 roles?
I would think I would still do that now if I had this knowledge, because I also learned one fundamental truth about building a business. And I don't know if it's true for you, so I'll love to know what you think about it. But what I've learned is that if I give myself a time block to build my business, I can build it within that time block. It's a lie that I have to work all the time. I also learned that when you're starting a business, there are actually 3 roles that you're playing. The first role is actually doing the business, which is fine, but that usually takes 2-3 hours a day. That's all it actually takes. I know it's going to piss a bunch of people off, but it's true. If you really clock your hours, that's all you really are doing. The second block, which actually takes the most time, is you learning a new skill. It's not actually you working. It's actually you going, how do I post on Instagram, right? How do I record a video? How do you do a podcast, right? The second part becomes overwhelming because at some point as an entrepreneur, you feel like I need to learn everything and do everything, right? If you limit the input on the second block, you already reduce your time by 50 to 60%. So you go from 8 hours of me randomly saying and telling myself, or not 8 hours, but maybe 5-6 hours of randomly telling myself that I need to learn how to make the perfect post on Instagram. Instead of that, you saying, I'm going to take one course, I'm going to try it for 3 weeks. If it doesn't work, I'm going to take another course, right? That's more sequential, much easier to do, and will not overwhelm you, and hence will not take as much time. But it will take a lot more time if you just say, I'm going to learn this skill and get perfect at it. And that's the problem with it. And the third thing that happens is often procrastination. And that's where I've seen I used to waste most of my time, was I'm thinking about it. And you're not thinking about it. First of all, you are either passively consuming content, claiming to think about it, or you mostly are crippled by fear, or you're crippled by ambition. So crippled by fear is very clear. It's like, oh, I have to put a podcast out, I have to turn on the camera, I'm scared of it, I have fear. And so what's the bypass to it? Don't be fearful, just do it, because you anyways at some point do it. It's the gap between the time you think and take action that defines if you'll be successful or not. The way to be successful is reduce the time between you thinking a thought and taking action on it. If you reduce it to 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, I think Mel Robbins says it needs to be 5 seconds or something like that. But let's say if you reduce it to within some seconds or some minutes, you don't have to take as much time to do the thing if you will anyways do the thing, right? The other thing that happens is sometimes our ambitions are so big and the time needed to achieve those ambitions is so long that we get crippled by it because we think it's never going to happen. Right? That's just too big a dream, right? So for that, I invite people to say, break down your dream into smaller dreams, right? Dream a smaller dream even if you have to for now. Not because I'm trying to limit the visions that is possible for a person's life, but what I've found is if you have a smaller dream for now, it's easy to execute against it versus a big dream that feels so far away and so bloody hard that you don't even take the first step for it. So those would be some of the things that I have found what leads to a person not being able to take action and thinking they need to work so hard. Most businesses don't. And actually, that's one big lesson I've learned. More and more I interact with wildly successful people, more and more I learn that more money is made out of the boardroom, more money is made out of the desk computer that you think you are making more money. And more money is made when you are going out in the world doing partnerships. So that's anyways very fulfilling. You don't have to think about it, right? It just happens. Or when you're taking a walk and you get the right idea and you bypass all of the fear, bypass all the ambition, crippleness, and actually take action. So if more money is made out of the room, just get out of the room.
With all of this, and we think about the context of relationships, when you're learning these things and these values and you're creating these principles, have you found a best practice of how you introduce potentially these really life altering ideas to your partner as you're growing and evolving with them?
Absolutely. We do it constantly. So every day I have a 30-minute check-in with Nita in the
30
middle
minutes.
of the day. Yeah, 12:30. It's every day, pretty much except Wednesdays. Is for because we take a break for a day. But every day we have a 30-minute check-in. And 30-minute check-ins are mostly how our day has been and if there is something to share. And that gives us enough ample opportunity to always stay in sync. Because one thing that we learned about our relationship, I'm not saying it's true for every, but I would imagine it's true for most relationships, is that when you're not talking, you almost start walking away from each other. You almost start finding different paths, not because you're trying to do that, but because your life experiences are compounding so differently. Because both of you, let's say, are growth-centered individuals, and ideally that's how you want to find a partner. Now you're becoming two very different people, so far different from each other that it'll be very hard for you to come together. But if you walk together and you're constantly kind of saying, okay, this is where my path is going, this is where my path is going, you're still somewhat parallel. You're still going together somewhat. And because of that, you're never so far away that the other person says, I don't even understand you anymore, right? Or I don't even agree with you anymore. Because you have had those discussions, you have those conversations. And because of that, we find it's much easier for us to always always stay on board with whatever we are doing, because we have had not one discussion about it. We have talked about it multiple times before it comes to fruition.
For everyone that's listening to this right now, I know I'm taking up some of our abundance time. We're about to move into that. Just comment below of all the things he just said that were mic drop moments. I think I counted 7 in my head that I'm going to go and edit later. Which one was your favorite? What are you learning from here? Do you have further questions for him? Just comment that below. Number 2, let's jump into abundance because I'm so excited to extract your way of describing principles about this. You grew up in a village originally, and your life has progressed a lot since then. What is your take on the modern philosophy that the way that you think about money has a bigger impact on how much you make than the actions? So a lot of people, manifesting has become this huge keyword, and I have mixed feelings. There's some things I feel really strongly about that, and some things I feel like little frictiony around this idea of manifesting and like just like loving money. Is that really going to bring more money? Or just what's your philosophy around abundance? Because I feel like you're one of the best spokespeople that I know on earth to represent this, because you have truly come from so little and then come into so much abundance in service to other people. So I feel like I trust your opinion more than most people.
So what I've found is there's 3 layers to money, and all of them are true to some degree. Actually, they are all, the best way to generate more wealth is to be in synchronicity with all 3 things. First is what I call the practicality of money. Practicality of the money is if you make $100, put 10% away into a high yield savings account or invest in the market, but don't do the crazy stock thing. Just do S&P 500, Vanguard, whatever that is that floats your boat. I'm not an advisor. This is just general how you think about practicality of money. Do the low risk, reasonable yield investments consistently over time. And people think they can't. I was doing it when I was making $400 a month. It will not be, of course, as much as I do now, but I was able to put $40, $50 a month every single time to something while I was making $400 a month 20 years ago.
And
right?
this is a principle
This is
that
a
you're
principle.
describing.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter how much you make, you take a percentage, you get used to working with less.
Yeah.
And just saying that this is 10% of my income goes here, period, end of story, no matter what.
Yeah.
Because it's like a muscle. It's like going for a run on a regular basis. Once you've done it enough, it actually is not that hard.
Absolutely. And people think they can do it. Everybody can do it at any time. Even if it's $50, it doesn't matter. The point really is that once you get into the discipline of it, you start to see compounding interest on whatever you saved 3 years ago, right? So right now you'll see nothing, but 3 years of this practice adds up to several $1,000s, right? So start with $50, $100, $200, doesn't matter. Whatever is the amount, you can always save. What we have found, and it's true for businesses too, because I help a lot of businesses, is if I draw the profit, or I tell the company your profits that you want to make must be drawn out of the business every single month, say it's 10% or 20% of the business will yield 20% profit. Otherwise, the business will use all of the money, because they will just come up with a project and piss it all away on something that is unvalidated, right? But if I take away that 20% every month, it just increases the efficiency of everything that is done after. So that's practicality of money. And there are many layers to practicality, but fundamental one thing is understand how money moves, is kind of the summary of the practicality of money, really practical. It's very balance sheet, make a budget, only spend based on budget, write down your credit card debts, actually see where you can negotiate the debt. These are all practical things. You can literally, this is no joke. I even negotiate when I'm buying a car. And I have gotten a discount. I've gotten a discount on leases. I've got a discount on buying a car. I've gotten a discount for my first child's birth. It's not even the joke. Like, we didn't have insurance at the time, so they sent us a bill and we settled for like 10% of that bill. So you can negotiate everywhere in life if you ask. Like, where was it? There was somewhere very, very recent where I asked, I was trying to get an upgrade on the hotel at the event that we were in Miami. I was in Miami. And I was trying to upgrade my room. And I was like, do you have a bigger room? Do you have a suite available? Because for whatever reason, I didn't book that. And I was like, do you have it available? Like, yes, we have it available. It's like $500 a night, right? And I was like, yes, and do you think that's the best you can do? Or would you consider giving me a better deal? Something like that is what I asked. But I just asked that question. She was like, yeah, I can do it for $350. I made $150 savings in just one statement.
Per night.
Per night. And that was like 3 nights. So I saved like $500, which is a great dinner for 2 at a really nice restaurant. Right?
And this principle applies more than saving, because it also applies to selling, to offers,
Everything,
to love, to every category, because that's the saving side. And also on the income side, going to your boss and saying, hey, here's the data. I want 10% more. They could say no.
Yeah.
They could say yes.
Yeah.
You won't know unless you ask.
Yeah, but you asking, again, builds some muscle, like you said. If you don't actually practice it, you will never do it. So understanding practicality of money and being able to put yourself in situations saying, how can I save $1 or 2 more here? It sounds cheesy and cheap a little bit, but with time, I have negotiated deals that my co-founder sometimes says, how the hell did you get that deal from an author or from a vendor? Because it seemed impossible when it was first being positioned. It was like, this person's never going to negotiate down from it. And I would be like, no, let me go in. And I would negotiate it down to a percentage, which sometimes were in millions of dollars. But that's because I would even negotiate for $150 at a hotel that otherwise people will be like, oh, can I afford 500 or not?
So what muscle do you think, if we were to pull that out into the principles that you were discussing, what muscle is that building? What all does that muscle impact?
I think it's about being able to ask, because everything is about asking either yourself or somebody else, right? And most people can't put a worth on themselves or don't know what their value is. What is it that your real belief of money is? Like, there's a reason why I said, don't put your money, put that savings account and put it into a moderate yielding but highly secure accounts. It's because that's my psychology of money. They are low risk investments I want to make when I'm making an investment, because I make high risk investments all day in my business. But I understand that about my psychology. Most people don't ask that question to themselves. Like, what's their psychology of money? What is it that they really believe about money? And what is it that they believe with a reason? Not because their parents told them so, not because the environment around them told them so. So are rich people good or bad? The reason why you need to answer that question is because if you don't think rich people are good, you will never become rich. If you hate rich people, if you think Elon Musk is all evil, then I'm sorry, but it's very hard for you to make as much money as he did, or Jeff Bezos, or whoever you think is the evil person on the planet, because they're so wealthy.
And we could break
you're not
this
going to
out
make that money.
into some interesting analogies, adjacent analogies for people. When there's someone really fit walking down the street, do you feel like they're good or bad for being really fit? If there's someone who's deeply in love, like an 85-year-old couple on a park bench in New York City Central Park, do you think they're good or bad for being really in love? And so is true of money. And so that question of, is being rich good or bad? Well, it just depends. Some of those people may not be great people or maybe mean, but some of them are the most generous people I've ever met in my life, and just get painted into a certain picture because you don't know them.
Yes.
And that's the core thing, is you don't know this person. There's actually several we could bring up, but we'll just pass over that.
We'll not bring up the people we know. We'll not bring them up.
What's the third principle?
And the third principle, or the third layer of money, is what I call the spirituality of money. And spirituality of money is the world of manifesting, the world of, there's energetics to it. And I do believe it is true to some degree. I don't know if all of it that is mentioned in the world is true, but a lot of it has been true for me. So say, a hypothetical way of thinking, and it may closely tie to psychology, but you will see it's a little bit beyond that, is, for example, every time I've written, like, you know, the Jim Carrey story, I wrote a check of $10 million, and 10 years later, I had $10 million coming for a movie, Dumb and Dumber, I think that was the movie that he got it for. That's kind of how my life has been. Like, I write a number, money-wise, this is what I would like to make by this time.
Okay.
Right? And usually, if I set a 10-year goal, I've seen a tendency that gets fulfilled anywhere between 3 to 7 years. So it actually bypasses the 10-year, which in my mind, when I'm writing, it's an impossible goal for 10 years from where I am looking at, right? And it's always contextual to where you're looking at. From where I'm looking at, like, that's an insane goal, bro. You could have, like, there's no path you can think of to actually get to that kind of money. But because I have that, because I have it visible to me at all times, it seems like it manifests for me much more easier. And my wife will tell you, and all my friends will tell you, that I'm a master manifester, because once I say this is going to happen, it kind of just happens. And this is because I also trust it that it'll happen. And so there is energetics to it. I can't fully explain it. There's, of course, psychologically, you can explain that, oh, you're wired to make that money because, you know, you've done this, so now you're looking for evidence. Yes, you can psychologically say that. But if that was so true, and if it was not for the other more esoteric practices, it would be true for everyone. But it's not.
And here's the thing that compels me to have you share your beliefs on abundance to everybody in the world, and why I wanted you to be here for this, is because there's ways to do it where energetically it is good for the world. Yes. And there's ways to do it where it's very ick and sketch, and you've done it in such a beautiful way again and again and again, and I've watched it. So I do believe there's some of an energy there. And what do I want to encourage everyone else to listen to? And you are one of those people. So if I were to wrap a bow around this category, number one, the practicality of money. So develop habits that, no matter what you do, will lead to more wealth. No matter where you're at, where you're starting from, where you're going. There are janitors who've become millionaires, and they've only ever been a janitor because they had good discipline and habits and trained the muscle of building wealth in the background through even just a high yield savings account, like you said, or something like the S&P 500, or very low risk investments. And there's a lot of things to be said about that. I think Tony Robbins' brand new book, by the way, The Holy Grail of Investing, is phenomenal. He had a 3-book series. It was Money Master the Game, which was good, Unshakable, which was terrible in my opinion, and then Holy Grail of Investing, which I think is also really good. So great.
I think one of the best practical books for American people is I Will Teach You to Be Rich by Ramit Sethi.
Love Ramit. Absolutely. A lot of principles we could get into there. I should try to get him on these.
That'll be amazing.
Number two, the beliefs that you have around money. So really taking a look at that. And I feel like I'll go back through and maybe figure out 5 questions or so to give everybody in the comments or footnotes of what beliefs they could look at to really start to reorganize the way they look at money from a thought perspective. And then the third one is the energetics of it. When you think about looking at your bank account, do you have a negative reaction? And how can I make that a positive reaction? When you think about making more money, do you think about it in a positive way or negative way, and really helping reorient the way that you feel about money? Is that what you're saying with that one?
Yes. And on top of it, look at more spiritual practices. Like, for example, one of the things, like I mentioned, was a simple practice, very well known, a law of attraction practice. Have a vision board, write down how much money you want to make in a check, and sign it to your own name. Right. For spirituality of money is you need to understand that you can have whatever goal you want. You just need to suspend the timeline of how much time it will take for you to get it, and still stay on track to want the goal.
And do the other 2 pieces.
And do the other 2 pieces. Without 2 pieces, the third one doesn't work. Just thinking about I will make more money while doing nothing about it is not going to happen either. That just doesn't work. You have to actually do practicality. That's why I started there. Practicality, psychology, and then you get to spirituality of money. But the spirituality also involves constant visualization. Your meditation needs to have that sense of feeling that you generate when you are receiving that abundance. Like you said, the abundance cannot be hollow and shallow because it doesn't come true then. And even if it does, it's fleet, it goes away. This is why people who become rich on not very good values either lose all the money or they lose the rest of their life. That's why we know their stories, is because they were just terrible people. And so eventually, yes, they got rich for a minute, and after that, the world cracked down on them, right? So eventually it's just a terrible life then. But most people will be able to generate really great money by thinking great ideas and creating great things in the world.
Beautiful. One more bow on that, because I know I want to get to the learning part, because I'm really excited about that, is as part of practicality, and maybe there's an iteration too on this, or maybe I'll dive into it with another guest, is the leverage of the money-making avenue that you're doing. So if you decide that you want to be a janitor to make your wealth, that is one way to do it. If you decide that you want to sell janitorial products to every janitor on earth, that's a different way to do it with a higher leverage. So there's also a conversation around the practicality of how much can you make in the thing that you're doing, or how can you maximize what's possible to be made in the thing that you're doing, just practically.
Yeah, absolutely. And just know that nothing is right and wrong. Abundance is different for everyone. You don't have to be a millionaire to live an abundant life. You don't have to be a billionaire to live an abundant life. You can live a very abundant life making $50,000 a year because you're happy and you're fulfilled and you get to spend time with your family and so on and so forth. And that's perfectly okay. The key to also being practically, why do we make money? There's one of two reasons. One is because we want to feel safe. If that's your primary motivator, you don't need to make $1 million to feel safe. You just need to know what's your number and do the first step of saving enough every month that you'll get to that number and you'll be fine. That's abundance for you. Great, good for you. The second reason why we make a lot of money or want to make a lot of money, and people who tend to want to make a lot of money and end up making a lot of money, is because they want the fullness of experience of life, full experience of life. So they want to travel to Dubai and eat at the nicest restaurant. Well, that's going to cost you money. And if that's the case, then yes, you will need to find another way to make more money. You can't be making the same money and then be able to expecting to do that. So that's the dimension. But do get curious about what abundance means to you, because it's not the same for everyone.
So let's dig into the third topic, which is what you've learned about learning. And it's, I feel like, extremely evident and clear in this entire interview that you are a super learner and you're able to really systemize these learnings in a way that it's so easy to digest for other people. And that's also really clear on your Instagram, which is amazing, and your YouTube, which is amazing, that you practice this art of teaching so much. And you come from a lineage of coaches and teachers and all these things. My question is, when you decide you want to learn something new, so I remember a little over a year ago, maybe, you told me that you wanted to get really serious about being on camera, being a thought leader, creating your own events, and getting great at this on-camera thing, which, you know, in the comments below, if you think Ajit's gotten really good at that, go ahead and cheer him on, because I think he's gotten amazing at that. What do you think about? How do you organize your learning journey when there's a skill that you want to develop?
So when I'm developing my own skills, I see it as seasons. So season one, pretty much for any new learning journey, is about a lot of asking. Like when I wanted to get good on video, I was like, who do I know who's just great at teaching people and also being great on video himself? And I was like, oh, Skip, he's in town. Can I get him to come down, help me out for a day? Then I even said, can I pay you to come help me out once in a while, right? Because I was like, I need to learn from somebody who's good at it, right? And even if they're not good at it, at least they're good at training at it, even if they're not personally good at it. So that was first step, and that's always my first step. It's like ask around, so you can get what is the best education to have even, right? And if it's to pay it. If it is to be on YouTube, get it on YouTube. You can start on YouTube and Instagram and all these places. Every place has some education at least. But the depths of education usually done for me is through an intensive environment. And an intensive environment for me is created when I hire a coach and I say, sit down with me for 4 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, depending on the scale, so we can just go deep. You give me all the feedback. I'm learning, I'm training, I'm trying to figure it out, right? Once I have that, the second season is to decide my own baseline. So I understand that Skip is awesome. He's trained, like the best of the best in the world to get better, right? But Ajit is starting at this place, right? So he needs to know his baseline. Where is he right now and what is good enough for him? Because what I found is, for me, and I found this for many people, is because we don't define what's good enough, we never actually produce, or we never actually ship it, right? And because if I don't define my good enough, nothing will ever be good enough, which means nothing will get shipped. And if it doesn't get shipped, it never builds that muscle of I'm getting better at it, right? So the second thing, or second season, is always define what's good enough, right? And once you've defined what's good enough, then you start producing good enough, right? It's not the best version of me. I know that. I know while producing it, and I know while shipping it, but I also know that if this version never gets out, the next will never be revealed, because I will have no real data. I can have data from the coach, but a data from the coach versus the data from the world is very different data often, right? So the second season is define good enough. Third season is produce for good enough, and let it go out in the world and fail terribly at it, which is what happened for the first batch of videos that I put out. Is they were terrible. They didn't work at all. They were like, like all over the place. I was talking all over the place. There was no structure to it. I didn't know what the structure was to it. And then keep doing it at that stage for a very long time, because for a long time, you wouldn't really even hit your good enough. And by long time, it's different.
Okay.
But I would say it's at least 90 days is what you're aiming for. 90 days before, you shouldn't even question it. In my perspective, I wouldn't question it. And then I go, okay, let's go back to all of the 90 days and see how far we are. Is it time to go to season 1 again and get a coach and work with them again for another season to make sure that I'm up leveling and finding out what the gaps are, finding out the challenges? Or it is for me to know that I'm already hitting my good enough, let's redefine good enough and go to season 2, and then come to season 3 again, which is to ship a lot, right? So my learning process is very practical. I do start with learning baseline, either through programs or through coaches, depending on what I'm doing and how quickly I want the results. The quicker I want it, the more likely it is I'll hire a coach, because it's faster, because it's personalized. The more ease I have with it, which is I can take all the time in the world, or because it's not hireable as a skill, it's too expensive for me, for example, I'll buy a program for it. So I will learn through a program. So that's kind of how I structure my learning.
Oftentimes I find when people want to learn a skill, and this is probably the final question because we're almost out of time here,
Yeah.
they have either nothing that they want to learn or 30 things that they want to learn.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're probably similar. You probably go through seasons where you're like, I'm just good, and seasons where you have so much opportunity, especially you. What's an exercise that people can do to help them narrow down what are the 1 to 5 skills at any given time that they want to be building, and how do they hone in? Because if you're going to do, for instance, an immersion experience, how did you choose that was the one that you were going to immerse yourself in?
The way I pick it, and probably everybody will have versions of this. So if in business I'm picking a skill, it should be the skill that will monetize for me the fastest. And the reason for that is because it's correlated to my business. If it's not going to make money, usually that skill will become useless, or will not be able to, I won't be able to justify putting time, energy, and effort and money into it. And hence, I would probably not end up hiring a coach. I would probably not end up getting a program or a mastermind or whatever it is. But I need to be able to monetize it if it's a business skill. Now, it doesn't always have to be about business, because sometimes it is not about business. Then you have to ask, what's the quote unquote way to monetize that skill? So what's the reward that is associated with the skill that you're going to work on? So if, let's say, you are right now, for example, one of the journeys that I'm still on, is to get in absolutely ridiculous shape, right? Shape not only physically, but like energetically, mentally, like get really, really the best version of me I have seen yet, right? So it's not comparative to anybody else, it's comparative to me, which effectively means that every year there's a certain amount of investment. It's a significant amount of investment that goes in creating a better version of me. When it comes to the doctors I work with, the coaches I work with, the trainers I work with, the supplements, the other different things that I'm trying on at any given time, there's a certain level of budget that is assigned to it, and it's really high, but I also know the reward's really high for me. Because if my energy levels are at this level versus this level, I can generate that much more love in my relationship. I can be that much more present as a partner. I am that much better friend. I'm that much better business partner. I'm that much better trainer, which is one of the primary roles I play in my life. And so I have all the reason to say I can put this certain amount of money towards my health, because I have all these returns on my investment. What happens is often we have 30 ideas, but those 30 ideas are not even our ideas. They're ideas that were generated because of the input from the world. And most of the time, there is no clear ROI associated to it, and hence they look the same, but they're never the same. There's one or two ideas that you have high leverage on. There's a possibility of return that is very high on it. There's usually lower risk on it, right? So whatever has highest leverage, high return, and low risk, go for that idea first, because that idea will give you the maximum output. And you need to understand, when you have 30 ideas and you are not able to execute on any of them, you lose belief in yourself. And if you lose belief in yourself, that's when you start to go down that rabbit hole of thinking you're not good enough. You're always good enough. You were always good enough. You built that story in your head by constantly either taking no action or taking too diverse an action that constantly told you then, oh, maybe I'm not good is why I'm not getting results. No, you're fucking fantastic. You just need to take action towards the thing that will get you the most return, so you can go, oh, I am good enough. I can get results. I can move forward in this area of life. And once you start seeing that, the second idea you'll pick, it's likely that you will get results even faster. The third idea you'll pick, you'll get results. And then what will happen is you'll end up having a team. And it doesn't matter, even in your career, even if you don't have your own business, even if you have a career, you become wildly successful, you start hiring people to manage your life. When you have people managing your life, suddenly you can pursue 3 ideas at any given time because you're not actually doing them. You have a team that is supporting you to actually do those ideas. And so you're buying competence at this point. You're buying you're good enough at this point. And so you can actually execute 30 ideas. Like today, in my life, there are only 5 strategies getting deployed at any given time. It's not because I'm doing them. It's because I have team on my home front that helps me do it. I have team on my health front that is doing, like my doctor comes up with, this is the treadmill you need to, a walking treadmill that you need to buy. She literally sends it to me. It's like, this is the thing that you need to buy. I'm not going searching for it. That's called bought competence. I've got the best in class helping me with that. I've got the best in class trainer helping me with my strengthening. I've got the best in class coach helping me with my video presence whenever he gets 5 minutes. If he gets 5 minutes, I'm talking about you, Skip, because you never have time these days. But I have best in class that I'm always getting. But I had to get to that place by focusing on one effort where I could monetize it in whatever way you think monetization is, so I can then pay for anything.
And to put sprinkles on that beautiful cake, for most people, the recommendation from that, no matter what the skill is, whether it's business or otherwise, no matter where you're starting at, it's give yourself more time and more focus to get good at anything. Yeah. A lot of people rush in and say, I need to get results tomorrow, this week, this month. What you're saying is it's seasons. It might be a year, it might be 2 years to get good at this thing, which people forget that you started at all and then see you 2 years later when you're amazing because they didn't see the stuff that when you were really bad, and then think that you're just really good at everything. Yeah. When in reality, you started 2 years ago. They remember when you were bad, but forgot the in-between, and now you're amazing at it. So just patience and time.
I love that you said, just pick anything. Because if you're finding so hard to pick something, just pick anything. All of it works. It's so wonderful on how we think there is a strategy or a tactic that will make a business work. Not true. Anything works till the time you get good at it.
When you are in it, you're immersed. There's a lot happening, and you take time to recover. You take downtime. What's your best practice on recovery, rejuvenation, mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually?
So I don't schedule recovery like after a chunk of time. I schedule recovery every day. So my day, if you look at the map of my day, if you ever open my calendar, you would see it's structured in a way where recovery isn't built in it. So for example, just to give a rough draft of my day, and you would also, and because I remember this because I was talking to my students about it, where I said, if your values are not reflective in your calendar, you're not actually living your values. And if you look at my calendar, you'll be like, oh, I see Ajit's values of love, health, and mine is love, health, service, and freedom. Freedom is also one more of my values. You will see everything is inbuilt into my calendar, and it shows up every day in the same way, and recovery is a part of freedom, right? So my day starts at around 6 o'clock with my kids. 6 to 8 is all kids time. This is just fun. Let's make breakfast together, have fun, do our fun morning routines, dance, sometimes yoga, whatever it is, right? Then 8 o'clock to about 9 o'clock is me getting set up for the day. That involves my meditation. This is all part of recovery, right? Meditation might be walking meditation. It might be a 20-minute walk. It might be sitting down and actually spending time with myself. A lot of times it's just time in solitude, which is recovery for me because I get to go, what are my thoughts right now? What am I thinking about right now? What's really troubling me right now? What's actually fun for me right now? What am I grateful for right now? Right? This is a daily practice, about 20 minutes or so, either walking or just sitting. Right? Then starts my work. So from 9 to about 12 is my work time. 12 o'clock, so I do about 45 minutes chunks to an hour chunk, and then I take breaks for 5 minutes. But then 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock is recovery again. So 12 to 12:30 is me, because I like cooking. I make my meals. It's not a big meal, but it's like a simple salad, and I make it every day. And that's me with my meditation, recovering from the 3 hours of intensity that I just had. Then 30 minutes is with my wife, 12:30 every day. Prioritize love, and that conversation is healing and fulfilling for me. Then I would do about 2 hours of work, about an hour of work, hour and a half of work more. So about 1 to 2:30, maybe at 3. 3 is the latest I would do. And then 3 o'clock, I go for my big recovery of the day, which is strength training or walking for about an hour, hour and a half every single day. So anywhere between 3 to 5, I would be doing that activity. Sometimes it's with friends, so it might be a little late, but generally that's the time that it will be. Then 5 onwards, as you know, I don't do nothing. I just hang out with my kids, my family, or do activities with them. So the reason why this day is structured, you'll see it's only like 4.5, 5 hours of work in there, is because everything else is recovery. Because I also found, and I learned this from athletes coach, he's an athlete himself. His name is Colin O'Brady. He has 10 world records on his name. And he says that the number one mistake that people think that athletes do is they train really hard. They do, but they rest really hard, because without that, they cannot train really hard. So if you want the highest performance for yourself, you have to recover. So mine is walking. Mine is listening to great books, because they really fuel me and rejuvenate me. Spending time with my wife, spending time with my kids, cuddles with my kids. So all of those things are already inbuilt into my life. But I recover every day because I also believe that our day goes off like a battery pack. If you start the day with a certain level of energy and you don't refuel it somewhere in the middle of the day, by the end of it, you'll be completely depleted. And that's also the most common reason why partners fight in the evening, is because both of them come tired from work. They're exhausted because they have no recovery, and they get right into it. And they're two different mental states, and they start talking. And 5 minutes later, they're in an argument on silly things. Why didn't you wash the dishes? Like, it's the silliest
Because they're
thing to
both
fight about.
tired.
Because they're tired. It has nothing to do with actually not loving the person.
Do you do this with your team? Do you encourage them to follow a similar rhythm?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so how do you do that? I know, like, for our team, I set KPIs and I say, I don't really care what hours you work. I care that the results are there.
Yeah, that's pretty much our principle as well. I'm like, I don't care. You don't need your time locked till the time you meet your results, except for if your performance drops, then we'll ask you to. But otherwise, my team is completely remote. But I also make it a point that I share my values, because that way they understand that, oh, it's not that he's just telling us what to do. He actually does it. And I give them examples of, hey, listen, we thought about all these different things. You know how I got to decide? Because I took that walk and I really processed everything that was said. And then I came to a conclusion that I was wrong, you were right? But they know that Ajit took a walk. They know Ajit will not respond after 5 o'clock. It's not because I'm trying to avoid you. It's simply I am with my kids. That's important to me. I'm with my wife. It's important to me. I'm with my friends. It's important to me. It's the weekend. It's important to me. And I don't text them either. So it's not like I am going, oh, you need to respond to me. I'm not texting them. They're not texting me. We all know we're good, right? But so if I demonstrate, I feel they are more likely to practice it. And that's why my team, I would say, is arguably one of the highest performing teams when it comes to coaching companies. Because I have a really small team for the revenue we do. We're only like 12 people on the team. So it's a really tiny team. My revenue per employee is over $1 million. So it's fantastic. And it is because we don't work all the time. It's not because of anything else.
It is such an honor to be such close friends with you and also get to have these conversations. And I mean, we get to have some good conversations in person, but to be able to pick your brain and share it with people like this, I hope everyone else can appreciate just the sheer amount of experience and wisdom that you're dropping on them here. And I feel like this is one of those episodes where I encourage everyone to listen again and again and again in every season of life, because I do believe that what you've shared today could be a book to itself and a mantra forever for most people, because these principles are universal no matter what season of life you're in. So thank you so much for making the time today and for coming here. Is there any link? Is there anything you want to share with them that you want to do it here, or do you want me to drop it in the notes?
No, nothing particular. But if you are an entrepreneur and you're looking for a book, the new book that you want to read, I'm giving away my latest book absolutely for free. It's available at downloadlivebig.com. Go ahead, go to downloadlivebig.com, and you'll enter your name and email address, and it'll put you on a newsletter that I send every week just to give. There's no ask in there. There's no pitch. It's just my business newsletter that I like to share with the world, and you get a free download of the book. So if you're interested, that would be awesome.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. Hey, everyone. I saw so many things here. We'll make sure that we link out the book in the Zoom chat and in the YouTube chat. It's called Live Big. It's Ajit's most recent book. It's really amazing. The book that he referenced in the financial part of that interview was called I Will Teach You to Be Rich, and it's by Ramit Sethi. And it's honestly one of the best books for the practicality of money and understanding what's the best practices there. But Live Big is Ajit's book that he talked about there. I want to say, yeah, downloadlivebig.com is the actual website that you can go to. There's a few different options for that, but Ajit, Nawalkha, and Live Big. Now, that being said, on Wednesday, we've got the Abundance is Beautiful Day. And one of the interviews on there is Ken Honda, who's written Happy Money, which was also a book that really changed my life energetically. So if you remember, Ajit talked about the practicality of money, which I would say I Will Teach You to Be Rich is phenomenal for. He also talked about the psychological side of money and your beliefs about money. I think for things like that, Marissa Peer is really great for that. So looking at like the Money is Beautiful hypnosis, doing belief work and programming work for your subconscious mind and your conscious mind, choosing your words to be very specific of what you would like. And then the spirituality of money, or how you feel about money, your energy around it. And for that one, there's quite a few books I would recommend, but there's one coming out tomorrow by Ken Honda called True Wealth. And it actually comes out in the States tomorrow, and I believe in English everywhere on earth. And I have 5 copies coming to my house tomorrow because it was so good. I got to read it before this interview. And you'll see we're gonna talk about it on Wednesday during his interview, which is fantastic. So we've got 2 interviews left for today. It's going to be Amrit Sandhu, the host of the Inspired Evolution podcast. Is such an incredible interview. This really breaks away from the rest of the day's themes. I'm really excited for you to experience this next interview because it truly is an experience. And we went with a very different way of doing it. And then after that is Louie Schwartzberg. He's a documentarian, the creator of Fantastic Fungi on Netflix and like 10% of all of Disney nature films, including Wings of Life, the one about flowers and butterflies, bees, hummingbirds, really incredible. Like he basically created time-lapse photography and putting it into, moving films. So he's an incredible guy. Both of these people are just going to have amazing energy, and I know you're going to love both of these interviews. They're both a little bit shorter, so sit back and enjoy as I bring up Amrit for the next interview for you guys. Enjoy. I'm so excited for you. Welcome to the Reinvent Yourself Summit. Today's guest is an incredible human being that I have known for such a long time. We go way back. I actually met his would-be wife before, and she was like, you need to meet my, at the time, very serious boyfriend, who became fiance, who became husband, and now they have 2 children together. He's the host of the Inspired Evolution podcast. He has been going at it for 7 years. At one point in time, he was my coach and helped me get through so many things in life. And maybe we'll go back to some of the core things that he taught me that have been really valuable to this day. But it's going to be a wide-ranging conversation. We're going to talk about family. We're going to talk about abundance. We're going to talk about hustling and side hustles while you're building your purpose and your passion. And more than anything, this is going to be a feel-good episode. So sit back, relax, maybe grab some popcorn or a green juice and come hang out with none other than Amrit Sandhu.
Oh, Brother Bear, it is such a pleasure and a treat to be here. Thank you so much for having me. And yeah, wow, what an introduction. And when you said very serious partner, I was like, was I Kay's very serious partner at any point? And I was like, I'm never serious. Am I that serious? And I was like, but no, yes, that is totally me. And man, what a blessing. Like that first Mind Valley University, even though I wasn't there, everything that opened up, even for me, just ancillary through Kay, and just the connections she made with some really deep, meaningful, heart-centered individuals such as yourself, Alex Stefan back in the day, dude, some really beautiful people, and just lifelong friends, and yeah, just such a blessing. So thank you so much for having me here, brother. So grateful for you in my life as well, and everything that the space that you hold. So yeah, I'm really excited for today's conversation and all the places that we could end up in today's call.
I'm going to ask you a crazy question. When you think about your children, if we were to create right now in this moment a little note for them, if we go 6 years old and let's say you at 6 needed to go to Mars to like lead humanity forward and you weren't going to be able to spend time with them anymore, what would they need to know from dad at 6 years old to live an amazing life?
Oh, that's a great question. So if I look back at when I was 6 years old, there was things that I was getting in trouble for, which ultimately led to them being suppressed in my psyche. And those were actually some of my biggest gifts, touch wood. So the thing that I got into trouble for was at recess and lunch in the playground, I'd be sitting in the sandpit and people would be playing with their stuff. And I'd be playing with like toys and stuff, but I'd be telling people stories. I'd just be telling stories that I learned at home, like through the books and stuff. And I'd just be sharing those stories or just imagining up a story and just sharing a story. And people were like, the kids were listening to the story. And we were meant to go back to class, but we were waiting for my story to finish. And so then I was getting everybody into trouble because we were all going back to class late. So then it was like, Amrit needs to stop telling stories because it's disrupting everybody else's education. And now you look at what I do. It's like education, support through story, like it's stories woven deep into all the stuff, touch wood, that is part of my life now. Inspirational speaking, coaching, you know, teaching through metaphor and story is a big tool that I use. So something along the lines of right now, there are some real gifts that are present, especially through the period that you've been. So my son currently is 2.5, and there's just so much openness. And all that openness is about to be funneled into a particular aperture of education. And so the conversation would be around you're being channeled, like all your energy is being channeled into a particular direction, but don't lose who you are. Yeah, there are certain things people are going to be telling you what to do. Yeah, so definitely go about doing what they tell you to do, because we've got to learn how to get along before we go along. But don't forget, equally as important, if not more important, and I got this from Dr. Sri Kumar Rao when I interviewed him, was how you do it. And so don't forget, how you do what you do is distinctly you. And if you can maintain some of that composure of like who you really are and bring yourself to it. So touch wood, everyone, like, you know, tune into the Inspired Evolution podcast and like, dude, so like enthusiastic about this stuff. Like, yeah, touch wood, it turns me on. And so, you know, don't lose those elements that are distinctly you, touch wood, right? If you can, about your personality. Because for many people, you see things will build up, and they'll lose parts of themselves in the process of becoming somebody. But remember, your being is unbridled at the moment because you haven't been funneled into any apertures. See if you can bring that being along with you. Yeah, and that'll probably be fitting the letter. If someone else that was older was reading it, you know, Young sort of said this, like Carl Jung, when you're younger, you kind of know what your soul's essence is, and you build this adult avatar. And then you have to reach down and bring the child back up and put him on the shoulders of the adult as you become this, like, the truest version of yourself when you really mature into who you are. Life begins at 40, is what he said. You know, and so there's that journey that you've kind of go on. So if you can keep that younger version of yourself alive as you go through the journey, I imagine by the time you get to 40, it's a little bit easier. Touch wood.
Wow. And how about 12? So we think about Amrit at 12.
12, I really felt like I was at this point where I was starting to, I think 12 to 14 is really when I started to hit puberty. And I think I hit puberty a little bit earlier than most of my, like, counterparts that were in my school at the time. And it was also a really formative time where I was trying to conform a lot and fit in. I blessedly had some really great teachers at that particular age, which really would implant certain said things about how much they believed in me that would really carry my belief in me for a lot of my life, actually. And yeah, I think that's really profound. So I would hope that as the parent, if Kay's left here and I'm over on Mars, hopefully Kay is architecting environments in which are super enriching for the kids, which I know she would be to the nth degree. She would pour her whole heart and soul out in doing so, touch wood. But I think that's a big responsibility of parents, is not so much like trying to teach them how to do the individual things, but really to set up the environment around them so that they can actually learn through mistakes, through success, how to actually get the outcomes that they want to do, because we're not always going to be around there for them to do that. So at 12, the lesson would be around conformity. It's like, hey, little man, like, you're really learning, like, how important, like, your friendships are everything to you right now. Like, I bet, you know, your best friend probably means more to you than your brother. But just remember, like, you know, don't lose yourself in order to try and conform and contort yourself into your friendship circles. Like, your greatest friends are actually the one that, you know, just enjoy you for you being you and the little kooky parts of you. And those people do exist, yeah, and they might be at school, they might not be at school. You know, hopefully you can find some friends that really celebrate you for the things that you're genuinely interested in. And that doesn't mean don't go along and try new things. Like, go along, try new things, see what other people are into. Some of those things are going to interest you, but don't bend and mold yourself in order to fit into a clique or social settings that are so far off your center that you're actually becoming someone that you're not. And how do you discern that? Yeah, just feel into how far you've come and who you are and what your current passions have been to date, and how far you're swaying off of them, whether you're building upon them or whether you're actually venturing into spaces that are too far away from where you've been currently, because your passions are something that have always sort of steered you right and filled up your cup. Yeah, so this letter is all about conformity and, yeah, just some of the treacherous paths that are available when we conform too hard to our social networking community.
I want to, before we go on to 18, and I'm really excited to hear 18 and on, I want to take a pause here and reflect on, you've been through so much of this beautiful resistance all the way back since 16 is where we went to, with the original anxiety, depression, and when that started, so came from the psychologist. And this entire time you've known Kay, and you've been through all of this challenge and all of this struggle around each other, and for a lot of that time together. That is so incredibly rare amongst all of these great thinkers and you know, thought leaders and entrepreneurs.
Yeah, thank you for that. There was a particular point where, digging out of my depression, like, you know, and this is, I haven't really shared this anywhere, but interesting. There was a point where, yeah, it's like, for any person, it was too much. Like, my breakdown was huge. It was massive, colossal. And it's not something she wanted to hold space for. She was young, yeah? So was I. And for her, it was like, look, this doesn't make a lot of sense. At face value, this makes no sense. And there was a particular point as a young man that there's this Indian movie that's very famous, and there's a very famous Indian actor. His name's Shah Rukh Khan, and he lets this woman know that he loves her by basically saying, "My mother taught me that a man only bows his head in front of 3 women." Yeah, one of them's his mother. One of them's Durga Ma, which is one of the avatars for God. And the other woman is, and then he bows his head in front of her, the one that he wants to spend his life with. And that humility that's required, touch wood, was, I guess, part of my awareness. And everything that my world blasting into smithereens, when someone's connected to you, blasted her world into smithereens as well, and you can imagine all the advice that she's getting is probably along the lines also of like, hey, this is not supportive for you. Like, you shouldn't be doing this. And she's got more voices saying that than anything else. And so, at that particular juncture, there's something to be said for I don't know if muse is the right word, but for someone was as broken as I was at that particular point, to have a conversation with someone and be like, hey, I don't really know my way out of here. And it's not, I don't know if I'm hitching my cart to yours, but the conversation was along the lines of, you inspire me to be a better man. Touch wood. And I can see everything that doesn't work right now. I don't know what works, but I'm inspired to try and figure it out. If you're willing to put up with that period of me trying to figure it out, touch wood. And then there's something remarkable that happens when the other person turns around and goes, look, I can actually see you. I see you. And everything that's happening is not you. I can see you all the way deeper inside there. Touch wood. So figure it out, and we'll see if we figure it out. Touch wood, that was incredible for someone to afford another individual that space. And I'm sure we'll get there at some point, but fast forward a little bit, Kay's, when I had to let Kay's mum and dad know and my mum and dad know, and there's this whole Indian customary thing that I want to marry, this woman. Kay's dad's exam question for me, he'd known me for 9 years at this point. Yeah, it's there was no need for exam questions. I'm committed to your daughter. Yeah? And he turns around and he goes, what was the question? The question was, how do you know she's the one? I was like, what do you mean? I've been dating her for 9 years. We've been through everything together. And it was one of those moments where I was completely blindsided. It was one of those moments where you there's no question, there's no answer that you can really give scripted that would really satisfy, tick the boxes, So it was one of those moments where it was Jesus, take the wheel, It's I don't know what I'm going to say. Let's just open our mouth, start talking and see what happens. Jesus, please show up now. And the thing that popped out, touchwood, which, when you think about impulsive writing and all that sort of intuitive space, is generally your truth, touchwood. And the truth that popped out was growth. somehow we were, and I said this to him, I was like, look, definitely, you know, like we really, really respect and love each other, touch wood, a lot. But there's also this thing where as two individuals growing in life, and we both believe life is growth, where both of our faith is seek, like we're seek by faith, and seek means to learn. We're actually able to learn more, grow more about life, around life, more life, somehow in the relationship than outside of the relationship. Like if I was outside of the relationship, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I'd be looking for a partner and I wouldn't be busy growing in all these other dimensions. But the fact that we're in the relationship, like she's growing, I'm growing, and we're kind of growing interdependently, but quite well, and that, like having that need met, like things that touch wood, like growth. And so all of that to say, yeah, it's interesting. Like I shouldn't say this because I don't really want to say this because I'm still, I don't want to say wounded, but it hurts me a little bit. I've got a couple of friends, and she's 30 and he's like a little bit older. She wants to have kids, he doesn't. They love each other, but they're not going to stay together because they're at different life junctures and points. And it's just like, fuck, love isn't enough. And that is like really, really painful to anybody to hear and witness, because they are genuinely made for each other. And who knows? I think it probably is enough, but maybe it's not. But the key thing in there that I can reflect from my journey is life is about growth. We're here to grow, we're here to learn. Yeah, some people say your soul chose its lessons before it came here. And so touch wood, if you can find someone to learn and grow with, I think that helps a lot, touch wood. And for some people, it's one person. For some people, I'm sure it's multiple people in their lifetime. Like I'm not here to say that, you know, you need to stay stuck to the same person for the rest of your life. You know, everybody's got their own path. Everybody's got their own soul lessons that they're here to learn. But if you find yourself in a relationship where you're learning more in the relationship than outside, hopefully not through trauma, just sort of asterisks there, then yeah, I think that potentially is something special, like you were alluding to before. Touch wood.
Yeah. So, Sach is 18. What do you tell him?
Just have fun, bro. You're 18. You're never going to be 18 again. 18, Jesus. I think there's a lot, there's a lot of pressure on you, man. I think, especially as a life coach that does life, career, and leadership coaching, man, I can't believe they're trying to program you in to figuring out what it is you need to be for the rest of your life now, when you've seen only like a little bit of life and you've got a couple of subjects to build that entire trajectory on. Oh, what the actual fuck. So have some fun. Absolutely, I think taking some time out to double down on your academics is useful, because the world we live in, opportunities do open up through that. The world that's emerging has less and less of a preference on that. It's more and more about, I believe, how good a person you are. So make sure that you're continuing to learn how to, just be a good human in and around all of that. So stay focused on your academics if you can. Don't let it get in the way of being a really good person. Don't stress yourself out too much, because, you know, even the things that you open up, you can always change and pivot. There's always another pathway. But really, this is the age where, you want to go out, have a bunch of fun, especially as a father, make some mistakes. Now's a really great time to make some mistakes. You know, just don't be afraid to go travel. Like my advice, if I really had to prescribe you into anything, would be travel. As much as your mother is probably going to be like, what are you telling him to do? it's interesting because a mother's role and a father's role is very different. Yeah. So a mother's role is to nest and protect her cubs forever. And a father's role is, hey, come on, cubs, it's a big bad world out there. Let's learn to fish. So I'm always going to be nudging him out of the nest. She's always going to be trying to keep him in the nest. And, that's where we can potentially clash in those roles. But both of them are necessary for a well-rounded human being. So, you've been nesting for a minute now. You're 18. If you want to take a gap year, highly recommend it. Go explore some stuff. I learned a lot from Europe. I learned a lot from Southeast Asia. I learned a lot from South America. Even Africa was cool. Would I recommend Africa at that young age? Probably not. But yeah, get out, experience some stuff, make some mistakes. Don't take anything too seriously. Be careful though. You can really get led astray at this age, in particular, because your network is everything to you at the moment. So just be mindful of what your values are and what really matters to you, and don't lose your center once again. But now's really an amazing opportunity to explore and experiment and travel. Now's a great age to have a lot of fun.
Fast forward 24.
Well, as your dad, I really hope you are starting to get serious with someone because I want grandkids. Oh my God, I watched them, like my parents with grandkids, and there's this saying in Punjabi which is the interest is sweeter than the principal, and it's like a finance quote, but it's all about family. So like kids are hard work. Like putting together your principal is like hard, but interest, when you're like living off compound interest, happy days. So hopefully you're finding someone, but again, no pressure. Like your life is your own as well, to some degree, because some people meet somebody earlier, some people meet somebody later. But I'm hoping by this stage you've had a lot of great experiences, and you've given yourself the last 6 years some breadth of experience, whether that's in sports, academia, trying new things, going new places, a whole bunch of stuff. I hope you've had a lot of different jobs as well that have really opened up your mind to what potentially could be built upon. I'm hoping at this particular phase in your CV, you've actually not focused too much on one particular thing, despite what most people think would be good. I think diversity is really good. Like if you've got some retail experience, some hospitality experience, all different types of sorts of things, so that when you do finally start funneling yourself down, because that's about to happen, little man, now that you're growing into a bigger man, 27 is Saturn's return. And I'm going to send you a letter for 30, and Saturn's return is intense, and it's really going to funnel you into the direction for the next 30 years of your life. And a lot of purpose is going to be channeled through your great spirit, for you, through your personality. So hopefully you've tried a lot of different things, so that now that you do come up to the next juncture, you're actually going to be quite focused on and being able to potentiate and activate what it is that you're really here to do in this lifetime. Because it's going to be way more fun if you can channel that energy into something you truly enjoy and love, as opposed to doing what, well, a lot of people end up doing, which is just doing work for the sake of doing work because it's something that is a means to an end, without really understanding what the end is. Touch wood.
30.
Wow, you're in the thick of it. Okay, so how was Saturn's return? How is Saturn's return going? For those that don't know, playing the home game, Saturn's return, Saturn is he's a charioteer dragging the sun through the heavens. And the sun and all that radiance in your life, its purpose. So it's probably been a very transformative, very challenging time for most people. It is 27 to 30. I'm really curious to see who is in your life now that things have sort of started to settle, especially your hormones and everything. You're no longer an adolescent. You're actually a young man now. It must be pretty intimidating to be in that space because, I thought things would be figured out by 30 and I was like, I'm just one big kid. So hopefully the big kid in you is still alive, because I think that is a really special thing to have, and life isn't feeling too serious. But hopefully you found something that really speaks volumes to you. There's a sense of vehicle. It was about 30 when I found my podcast. Saturn's Return is when my podcast started for me. It was around this age that my father established his first restaurant and found his calling and his purpose. And so I'm hoping something similar through the ages has sort of transpired for you, where you've really found something where you can give yourself to it and it will give back to you as an external vehicle. And as you grow, you see yourself in it. It could be business, could be a hobby, whatever it is. I'm not too hung up on it. Could be a career. You go for it. But I'm hoping there's some focus now that you're maturing to put into an enterprise of some sort. Doesn't have to be that you have to be entrepreneurial. You could be an entrepreneur, like I said. But I'm hoping you're finding that thing, and hopefully, yeah, there's some love in your life. I'm really hoping that for you at this particular point.
36.
36. Wow. Okay. Hopefully some level of mastery has been unlocked in what you've been doing, because you've been doing it for such a long time. And believe it or not, you've been showing up a lot. I'm hoping one of the values you've learned along the way, and probably should have added this in some of the previous letters. Yeah, there's some magic and consistency. I think in today's distracted world in particular, if I had an opportunity to flick this into a letter, it'd probably be around 24, is to just know that there is, if you can show up for something regularly, it can be pretty special what that thing gives back to you. And I think especially for men, I think women have this too, but I think especially for men, we drive a great, I don't think it's the healthiest thing, but we do drive a great amount of our own self-esteem in the things that we do in the world. Our ability to hunt, is, it's reflected in how we carry ourselves in terms of self-esteem, touch wood. So yeah, I'm hoping that what you transitioned into and really found yourself at the age of 30, and you gave yourself the space to pivot and dive deep into your passions, like go right brain instead of left all the way and then drag your left brain along into the right brain stuff. You've stayed dedicated towards it. And that, yeah, you, without even knowing it, touch wood, are becoming a master of a craft and really, yeah, polishing the tip of the spear that, you're trying to fly in the world.
So let's fast forward and play the thought experiment. If you had to write him a letter when he turns 42.
I'm hoping Carl Jung was right, and that life begins at 40, and that you really feel like you're coming into the person that you've always thought that you were, and that the way you're evaluating things is definitely changing, because, yeah, you're kind of at the halfway mark depending on how technology's evolved. And I'm hoping a lot of knowledge has been acquired up until this point, and that it's being translated into wisdom at this particular juncture. And with that wisdom, there's probably a lot of reconciliation with your choices. And know there's nothing that you could have done any differently. Like, your life is perfect in every way. Touch wood. But then also that, yeah, I want to say I hope that you're happy, but I really hope you've developed a character where you can, whether you're happy or not, it's neither here nor there. You're at peace with who you are. Yeah, my prayer for you would be peace. I hope you have a beautiful family. I hope you have a beautiful direction in life. You're evolving out of that space where you're coming out of your warriorhood, and you're stepping into the valley of the statesman. And so hopefully you know what you're here to stand for and what your energy stands for, because now you're going into a phase where you don't have to do as much, but you have to be more, and that you're ready to be who you're meant to be at this particular juncture. And this might be the last letter I send you. I love you fucking heaps. Oh my God. We have this thing at the moment. It's like, how much does your dad love you? And he's like, so much. And I'm like, what? And he's like, okay, infinity. And then I'm like, for how long? And he's like, for so long. And then I'm like, what? And he's like, oh, forever. So that is, yeah, that's always going to be true, little man. yeah, Dad's always going to be love you in infinite amounts forever. And yeah, whatever you've done, just know that wholly and solely, if I could just let you know, you're always accepted for who you are. No matter what you've done, no matter who you are, no matter how great you are, no matter what challenges you've faced, yeah, you're always accepted by your mother and your father. Touch wood.
When people fall in love with you after this, where do they go? How do they get more of Amrit?
To find out more, the Inspired Evolution podcast is probably the best place to dive in. YouTube.com/Inspired Evolution, 2 podcasts a week coming out at the moment. We're about to hit about 50,000 subs. I've made a commitment to the community. When we get to 100,000 subscribers, there's going to be 3 podcasts coming out a week. Well, that's going to be happening soon. So yeah, come along, subscribe, enjoy these kind of conversations that we're having there. The whole way through, one of the things that I'm currently aware of, especially when it comes to my children, is the world, you mentioned this before, is going to change when it comes to AI, especially, I think. And the world they're going to inherit is going to be so different to the world that I will leave behind, touch wood, right? And so I've thought about this a lot in terms of what can I really teach them, because skills are something they're going to have to acquire. Like if my dad didn't know that YouTuber was a thing, like, you know, and now that's what I do. Like, and I started to try to explain it to him and he's still just like, okay, whatever. You know, like he just, and so that to say, the key things that I'm aware of that can be handed down though are values. Right. So there are certain values that my father handed down to me, and even just the awareness of values, like that conversation that I had at that first existential crisis that we discussed earlier, Touchwood, like you are reprogrammable. Just be aware of your values and stay true to those. And in that spirit, Touchwood, there's a 20-minute masterclass, which anyone can download, tune into inspiredevolution.com/values. My values, a connection, contribution, celebration. People can discover their values. 20 minutes from now, you'll be as clear as I am on who you are. Everything I do, podcasting, coaching, speaking, connect, contribute, celebrate. Super easy to make a decision on what I should be doing. Touchwood, you listen back to my letters, it's probably what I'm invoking in everything that I'm trying to get my son to do. Connect, contribute, celebrate, because that's the lens I see the world through. And so, yeah, discover your values is always going to be there for you. And then ultimately, yeah, if you want to go deeper with coaching, amrit.coach, just the website is amrit.coach. You'll find me there and we can go further if you want to go further. Yeah, lots of different options. Touchwood.
Amazing. Thank you, Amrit. So the most popular question of the entire interview, I got to say in all the different chats, are what does touch wood mean? And, you know, I could talk about that a little bit, but I also see that in the Zoom room, we've got Amrit in the house, live here in the VIP Zoom. Amrit, do you want to explain what touchwood means and why you say it all the time?
Hey there, guys. Yeah, just listening back to the webinar with you, it's just so heart-opening to just feel how open-heartedly everyone's tuning into this. So touchwood, I guess it sort of stems from being Indian in heritage, and we're very superstitious. And growing up, one of the sports that I guess touchwood excelled at was tennis. And tennis players are also very, very superstitious as well. Socks have to be the right height, water bottle has to be facing the right way. Yeah, so there's always been that sort of, there's always more at play in the back of my head. And as I got a little bit older, it actually, tuning into the origin of touchwood, actually it comes from what I've researched. It comes from a Celtic heritage. And what you're doing is knocking on wood, because if you're calling in blessings, you're calling in the blessings of the spirit and the forest, to just, you know, there's unseen forces always at play. And if you can, yeah, get that added support into whatever you're invoking, to support you on your way, why not? Touch wood.
And, you know, in your experience, when it comes to this idea that someone mentioned in the chat here about interacting or meeting your shadow, what's your philosophy on that these days?
Yeah, so it's shifted a lot actually. Initially, when the Inspired Evolution started, the Inspired Evolution was dedicated to, yeah, basically running after your light. Because, yeah, there's so much in our light that I think so many of us just are programmed to not acknowledge, or, we can get conspiratorial about it, but we don't need to. So much of us is suppressed. And yeah, it can be just such a, I don't want to say dark, but it can be such a heavy place. And we're not honoring our light and the gifts and the blessings that we put here in the world. And so that's where, yeah, the opportunity to basically follow our light is what was the birth of the Inspired Evolution and everything I was doing in the world. And it really wasn't until I had children that really the importance of shadow work availed itself, because it was when I had children that the barriers of resilience started to lower, and all my shadow work, would just start to show up, because it was like when you're tired and someone says something simple about you or your kids and you're like, don't respond the way that you want to. In those moments, you're like, oh, I didn't react the way that I wanted to. What's going on in there? And then you've got all your shadows staring right back at you, waiting to be resolved. And that was actually a really beautiful process and part of my evolution. I'm still in it right now. My youngest is 3 months old, and yeah, it's just been a really interesting part of the journey. So my relationship with the shadow is probably informed most by the gene keys. For those that know a little bit about the gene keys, they're super cool. For those that don't, I encourage you to check it out. In any sort of area of our life, we kind of have three things at play. You have your shadow, you have your gift, and you have your siddhi. And your shadow is something like, I'll give you one. My core wound is doubt. So one of the things in my life that I carry is I doubt things. So it's like, oh, I wonder if that really is that way. I wonder if that really is that way. But the gift to doubt is inquiry. And so in there I inquire about everything, and that's my gift. And the siddhi to that is actually truth. And so siddhi is like the highest octave of it. And that's kind of like the intentions that you can carry. Some people do ceremonial work. That's like the intention. And so that's the siddhi. So in the day to day, I generally try to focus on my gift, which is what we're discussing. Focus on your light, focus on inquiring rather than all the bits that you doubt. But that doesn't mean that you doubt a lot, not that you don't doubt a lot, right? So take a look and work on what doubt is. The reason I bring the gene keys into the conversation is because in the gene keys, we look at it as your shadow isn't something to repress or suppress. It's actually an entry point. So if I didn't have doubt, I wouldn't actually inquire well, in which case I wouldn't actually arrive at the truth, if that makes sense. So there's that journey through your shadows into your highest expression. Hopefully that answers your question a little bit. My relationship with my shadow is now I look at it more, because it is what's holding you back. But I think for most people getting started that I've coached, focus on your light, double down on that. And then when you feel weighed back by something, then have a look at what's holding you back. And then there's a couple of shadows in there, some inner child work left to be processed. And then do processing of that and keep running hard and fast after your light.
I love it. And just for context for everybody, what time is it where you are in the world? And I'm assuming you're quiet because you're trying to keep the kids asleep.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's 5:10 in the morning. And yeah, so I've come downstairs. But yeah, I dare not what is it? Poke the bear, wake the beast.
Yeah. Wow, that is so early. Thank you so much, Amrit, for coming on here and sharing your. A lot of people were commenting on your laugh, and I know you can't do it right now because it will absolutely wake the whole house. But a lot of people really, really loved your energy and your laugh and the style of the interview and what we did there. So thank you so much for coming on here and sharing your face and your energy. I love having you around, and I wish I could hang out with you all day on this live stream. We're going to go on to Louie Schwartzberg now, who I'm not sure if you've spoken to yet, but it's going to be amazing. So if you're around and you're bored, might as well.
I'll stick around. Thank you guys so much for having me. And Skip, always such a pleasure to connect. And yeah, my laugh is I laugh on the inhale as opposed to the exhale. So it starts off silent and then it gets really loud. So I can do half the laugh without doing the other half. But yeah, thank you guys so much, and really hope people got a lot of value out of this. And man, so much love for you and Marissa and everyone here. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And also, behind the scenes fact of Amrit and I, when we were doing the interview, it took, I think, 15 minutes to start because we wouldn't stop laughing. So at the very beginning of the interview, if anyone goes back on the live stream and looks at how red in the face I am, and I had like tears in my eyes, because we had to like do a breathing exercise for me to stop laughing so that we could actually have a serious conversation. But yeah, this is Amrit at 5 a.m. He's just like this.
Love you. Bye, guys.
Okay. See you. Amazing. Okay, everybody, here we go. Last interview of today. Just as a reminder for everyone, tomorrow is going to be all about health. So we've got the first interview opening up the day is True Health. But before we go into the interviews tomorrow, Marissa is actually going to be hosting a dilemma episode. So for those of you that have seen, we asked for different people to write in their dilemmas and what they need help with self-love and self-care. And Marissa is going to be pulling people up live to discuss those dilemmas with them. It's going to be really exciting. I've already seen quite a few of them coming in. I think you're going to absolutely love it. It's like watching a live advice column. And then after that, we'll have Ronan Diego from also Mind Valley Programs coming on to talk about True Health. And then after that, we're going to get into Eric Edmides, the founder of WildFit and Speaker Nation. Also just an incredible speaker, very compelling. So I know you're going to learn a lot from tomorrow. And all the other speakers are amazing as well. So you're really going to get a lot out of the day. Wednesday is Abundance is Beautiful Day. So Wednesday, we're going to talk all about finance. We're going to talk about wealth. We're going to talk about abundance in all areas of life. That day is going to have Ken Honda, John Asraf. It's going to have Jeffrey Allen at the end of the day. So a lot of amazing things coming. And then on Thursday, we've got Confidence and I Am Enough. So that's the day that Marissa herself is going to have the Power of Belief episode drop. We're also going to get on day 3 on Wednesday an abundance experience from Marissa. So you definitely want to show up at the beginning of the day for that. It's going to be incredible. And then day 4, we've got a lot of surprises in store. And on day 3, I've got some huge announcements to make. So it's going to be an amazing week, everybody. And let me introduce you to Louie Schwartzberg with his episode. He is the actual creator of Fantastic Fungi and a lot of other documentaries you've likely seen and a lot of incredible footage. At one point, his work was shown in the Guggenheim Museum in New York City. At another point, it was shown at Tomorrowland. They made a whole booth for his work to be shown. He also, and we talk about it in this episode, they had his work displayed on projectors on the Vatican, like on the actual building of the Vatican where the Pope resides. So he's done some pretty incredible things with his life and his film work. He also created time-lapse photography. So the man is just a legend, and I'm really excited for you to enjoy this. Hey everybody, welcome to the Reinvent Yourself Summit. We are going to have an absolute blast today with another genius joining you, sharing stories, sharing wisdom. He is renowned. His work has been seen at the Guggenheim Museum. His work has been displayed on the Vatican, at Tomorrowland, and another really incredible place coming up soon that maybe we'll talk about near the end of the interview. And this person is a legendary documentarian, filmmaker, the creator of Fantastic Fungi. If you've seen that on Netflix, and it'll be really obvious in a second here, because this man is none other than Louie Schwartzberg coming in from LA. Louie, so great to have you here.
So good to be with you, Skip. I love everything you do as well.
Oh, thanks, Louie. So I've got so many questions for you. The big thing I want to get into right away is when you think about living a life where you've really built the dream. I think a lot of us, especially in the Western world, and we've got a lot of that Eastern philosophy coming in, a lot of this esoteric wisdom coming into the modern society these days, and also wanting to achieve. You've found this wonderful harmony between those things in your own life where, you've got this picture of mushrooms behind you, and on the other side, you've got a wall of awards. It really couldn't be more fused just in the frame that you're in right now. You've got your creative studio and office and team behind you here. What is the secret to living a life where you're truly building creative work that is so desired, so legendary, and being able to fund it and to exist in the way that you do, where you found this harmony of being a world-class filmmaker?
I think it's pretty straightforward. I think you have to follow your passion. I think that when you discover that, then, everything falls into place. You make money as a byproduct of doing a great job and delivering a great service. And I'm lucky enough that I was in college when I fell in love with photography, which opened up a road to filmmaking. And filmmaking opened up a window into nature's intelligence. And all of these things kept on seducing me to go deeper and deeper. It was never really necessarily easy, because if you follow your passion and you're a bit of an artist and a little bit of a rebel, then you're breaking new ground. And back then, there weren't a lot of opportunities really for the kind of films I wanted to make. There were commercials, there were feature films, and there was episodic television. That's it, And so it wasn't easy to break through into any of those areas. It was actually really rigid. As a matter of fact, it was so rigid, like I couldn't even get in. I couldn't work on a feature film when I came back to Hollywood after living in Northern California. I couldn't work on a feature or a TV show because I wasn't in the union. But you couldn't get into the union unless you had feature credits. So it was a total catch-22 when it was sort of, nepotism, I guess, that was, working it back in those days. But you just have to stick to your passion. And if you're lucky enough that your passion is also aligned with your spiritual beliefs, then boy, you got a home run there, because I'm just trying to turn people on to the beauty of nature, to celebrate life, to protect what we love, to, open up their eyes that this could be heaven on earth. So I try to make the invisible visible with the techniques like time lapse and slow motion and macro and micro, because I want to share with people the amazing things that I've seen by speeding up time and slowing down time. You can't talk about that. I mean, you can, but then it's kind of like theoretical. It's like reading, Einstein's theory of relativity. You sort of get it, but you don't. It's not the same as showing somebody what a hummingbird looks like or what a flower looks like in altered time. And it does open up your consciousness to be able to understand that your point of view is a limited point of view, which is a giant metaphor for everything in life, cultural, arrogance between how we live our life, what food we eat, what we believe, all that stuff. It's clear that every critter, every animal, every organism has its own point of view, and we need to be respected and see it as reverence.
And there's something really resonating with what you're saying about being open to new perspectives and expanding the consciousness or the awareness of different things happening. So I'm going to go back to a story. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I got it into my mind that someday I would be the CEO of Disney Films. And the reason that child version of me got it in my mind is because I remember going to the movie theater with my family, and every time we leave the movie theater, depending on whatever we watched, it was like a new side of my personality came out. You would relate so much to the antagonists or the protagonists or the characters that you were watching and the lifestyle they were living, that there would almost be a piece of you that would unlock when you would watch these people and you would see the way they think and feel the way they feel throughout a cinematic exploration, if you will. And I recognized back then the power that media could have on you by opening you up to things that you would otherwise never be able to see. And what you've done with all of your films is shown these incredibly unlikely scenarios that we would ever witness with our human eye. But then suddenly, when you're walking around and you've seen fantastic fungi, you're visualizing the 100 miles of fungi underneath your footstep. you're visualizing that flower on the side of the road and how it must have opened up in the sunlight that day. I'm curious for you, you probably have a laundry list, but what are some things in the world that if you had unlimited time and unlimited money that you would want to explore and show?
Well, it's interesting. I did a 3D IMAX film called Mysteries of the Unseen Worlds, where we used data to create time lapse of what ships in the Mediterranean were doing, to look at that pattern. We had a time lapse shot of planes taking off from the East Coast, like New York, flying to the West Coast, and then West Coast back to the East Coast, to see what that pattern looked like based on data. So I've always dreamed, like, wouldn't it be cool to have a time-lapse camera, on a satellite that was like looking at Earth, to be able to record the rhythms and patterns of life on kind of a giant scale. I mean, certainly geological time-lapse would be a dream project to be able to do. I don't know how I'd be able to live like 100 million years to be able to witness that, but I would love to see mountain ranges grow, because they do, right? Lakes form. I mean, imagine being able to see that wisdom emerge in front of your eyes. So yeah, I like things that are big in that respect. And like I say, we use data to be able to show those, actually. Because in a way, using data versus using light energy to hit a silver halide on a piece of film is really no different. And your cell phones are doing that all the time. You're collecting, digital pixels are being activated. You send a friend a photo of you, doing something. I mean, is that real, quote unquote? Because it's still activating a digital image by activating a sensor. So how different is that than plugging in data from JPL to simulate, the cloud patterns on planet Earth? It's really, in a way, one and the same.
So then talk to me, you're doing all these amazing things. What is your vision? I think a lot of people might think, okay, award-winning documentarian, all these trophies next to you.
Well, I have no other shelves in the studio, and it's all taken up with windows. So that's my reason.
Yeah. So I think a lot of people might assume that Louie just works 16-hour days and that's how you get things done. What have you learned about productivity and living a beautiful life yourself while being the person that you are?
Certainly when I was younger, the days were long, and when you're out there filming, they're incredibly long. There's nothing really there's no glory. People think, oh, you're so lucky you went to New Zealand, you got to go to all these exotic locations. And yeah, for a moment, there are moments when you express gratitude and how lucky you are. But the truth is, most of the time, you're chasing the light, you're trying to get the best shot, you're never really satisfied that it's the ultimate shot, and you're managing resources. You're in a helicopter. How much fuel do I have? How many hours do I have that I can afford to fly around? How do we get back to, to the airport in time before it gets dark? I mean, you're constantly managing time and resources. And I don't think I get the payoff until I really get back home and I'm editing and I'm trying to remember the inspiration that I felt and trying to accentuate that with music, with editing, with words, with color correction, all the things you add on top of what you capture. I think if you're loving what you're doing, then you don't see it as work. And sometimes, it's not about counting the hours, because I think that even if I'm thinking about quote unquote work at night, I'm dreaming my passion. I'm on my spiritual journey, and I can't separate that from work. It's really who I am. So there really isn't a disconnect between the two. And obviously I try to mirror the lessons I've learned by looking at nature in terms of a healthy diet, eating food that celebrates life, eating food that's alive, that isn't processed, that isn't a dead animal. I mean, all of that, I think, contributes to being in sync with what I'm seeing and trying to film. And moving around a lot has a lot to do with chasing the light as well. So I think I've been blessed that both of those things have contributed to a healthy lifestyle. And I'm just trying to mirror the things that nature has taught me.
I think a lot of people, probably 30% of the population, maybe more, a lot of people right now that are watching us have tendencies of perfectionism, have tendencies of procrastination. And we might think that something needs to be perfect or that it can always be better. And like you just said, the shots can always be better. You'll never fully be satisfied. But I wonder, what's sort of your rule of thumb when you know, and to take this to a super extreme compared to what all of us probably could experience in our lives. At one point, someone said, Louie, we're going to put your film work on the Vatican on a projector. How do you go about thinking about being finished with a project, knowing that it's going to be displayed in that way?
As they say, work of art's never done. And it wasn't a projector, it was like 50 projectors in order to illuminate it. And, it's great, but it's not, I don't think I'm being critical. I think I'm trying to understand how it could be better all the time so that the next time you do it, you learn. It isn't like, oh, wow, we did it. So whether it's the brightness or the audio bouncing off these hard surfaces, I mean, I love it. I accept it as being a great moment. But I think it's always important to do a forensic on how it could be better so that you're learning at the same time. Now, when you mention the Vatican, I need to share the fact that we had a tech rehearsal the night before. 25,000 people showed up for this event, and it was to support the Pope's encyclical to protect the environment 2 days before the vote on the Paris Accords for climate change. But I had a dark moment because as we were getting set up and doing the testing, I thought about my parents who were Holocaust survivors and the fact that the Pope was silent during World War II. And they could have said something about, thou shalt not kill or save the Jews of Rome at minimum, or Italy, And I started to feel that feeling of victimization, of being a victim. And I know that's never a good thing, no matter how justified it is, but it's kind of a miracle that the son of Holocaust survivors is projecting, imagery on the Vatican. But I thought, wow, look at what we're doing. I'm going to blast them with light. I'm going to blast them with beauty. We're going to shine light into the darkness. We had nuns praying to mushrooms. I mean, how cool is all of that? And so, it takes effort and a muscle in your brain to be able to flip that around from the knee-jerk reaction of looking at social injustice and feeling terrible about it, and be able to look at the positive, how we're going to change the story and make the world a better place.
So we've talked about the beauty. We've talked about finishing things. There's another question I have, and I know that this is we'll never come to a full answer to this next one. You've also had the privilege of interviewing some of the most incredible thinkers and knowledge seekers on the planet over the years. And I want to draw two conclusions from this, and you can go with whichever one you want to go with. Two paths here. Number one, how do you go about extracting the knowledge from these people in the very limited amount of time you probably have to do that in, to try to get like the most beautiful messaging, but also the most empowering and newness out of them. And on the flip side of that, when we're talking with ourselves or when we're working on a project and we're trying to draw the best out of ourselves, of our own knowledge, how do you think about that? So it's kind of it's a two-part answer of like, how do you work with others? And then how do you bring the best of you out into projects?
I think you have to focus on the heart. You want people to talk about how they feel, and you can ask them about things that they're comfortable with, like, what their expertise is. And in my job, and I try to communicate this to them, my job is to make them look good, So I'm there to honor them, and I want to talk about how they feel about certain topics. And I think the same thing is true regarding myself, is, don't get lost in those crazy thoughts of, intellectual analysis, but how do you really feel? What do you want others to feel from the work that you're doing? What are you trying to communicate? Because I think that the only true form of change we can make on this planet, if we want people to shift their behavior, is to be able to make them feel, what it is. The idea of putting data or scientific evidence on the table, it does not work. And now we live in a time when facts are no longer facts. Everyone's got their own reality, especially in politics and in news. And so the only way to cut through all that is to be able to touch the heart. We are living in a really critical time on this planet where, environmental degradation, you can't just wait for like a couple of generations to become more evolved and figure out like how not to destroy life on our planet. But what's happening is it's really a battle of the eyeballs is really where it's at. And fear is what we're hardwired to respond to, the fight or flights and, reaction. And that's what news does and politicians press. So how do you can't tell people don't follow that or don't let that affect you. It's hard to turn your head away from a car crash, but the only way to I think, work that is to get an emotion that's more powerful.
The other day, I am doing so much and leading so many people, creating so much great work for the world. Obviously leading a big therapy company, coaching company, personal development, so many beautiful things. We've really shifted the way that we speak to the world so that it's very empowering. A lot of them are watching us right now. And the other day, sometimes all of that can feel really heavy. And I'm sure you feel this sometimes, or maybe you don't, but that's part of my question. And I was laying down in bed and I had meetings and I was like, I don't know if I can do this today. There's just so many big decisions to make, and we're on this like uphill trend sometimes. And I just decided to stay in bed. And I was just, man, my body is tired, my mind is tired, my emotions are tired from all the different things. Number one, do you ever feel like that when you've been doing all this incredible work? And what's your thought process, your heart process behind those moments, if you ever have them? Or what would your recommendation be?
I think it happens to all of us. And I think my go-to is to find something I can be grateful for. The fact that I'm breathing, the fact that I got 5 fingers that move, and to stop those big challenges and conflicts that are like invading my brain. And what it does is enables you to kind of put something on pause. Doesn't make it go away, but at least I'm on pause mode. And in pause mode, as I'm thinking about what can I be grateful for, maybe the pattern and the cracks in the sidewalk, how amazing that it looks a lot like, the landscapes that I've shot from a helicopter, and I can just think about little things like that. It's important to be able to stop the rumination, that occurs in your head. And then you can just sort of breathe a little bit, kind of do a bit of a reset, get re-inspired by your goals of what you're trying to do and how you're trying to be of service to everybody on the planet and to life on the planet. Yeah, and then it takes me out of that negative spiral. It's really easy to go into a negative spiral. Trust me, I know. Again, because of how I was raised with my parents, it's like, obvious to think about victimization, which I've learned late in life is never, ever a good thing to do. So putting everything on pause is what I try to do. And it's a great exercise. I mean, we've all heard how gratitude is important. You can journal, the physiological benefits to all of it. I just like this idea that I could be on pause. I guess I'm relating to the editor in me that I can go backwards and forwards and hit pause. There's something cool about pause when you think about it. I'm not going negative, I'm not going positive. I'm just hanging in the middle for a moment to catch my breath and to reset. That's what I try to do.
And a little bit further along on that journey, when you're out in a place like New Zealand, and do you ever get to a point where you can tell that you've leapt out of flow for some reason or another, but you're in an important moment? So I'm thinking everyone here can relate to this, where you're in the game, you're in the moment where it really matters, but you notice your focus is not there. What's your immediate practices that you go to get back in the zone?
Well, luckily for me, if I'm shooting outdoors, if I'm shooting nature, it's like loving the light, get me back into it. That's why I'm here. Also, I feel like I feel like I'm standing up for all the little guys, all the pollinators and all the flowers. So it's not about, my anxiety and my stress. I need to kind of suck it up and be strong and defend the little guys. So if I'm defending the little guys, it's not about me anymore.
Amazing. So the principle there is, if it's about you, it might get tough. But if you can find a reason for it to be about something other than you, and you're protecting that thing, nurturing that thing, there's a bigger mission, there's a bigger purpose behind what it is you're doing.
Yeah, it's beautiful, because then I think, well, there's a million butterflies that have my back,
In any filmmaker's career and in any entrepreneur's career, but we'll go from a filmmaking perspective for this, you can probably do 20, 25, maybe 30 big films in your entire lifetime. That's all the greats work on in their whole life. So whenever you choose a film, like Gratitude Revealed, it's like a 1 year, 2 year, maybe a 3 year journey for each one. Do you have a decision-making process? How do you think about choosing your next projects? And I'm sure at any point in time you have 100 ideas. How do you recommend we think about choosing our next projects?
If it's not the first thing you think about when you wake up in the morning, don't do it. Because it's going to take a ton of energy. It could be several years. And if you're not that committed and crazy and passionate about that particular idea, then don't do it, because it's going to take that kind of effort.
You alluded to something earlier, which is a concept that my friends Don Duke shared with me, which is understanding comes at the end. That sometimes we go through things, or we go through challenges, or pick a project that for some reason it just feels amazing and it doesn't make logical sense. But then at some point down the road, you go, that's why I had to do this. Are there any stories for you that pop up where in the moment you said, oh my gosh, this is a terrible thing that's happening, or I made a mistake here, but then it totally made sense later?
I think as I look back to my filmography, in a sense, there's a narrative to that is beyond my conscious awareness in a way. Pioneering the idea of time lapse when nobody was doing it in 35 millimeter, that opens up a door to shooting flowers, because You don't shoot a lot of film. It could take you a month or two to shoot a roll of film, 4-minute roll of film. But then the flowers that I kept on shooting was more than about beauty, because then when I heard about colony collapse disorder, I wanted to tell the story about the bees and the pollinators, which was, we did that for Disney Nature. Meryl Streep is the voice of the flower. So the fact that I had this incredible library of flower footage, time lapse, was why I was shooting it all those years, for decades, without knowing where it was going to end up. And so being able to have access to my library, because you can't tell the story about the bees unless you tell the story about flowers and how they co-evolved over 50 million years, and that relationship gives us the healthy food we need to eat on this planet. Actually, the only food there is to eat, because if an animal eats a fruit, a nut, a vegetable, a grass, whatever, even then you need to have high energy protein to be able to live, It's, so, and then you think, well, what do plants need? Well, plants need soil. Where does that come from? Fungi, that can recycle, plants. So everything has been like an exploration into what is the foundation of life. And I keep on going deeper and deeper, just like you're doing, like a little kid. You keep on asking me these questions. Why? Why this? Why that? I'm doing the same thing too. What is the foundation of life? And I think I get the answer. No, there's something even below that, and below that, and below that. And then that's the spark of wonder and curiosity, I think, that keeps me going, that keeps everything going. For every great thinker, every great artist, is curiosity and wonder. To be in that world, whether it's a combination of art and science, it's asking the big questions. It's why we're here, I think, is to figure that stuff out.
Wow. I've got 3 rapid fire questions for you. Number 1, if there was one belief that you think, if we all walked away from, all of your accumulated years of wisdom, if there was one belief that we could take on that would benefit us, is there one belief above the others that you're like, that would help everybody?
I think recognizing that everything is energy, that life is change, and we need to celebrate life.
If there was one habit from all your years of wisdom that if everyone at least tried on like a shirt to see if it fits for them, what would be one habit that you think everybody would benefit from?
Find beauty wherever you are, every moment, washing the dishes, on a walk. You seek it out. It's not going to hit you in the face, It's not going to be like, oh, there it is. It's like you have to look for it. You have to forage for it. You have to lean into it, And what beauty does is it invigorates every cell of your body, because that is the voice of Mother Earth asking you to do the dance of life.
Oh, Louie, thank you so much for coming on today and sharing all your wisdom and making the time for all of us. I know we all really appreciate it, and everyone in the chat, I'm sure, is super excited right now. When people fall in love with you and they want to learn more and they want to follow you, what's like the best way to go and do that?
I think fantasticfungi.com, because we're doing a re-release of Fantastic Fungi, 5th anniversary. We want people to come together in real time in theaters. So we're already going to be in like 60 theaters. We're launching on 420 in Vegas, which will be cool. And
Awesome.
because we were on a roll with it, but COVID kicked us out of the theaters, obviously. We didn't want to tell people to go to a theater in March of 2020. So we had to pivot, which was fine. We're on Apple TV and, eventually creating my own channel called the Louie channel, another way to access my work. But I think fantasticfungi.com's got the updates of what's currently our focus.
Hey, everybody. Whoa, okay. Final interview of the day. I'd love to see in the chat, what were your big takeaways from today? What are those things that are sparked in you? I I always think it's never about what they say, it's about what they spark in us. How does this translate to our life? How do all of these things become a part of who we are now? So if we're on the earliest stage of reinvention of the things that are immediately available to us, what are the habits? What are the new beliefs? What are the new innovations that we're going to take away from today that can become a part of who you are immediately? And then maybe what are some of the bigger ones that you want to install? I know my partner came in right after the Garrain Jones interview and said we're immediately starting love meetings. So I love that. That's going to be amazing. That was a big takeaway, those love meetings and the various things that Garrain goes through. I think I'll have to go back to that episode and watch it. For those of you that want to get these episodes and you want to be able to keep these and go and reference them in their entirety, that's a part of the VIP Lite experience or full VIP experience. So make sure you get in on that if you want to go and rewatch these interviews forever and you want to be able to take notes. We're also going to give the notes to the both levels of VIP. Not Batman from Jason Goldberg's interview, I see someone saying, so that's great. Yeah, being willing to go to the parts of you that were already there. So some of the ones that maybe we don't go to as much. New parenting approaches. Integrity drives discipline, which drives consistency. Love that. Positivity equals progress. Everyone's awesome point of views. Amazing. Thank you, Tracy, for that feedback. The light is through the shadow. Absolutely. And there's so much more coming too. Today was an amazing day. You know, I got so much from each of these interviews and learned so much. And the notes that are going to come from this are going to be amazing. And some of the surprises that are coming are going to make this even better for all of you. There's going to be some really amazing things to come. So make sure that you tune in for the rest of the week. On Wednesday in the morning, Marissa's going to give us an abundance experience. And after that, I've got special surprises for you. So I'm really excited. The sacred pause, absolutely. And you know, it's interesting, the sacred pause, you know, that we heard about that twice today. So with Louie, we heard about the pause from the perspective of, you know, filming and editing and how you can do that in life and just, you know, take a pause and how the analogy of that really makes sense. Really fascinating. Find beauty wherever you are. It's one of the most incredible things to be focusing on in life. Marcus, let's see. Let me go over to the chat and see. Oh, Samantha, definitely go eat. Some people have not eaten. Amazing, amazing. Well, I'm so excited, everybody. Make sure to take those notes, give yourself a lot of water tonight. Make sure to stay hydrated, get some good food in, maybe go for a long walk, you know, in nature. I remember Tara was saying 15 minutes in nature with no input. So just allow your subconscious to process everything that's been happening today and get suited up for tomorrow morning's dilemma with Marissa, which is going to be amazing. And then going into a whole day about improving health. So tomorrow is going to be a wonderful day where we're all going to feel so much better. We're going to take away a lot of great practices for improving our health. And we're going to cut the stream in just a minute here to YouTube and Facebook, but VIPs, if you want to stick around, we can chat a little bit, do a little bit of nervous system experience before we cut out for the day. So thank you for YouTube and Facebook and everybody. And then Heather, whenever you want, we can